I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Alienation Experiment. More than 20 years ago, Luo Hong had formulated 3 plans to control the purple sky divine thunder. The first was the sky eye, the second was the Dharma image, and the third was alienation. Although he had borrowed the power of the 9 Nations Alliance to help him collect the spiritual materials needed to practice the Dharma image, the results were not satisfactory. There has been no news about the 2 most precious spiritual materials in recent years. During this period, Xiao Jin broke out of his shell again, so Luo Hong directly carried out research on the third plan, which was to alienate himself. Thanks to Xiao Jin's rebirth this time, her control of the formless golden light has been improved by several levels, and she can already perform some detailed operations. Therefore, the progress of plan number 3 has been steadily increasing, and before Luo Hong mistakenly entered the Rakshasa Ghost Mansion, it had reached the level where experiments could be carried out. But Luo Hong never expected that an accident would allow him to obtain materials sufficient to support the other 2 plans. At this time, 3 roads were placed in front of Luo Hong again. Although the blood raw eye contains the evil spirit of blood raw, making it ferocious and difficult to tame, Luo Hong has already obtained a way to draw out the evil spirit. With his Liu Yan Yuan Shen, it is not difficult to kill it. This demon eye can help people practice Xiangang blood thunder, so it must be very suitable to use it to control Zixio divine thunder. The Dharma phase path has become the path with the highest success rate due to the corpse relics, and Luo Hong even thinks it is a bit of a waste of talent. After all, the power of the Dharma phase supernatural power is not much worse than the Zixio divine thunder when it is cultivated to a deep level. Especially Luo Hong has also practiced the great 5-element Tang Shengju. Generally speaking, when practicing body training methods to the later stage, the corresponding Dharma phase must be condensed. After thinking about it, Luo Hong's mind moved, and he took the corpse relics and the pile of spiritual materials back to the Wanbao bag. In this way, Luo Hong only needs to choose one to execute from the 2 plans of the Eye of Heaven and Alienation. Compared with the alienation plan, the sky plan is safer and has a higher probability of success. The implementation of the alienation plan can obtain the petrification magic that Luo Hong is very interested in, but the process is very dangerous. After struggling for a while, Luo Hong still prefers the alienation plan, but he still needs to conduct an experiment to evaluate the specific degree of danger before making a final decision. So, he sent a divine thought to Xiao Jin to fly to the quiet room. At the same time, Luo Hong also has to make some preparations, so that when the degree of danger exceeds his psychological expectations, and he is forced to implement the sky plan, it can proceed smoothly. The blood raw eye has been sealed for many years, and has lost a lot of power. If it wants to recover to a usable level, it needs to swallow a lot of blood. It is definitely not able to absorb the blood-colored bull in the Wanbao bag. In this way, the only thing Luo Hong has that can provide a lot of blood is a blood puppet flying ant. To be honest, the blood puppet flying ant has become a bit useless for Luo Hong now. The purpose of Luo Hong refining them was to make use of his consciousness that far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. But now, Luo Hong has comprehended the way of spells, and the efficiency of using spiritual consciousness is far better than the indirect method of expelling insects. Moreover, the immortality of the blood puppet flying ants is not easy to use when facing Yuanying cultivators. Because although the ant colony is immortal, it cannot surround the enemy like the gold-eating insects and prevent it from breaking out. In short, the blood puppet flying ants can no longer help Luo Hong to cross the level of the enemy, and when dealing with enemies weaker than himself, Luo Hong has much more useful means than that. Moreover, he also obtained the secret technique of refining blood marrow into blood pills not long ago. According to the silver-eyed rat, this blood pill has the effect of reducing the bottleneck of body refining, but the higher the realm of the physical body, the less obvious the effect. However, For Luo Hong, no matter how insignificant the effect of the blood police, he is not afraid. After all, he has hundreds of thousands of blood puppet flying ants in his hands, and he can pile them up anyway. Therefore, after a comprehensive consideration, Luo Hong began to summon thousands of blood puppet flying ants, wipe out the evil spirits among them, and provide them for the blood raw eye to devour. When Xiao Jin flew into the quiet room, Luo Hong had already fed tens of thousands of blood puppet flying ants to the blood roaring eye. The blood-colored pupils had turned bright red, and Luo Hong felt his blood vessels agitated just by looking at them. If it were a low-level cultivator, the blood-roaring eye would not have to use any magical powers. Just a glance would be enough to make the blood vessels in his body burst and die. Although Luo Hong was not sure whether the blood-roaring eye had fully recovered, this was the limit that could be achieved by refining blood marrow, and it was more than enough to practice the heavenly eye. Xiao Jin, you have to work hard again today. Luo Hong stroked Xiao Jin's smooth back feathers lovingly, and said with a smile. Xiao Jin's cheerful cry almost drowned out the heavy footsteps coming from the side. It was a silver-armored corpse carrying a coffin. After the silver-armored corpse slowly walked to Luo Hong and stood still, the lid of the coffin on its back was pushed open from the inside, and the old monster Xianhun walked out expressionlessly. Brother Luo, what is the state of this fellow Taoist? Why does he obey everyone's orders? Yuan Yao said with a voice that was slightly fearful. The fact that Shine an old monster became like this today was obviously due to a problem with his soul, but his cultivation had not regressed, so the spiritual wisdom in his soul must have suffered a serious blow. Luo Hong had previously investigated and found that the state of Shine an old monster's soul was a bit like the Binkson personality he had cultivated, but not exactly the same. Although Binkson's personality had been washed away of all emotions, its underlying logic was not missing. Binkson's personality had common sense such as people would die if they were killed, spiritual wine could be drunk, and senior sister was beautiful. However, Shine an old monster's soul had lost even the underlying logic, and had completely become a blank sheet of paper, like a newborn baby, or even more like a living puppet. Luo Hong didn't know what Zuain had done to him, but he knew that Shine an old monster now had an immortal body, and was the best experimental material. This person's body is still alive, but his soul has been wiped out in a sense. He is just a bloodless and tearless skin. Luo Hong stared at the dull eyes of Shine an old monster and explained lightly, and then he was about to start the alienation experiment. Luo Hong waved his hand lightly, and hundreds of jade cards emerged from the treasure bag like long snakes, and were quickly and neatly arranged in front of him. Each of these jade cards was painted with different runes. Even if others spent decades to comprehend them, they would never be able to comprehend them. But in the eyes of Luo Hong and Xiao Jin, each of these jade cards had a silver rune. These silver runes were all copied by Luo Hong from the spirit of the three-eyed leopard. If they could be arranged and combined in a specific way, and imprinted on the flesh and blood, theoretically, the petrified monster eyes of the three-eyed leopard could be reproduced. Luo Hong had completed this work many years ago. Taking them out now was not to let Xiao Jin sharpen her skills before the battle, but to let her deepen her impression so as to avoid mistakes during the experiment. After scanning the area, Xiao Jin nodded gently to Luo Hong and cried out, "Let's get started." As soon as Luo Hong finished speaking, the shape-destroying golden light shot out from the phoenix crown on Xiao Jin's head and covered the eyebrows of Shine an old monster. Suddenly, the flesh and blood in the covered area rolled violently. Shine an old monster still had no expression, and all the blood and energy in his body spontaneously gathered towards his eyebrows. It was as if there were flesh worms under his skin, drilling into his eyebrows. After only a few breaths, Xiao Jin's eyes showed fatigue. Such a subtle control of the shape-destroying golden light consumed her mind and spirit. Fortunately, the effect of the shape-destroying golden light was immediate. After a few breaths, a slightly crooked bulge formed at the eyebrows of Shine an old monster. Under this bulge, it seemed that something was rolling, pushing up the skin, and making it fluctuate constantly. The next moment, accompanied by a slight hissing sound, the bulge split open, revealing the double pupil leopard eye underneath. At the moment the double pupil leopard eye appeared, a yellow spiritual light shot out from it, and went straight to Luo Hong who was facing it. Luo Hong was prepared for the possible loss of control. With a thought, he activated the prearranged formation, and the forbidden light curtain suddenly appeared. The yellow spiritual light gradually turned into pale stone when it touched the forbidden light curtain, and it was about to spread to the entire forbidden light curtain. Chapter 377, Unprecedented Silver Rune. As the progress of alienation deepened, the out-of-control phenomenon of the double pupil leopard eye was quickly brought under control. The yellow spiritual light dissipated, leaving only a piece of rubble on the ground. After a few breaths, the finishing work was also declared finished. The phoenix crown on Xiaojin's forehead darkened, and no longer emitted a formless golden light. At this time, a vertical eye had grown out of thin air between the eyebrows of Shine and Old Monster. Although it was a little crooked, and the appearance of the double pupil was different from the original demon eye of the three-eyed leopard, it could indeed perform the petrification magic. This shows that the path of alienation is completely feasible. It's just that Xiaojin is not very skilled, and Shine and Old Monster himself is not cooperative enough, so it is not perfect. In addition, the experiment also shows that the alienation process consumes a lot of blood and energy. Shine and Old Monster can withstand it because he has an immortal body, but Luo Hong may not be able to do so. Fortunately, the method of refining blood pills was obtained before. I think as long as a large amount of blood pills are prepared in advance, it should be able to support the consumption of alienation. Overall, this experiment was successful, and Luo Hong was very excited about it. After all, this means that he has taken a crucial step in using the silver rune to transform his body. After the success of this experiment, Luo Hong planned to let Xiaojin rest for a few days, and then immediately conduct the second experiment to accumulate his proficiency. During this period, Luo Hong planned to start refining the blood pill. The center of the eyebrows is occupied. Where should the next part be selected for alienation? Suddenly, Luo Hong thought of this problem, and couldn't help but look at the Old Monster Xianhan. But when Luo Hong looked at the vertical eye between his eyebrows again, he was surprised to find that the alienated vertical eye was gradually disappearing. The appearance of this abnormality really surprised Luo Hong. He quickly looked at it, only to see that the vertical eye between his eyebrows was recovering to its original flesh at an increasingly faster speed. The leopard eyes with double pupils suddenly dispersed, the inner spiritual light quietly dissipated, and the cracked flesh slowly closed in the middle. It can be predicted that when the flesh on both sides is completely closed, Xiaojin's efforts will be in vain. At this moment, Luo Hong suddenly came to his senses, and without thinking, he waved his hand and shot out a water blade, cutting off a large piece of flesh from the center of Shine and Old Monster's eyebrows from bottom to top. The wound naturally healed quickly, and the alienated flesh did not stop recovering after being separated from Shine and Old Monster's body. Before it fell to the ground, the vertical eye completely disappeared and turned back to its pre-alienation appearance. Good guy, I just took a step and I have to go back. Luo Hong was very depressed by this result, thinking that this could be another rule of heaven. Of course, this unfounded idea that Luo Hong had temporarily been influenced by his emotions was denied by himself in an instant. The deep reason for the strange phenomenon just now was the reverse transformation of the silver rune. Xiaojin's formless golden light could not delete the silver rune, but transformed the original silver rune into another set. But the strange thing was that the alienated silver rune was reversed to the original silver rune. This was a phenomenon that Luo Hong had never encountered before. The formless golden light had been used on human cultivators many times, but only Shine and Old Monster had this phenomenon. Therefore, Luo Hong could basically conclude that the fundamental reason for the silver rune's reversal was that Shine and Old Monster had an immortal body refined by the blood god pill. Thinking of this, Luo Hong once again shot out a water blade, cutting the flesh and skin that had just been cut into two halves, revealing the last bit of flesh and blood that had not yet been completely reversed. Then, Luo Hong's consciousness rushed out, observing the changes that were happening to the silver rune in every detail. Luo Hong had already been familiar with the hundreds of silver runes that should have been mutated, so he found the observation target at once. Then, he observed a scene that subverted his previous cognition. I saw that the alienated silver rune suddenly blurred and turned into a silver rune that Luo Hong had never seen before. composed of two symmetrical and curved lines intertwined at the center and the vertices at both ends. Before Luo Hong could take a closer look, the double-stranded spiral silver rune blurred and turned into the regular silver rune that Luo Hong was familiar with, existing in the flesh and blood of the human race. Xiaojin cast the formless golden light on it casually. Luo Hong's intuition told him that this was definitely an amazing discovery, and its use was by no means limited to studying the immortal body. Upon hearing this, Xiaojin immediately shot out another finger-thick golden light from the phoenix crown. Because she did not deliberately control it this time, the piece of flesh and skin that was illuminated by the golden light immediately underwent a terrible alienation. Luo Hong took the opportunity to observe, and as a result, his spiritual sense detected that the regular silver rune quickly disintegrated under the formless golden light, twisted and alienated into a variety of strange alienated silver runes, causing terrible changes to the appearance of this piece of flesh and blood. Afterwards, the scene just now appeared again, and the alienated silver rune was transformed into a double-stranded silver rune, and then turned back into a regular silver rune. Because enough samples were observed this time, Luo Hong found that the speed of this inversion was inversely proportional to the degree of difference after the alienation. In other words, the lower the difference between the alienated silver rune and the original silver rune, the faster its inversion speed. In addition, this inversion process is different from the previous one. A considerable part of the alienated silver runes did not immediately transform into the original silver rune after transforming into the double-stranded silver rune. At this time, Luo Hong clearly sensed that the little essence in this piece of flesh and blood was concentrating on these frozen silver runes. Obviously, the inversion of silver runes also requires energy supply. So, what will happen if not enough inversion energy is provided? As soon as Luo Hong had this question in his mind, he got the answer. I saw that these double-stranded silver runes that failed to obtain enough power changed drastically after a very short period of stagnation. It seemed that they were constantly transforming between the original silver rune, the alienated silver rune, and many conventional silver runes of the human race in a completely random order. This chaotic phenomenon only existed for less than a breath, and these silver runes completely collapsed. The external manifestation was that many traces of melting appeared on the skin and flesh. Obviously, all the secrets were hidden in the double-stranded silver rune as an intermediate, and Luo Hong instantly developed a great interest in researching it. First, he wanted to know what would happen if he transformed the normal silver rune into a double-stranded silver rune. As soon as this thought came up, Xiaojin, who was in tune with Luo Hong's mind, shot out another ray of annihilating golden light to transform the other half of the flesh accordingly. The result was that the transformation was in vain. As soon as the annihilating golden light dissipated, the transformed double-stranded silver rune was reversed back. In addition, the data collected by the physical examination form showed that the value of the essence contained in this half of the flesh and blood did not change significantly. This proved that the double-stranded silver rune was not the intermediate as Luo Hong thought at the beginning, but the main body of the silver rune in this piece of flesh and blood. Otherwise, the reverse transformation would inevitably consume essence. Therefore, Luo Hong came to an astonishing conclusion. The numerous silver runes that normally appear in the body of Shine an Old Monster are just appearances. In fact, there are only double-stranded silver runes in his current body. This silver rune seems to be able to simulate any silver rune, but once the blood and flesh essence are lacking, it will quickly collapse. On the contrary, as long as there is enough blood and flesh essence, even if Shine an Old Monster's head is moved, he can grow another one immediately. This is the core secret of the immortal body. After exploring these, Luo Hong suddenly had an idea in his mind, and the two roads that were originally in front of him suddenly merged together. A brand new road that he had never imagined appeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, The Myriad Divine Eyes. After discovering this new path, Luo Hong couldn't help but clench his fists excitedly. But this path is still full of uncertainty, and some problems need to be verified. First of all, we need to figure out what will happen after the normal silver rune is transformed into a double-stranded silver rune. Luo Hong's mind moved, and he took out a section of dragon whiskers from the Wanbao bag, and then shot out several water blades, cutting it into thin slices that were easy to observe, and then ordered Xiaojin to transform it. The shape-destroying golden light shot out, and the silver runes in the dragon whiskers quickly twisted and transformed into double-stranded silver runes. Just when Luo Hong hoped to see some subsequent changes, the transformed double-stranded silver runes actually became silent, and no longer changed. The dragon whisker slices also dissolved as a result, as if the double-stranded silver rune itself did not have any characteristics. The results of the experiment made Luo Hong frown. It seems that after the normal silver rune is transformed into a double-stranded silver rune, it will not be reversed to the original silver rune. How did the initial transformation of the old monster Shinhan come about? As soon as this question came up, Luo Hong's eyes lit up, and he took out a blood red pill with his palm. It was the blood god pill he obtained after refining Lu Lian's body. So, this is the magic of the blood god pill. It seems that the silver rune in Shinhan's body was not alienated, but swallowed. As he said this, Luo Hong began to verify. He used his spiritual sense to scrape off a little powder from the blood god pill, and then blew it gently, making it contact with the thin slice of Jiaoxu. Suddenly, the thin slice of Jiaoxu mutated, and grew horrible flesh and blood that should not exist. At the level of silver runes, Luo Hong observed a war, a one-sided and crazy war. The double-stranded silver rune was extremely aggressive, and ordinary silver runes had no power to resist in front of it, and were swallowed and replaced in an instant. The subsequent mimicry process was extremely unstable, and the transformed silver rune was very different from the original, which eventually led to a nearly out-of-control result. I'm still missing a key link. As long as I can control the simulated silver rune, the new path I envisioned will be feasible. With the successful case of Shinhan Leogui, Luo Hong firmly believed in the existence of the corresponding method. After a long consideration, Luo Hong remembered the changes when the double-strand silver rune was reversed and out of control, and the silver rune transformed by Xiaojin was also among them. This made Luo Hong think, if Xiaojin used the formless golden light to assist in the swallowing process, would it produce miraculous effects? Thinking of this, Luo Hong immediately launched a new round of experiments, and soon got very gratifying results. As long as the formless golden light was used to correct it at the beginning of swallowing, the double-strand silver rune could be transformed into the correct silver rune. So, Luo Hong successfully refined a thin slice of Jiaoxu with the property of immortality. Of course, the immortal property will only appear when it is soaked in Jiao blood. After all, being immortal and being immortal are two different things. Supernatural powers also need to eat. After obtaining this result, Luo Hong let Xiaojin rest for 3 days, and then prepared for the final experiment. Before the experiment, Luo Hong used the same method to refine a small section of the immortal dragon tendon, but he made some changes in the swallowing stage, so that this section of the dragon tendon grew fine dragon scales. Then he used the shape-destroying golden light to transform it into its original form. Undoubtedly, not long after the shape-destroying golden light dissipated, this section of the dragon tendon reversed back to the state with dragon scales. The next operation of Luo Hong produced a magical scene. Luo Hong grabbed a soul-collecting bottle from the treasure bag and poured out a mini dragon-shaped spirit from it. This dragon spirit was the original owner of the dragon tendon used in Luo Hong's experiment. After taking out this spirit, Luo Hong ignored its struggle and forcibly hit it into the immortal dragon tendon that was soaked in dragon blood. Suddenly, the dragon blood rolled up, and the spirit rushed to the immortal dragon tendon. After a while, without the irradiation of the shape-destroying golden light, the dragon tendon covered with fine dragon scales actually changed back to its original appearance. When Luo Hong extracted the dragon soul, the essence in the dragon blood once again flowed into the immortal dragon tendon, and soon it grew dragon scales. As if he had found some kind of fun in it, Luo Hong repeated this process tirelessly, and the smile on his face became more and more unbridled. Finally, Yuan Yeo couldn't stand it anymore, and she said distractedly, "Brother Luo, what have you been busy with these days? If you are so lazy in practicing, even if Brother Luo has enough lifespan, you will not be able to reach the state of transformation in the end. Miss Yuan, Luo has not been fooling around these days. Look, the soul can control this dragon tendon to change between two forms." Luo Hong demonstrated it to Yuan Yeo again, as if he was offering a treasure. After a moment of silence, Yuan Yeo said in a strange tone, So, HMM. Luo Hong was about to explain, but he suddenly found that it was not easy to explain this thing to Yuan Yeo. After a moment of silence, he said, "Miss Yuan, imagine if there is a magical power that can change into the blood raw eye, the mysterious Yin eye, and many other divine eyes and demon eyes at will. How powerful it would be." Yuan Yeo was stunned when she heard this and said in surprise, "Brother Luo has done all these strange things these days just to comprehend this magical power." After a few breaths of silence, she said very seriously, "If there is such a magical power in the world, the person who has practiced it may be invincible with this skill." Yuan Yeo has a deep understanding of the power of the mysterious Yin eye, so she only imagined the situation described by Luo Hong a little, and she came to a conclusion. Yes, Luo is comprehending this magical power, and has gained a lot. Luo Hong responded like this, and she has made a choice between the two plans of the sky eye and alienation. I was in a misconception before, and I didn't think that these two plans could actually be combined into one. As long as the blood raw eye is alienated and then refined into the heavenly eye, wouldn't it be possible to get the best of both worlds and obtain the petrification supernatural power and safety? Luo Hong reviewed himself. However, after discovering the wonderful use of the double-stranded silver rune, Luo Hong further optimized this win-win plan. He planned to use the blood god pill to first refine the blood raw eye into an immortal body, and then perform the alienation operation. The experiment just now has proved that the Yuanshan can define the stable form of the double-stranded silver rune. In other words, the controller of the immortal blood eye only needs a thought and a sufficient amount of essence to use the reverse effect of the double-stranded silver rune to transform the blood raw eye into a petrified demon eye. And the experiment also proved that the double-stranded silver rune can record far more than one or two silver runes. Therefore, the change between the two kinds of divine eyes and demon eyes is just the starting point of this unprecedented spiritual eye. Originally I just wanted to control the purple sky divine thunder, but I didn't expect that I could accidentally create a great magical power. Taking the eye as the shape and all things as the basis, I called it the All Things Divine Eye. To be honest, these two chapters are a bit difficult to write. Brothers, don't think it's too little. I'll continue to explode from Monday. Chapter 379 The War Begins. 3 years have passed since Luo Hong realized the method of cultivating the myriad eyes. During this period, the war between the Milan magicians and the Cheyenne monks broke out, and the vanguard of the Milan people had already invaded the territory of the Nine Nations Alliance. Since the Cheyenne monks did not understand the methods of the demon cultivators from the Yin Luo sect of the Great Jin dynasty, the Milan people invited for help, and were caught off guard by them. The early battles were very unfavorable. Many strongholds set up on the border were broken through by the Milan people at no cost, and it seemed that they were about to attack Huanglong and occupy the entire territory of the Nine Nations Alliance. But in fact, Wei Wu'er and other high-level officials of the Nine Nations Alliance did not intend to defend these strongholds to the death, and even deliberately let the war situation show a decline. Although the combat power shown by the Milan people exceeded their expectations, it was not to an unacceptable level. The losses exceeded the expectations of Wei Wu'er and others, but the effect they wanted was greatly increased. This situation was enough to make all the sects in Cheyenne who were still holding on to luck and unwilling to come to help with all their strength recognize the situation. There are too many forces in Cheyenne. It is impossible to unite them without some means. Of course, such a plan is tantamount to treating the monks guarding the border strongholds as abandoned pawns. There are no more than 5 people in the Nine Nations Alliance who know the inside story. And in order to reduce the loss of their own forces, most of the Yuanying monks guarding the border strongholds come from outside the Nine Nations Alliance. It was under this background that Han Leomo was sent to support a border stronghold. Although he showed his magical powers and killed several powerful enemies of the same level in a row, he could not change the general situation. He also won the first prize and was hunted down by the Zong surnamed Divine Master. At this moment, in the territory of Yu State, which belongs to the Nine Nations Alliance, a large army of magicians is clearing a breached border stronghold, and screams and explosions are heard from time to time. In the army of magicians outside the border stronghold, a young woman in her 20s is sitting cross-legged on the back of a scarred huge rhinoceros beast, practicing Qigong and regulating her breathing, as if she had just experienced a war. The woman was wearing a short dark green dress, with snow white arms and legs, and a pretty face, but there was a hint of evil between her eyebrows, and a cold light flashed from time to time in her bright eyes. It was the Saint of Mulan. She had just fought a big battle with the old demon Han, and not only was the holy ancient treasure snatched away by Yin Yu, but she also almost died at the hands of the old demon Han. Fortunately, the Divine Master named Zong arrived later and helped her take back the holy object, and now he has gone to kill the old demon Han. Master Le, the stronghold here has been raised, and we should continue to march towards the city of Xianshan. A Mulan master named Ku Yao fled to the side of the Saint of Mulan and said respectfully. Len Yun closed her eyes, still practicing the technique, and said, "You go first. I'll wait for Master Zong here." That cultivator surnamed Han can run away. Master Zong himself helped him survive. His thunder escape technique is really amazing. Ku Yao said with some admiration, but he never thought that Han Li could escape Master Zong's pursuit. Len Yun felt a little uneasy at this moment. She had fought with Han Leomo and knew how difficult he was. Whether it was the golden thunder technique or the blue ice flame that could rival the holy fire, they were all incredible magical powers. She didn't think it was strange that the other party had the means to escape Master Zong's pursuit. Seeing that Le Yun had made up his mind, Ku Yao didn't say much and went to stop the army of magicians from leaving. After half a day, the army of magicians originally stationed here had disappeared, leaving only one person and one beast. At this moment, a silver escape light appeared in the sky. After sensing it, Le Yun stood up immediately. As soon as she stood up, the figure of Master Zong appeared beside her. "Master Le, you waited for me here on purpose. What's the matter?" Although Master Zong's tone was calm, Le Yun still keenly heard a hint of unhappiness from it, and her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. "Master Zong, could it be that the cultivator surnamed Han ran away?" Humph. This person not only practiced the thunder escape technique, but also can perform a kind of magic secret technique, which can escape 100 miles in an instant. After continuous performance, he rushed out of the range of Zong's spiritual awareness. Although Zong can still chase him, he can't go too deep. If he is entangled by Wei Wu'er and others, it will ruin the great cause of our clan. Master Zong felt a little ashamed for not being able to kill Han Li, a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, and said in a slightly cold tone, "This person has many means. I'm afraid he will become a great enemy of our clan in the future." Le Yun frowned deeply inside. If we talk about the great enemy, there is another person in the Xianan territory who is more dangerous than him. I don't know what he remembered. The expression of the Zong surnamed Divine Master suddenly became serious, and his eyes were solemn. Le Yun was curious about who the great enemy was that the Zong surnamed Divine Master was talking about, and then she sensed 3 escape lights flying from the horizon. Soon, the 3 escape lights flew in front of the 2 of them, revealing 3 figures, who were the 3 masters of the Mulan people. One of them was an old acquaintance of Luo Hong, the big-eared woman who was taken away from the octagonal demon ceiling tower by him. "Madam Yang, Mo brothers? I remember that you were not responsible for attacking this direction. Why did you come here together? Did Master Zong arrange this?" As the Saint of Mulan, Le Yun's status was respected, and she was only respectful to the Divine Master of her own clan, and she was not afraid. So when she became suspicious, she questioned without concealing it. "Yes, I do have a mission for them, and I'm here now for this matter. If I hadn't heard that someone killed the demon cultivator of Yin Luo sect, I would not have interfered with your mission to attack the stronghold. The Zhang surnamed Divine Master admitted it immediately, and then his eyes flashed twice, and he said to Len Yun meaningfully, Master Len, there is nothing urgent to deal with recently, right? Now that most of the border strongholds established by the Nine Nations Alliance have been broken, I do have some free time before my clan deploys troops under Xianshan City. Len Yun was responsible for summoning the Mulan Holy Bird. Although it was the critical moment of the war, the Mulan high-level officials did not send her too much. It was to let her conserve her energy, so that she could maintain the existence of the Holy Bird for a longer time in the real decisive battle. And she heard from the Zhang surnamed Divine Master's words that she also wanted her to join the mission of Madame Yang and the other two. It must be an extremely important task. That's good. Madame Yang and the others are going to go deep into the Nine Nations Alliance and capture a Xiaonan monk. If we can get the help of Master Le, we will surely succeed. The proposal of Master Zhang surprised Len Yun and the big-eared woman. Master Zhang, is it inappropriate to let Master Le go with us? If something goes wrong, it will ruin the great cause of our clan. The big-eared woman was the first to object. First, she didn't want Len Yun to take risks, and second, she felt that with the strength and planning of the three of them, it would be easy to capture the target. Joining one person in the middle would only increase the variables. Entering the plot of the battle, it is time to organize the outline again. That's all for today. Chapter 380, Milan People's Preparation. Master Zhang specially invited the Mo brothers to come here. I think the person he wants to capture is proficient in escaping skills. He is willing to let me, who is responsible for the tribe, take risks. Could it be related to that technique? After thinking about it calmly, Len Yun came to a conclusion that shocked even herself. Yes, after thousands of years, the great five elements sage art has been born again. Master Zhang said what Len Yun was thinking about. His eyes were deep, as if he was recalling the past. In the past, our ancestors did not hesitate to start a war to secretly wipe out the inheritance of this technique in Xiaonan. I didn't expect that there are still remnants today. Len Yun's face suddenly became solemn. Although the Milan grassland and the Xiaonan cultivation world have always been in constant dispute, there are only a few large-scale wars. This shows that the Milan people are very afraid of the great five elements sage art. I should have taken action myself, but our tribe's top priority is to capture Xianshan City and gain a foothold in the Nine Nations Alliance for our tribe, to facilitate the subsequent large-scale attack. This battle is related to the survival of our tribe. Although the fighting power of various forces in Xiaonan has not yet been assembled, and the Nine Nations Alliance is unlikely to defend Xianshan City to the death, our tribe cannot afford to gamble on this, so I can't get away at the moment. The Zhang surnamed Divine Master looked embarrassed and frowned. This matter is too important, second only to the current battle with Xiaonan. If you are not sure, I don't recommend taking action immediately. Otherwise, once the Xiaonan monks notice it, it is very likely to backfire. Len Yun said solemnly. She believed that at least one divine master must participate in this matter. If there are only 3 great masters, it will be difficult to guarantee everything. How could Zhang not know this? However, according to the information obtained by the insider, this person was not pulled into the coalition by Wei Wuya, because he was guarding a forbidden area within the territory of the Nine Nation Alliance. And the immortal cultivation forces in the area where this person is located have all been drawn down in large numbers, and some sects don't even have a nascent soul cultivator left. This is the most empty time. If we miss this opportunity, when our clan captures Xianshan City, Wei Wuya will most likely pull this person into the coalition, and then we can only wait for an opportunity to take action on the battlefield. War is no child's play, and even the Divine Master surnamed Zhang himself cannot guarantee that he will be safe in the war, let alone distract himself to capture a nascent soul cultivator with profound escape techniques. If so, it is indeed a good opportunity that cannot be missed. Len Yun nodded gently, and after a moment of silence, he said, Master Zhang, may I ask what level of the Great 5-Element Universal Saint technique this person has practiced? From the situation of the last fight, it should be only the first level. The big-eared woman had fought with Luo Hong before, and she had the most say on this issue, so she interrupted and answered. If it is the first level, there will only be 2 magical powers, 5-element escape and white bird transformation. It is not difficult to deal with, but it is indeed not easy to capture it alive. Len Yun seemed to know the Great Five Element Universal Saint technique very well, and she opened her mouth to say the corresponding magical powers. This person himself is indeed not difficult, but the source of his inheritance is really difficult. If he is not forced to ask, things like today will happen again in the future. Master Zong was not targeting Luo Hong, but the Great Five Element Universal Saint technique itself. The founder of this practice had caused heavy damage to the Milan grassland and almost indirectly caused its genocide. But what drove the Milan people to kill them all and spare no effort to wipe out the root of this technique was not hatred, but that this technique was too restraining to the cultivation system of the magicians, and it could be called a natural enemy. As we all know, because of the lack of spiritual materials and spiritual stones in the Milan grassland, the magician cultivation system borne their focus more on the five element and created various mysterious spiritual techniques. Although those above the master level, that is, those above the nascent soul level, would also use magic weapons, they would still focus more on using spiritual techniques in the battle, one because of habit, and the other because the power of spiritual techniques was indeed worthy of them. Starting from the second level, the Great Five Element Tang Shengju would transform the practitioner into an acquired five element body, while strengthening the physical body, greatly reducing the effect of the five element spells on it. If we go further, we will also derive magical powers that are more restraining to the magicians. The Mo brothers Shai and Luo twin flags are treasures that conceal space and are more than enough to destroy that man's five element escape. But do you have any way to deal with the white bad transformation and the treasure in that man's hand? After Lei Yun's eyes flashed twice, she turned to the big-eared woman and the other two and asked. That man has only just broken through the nascent soul realm a few decades ago. The reason he was able to fight with this lady before was because of two magic weapons and a fire-based protective treasure. For this reason, we have prepared corresponding restraining treasures. When we fight, we will definitely give that man a big surprise. As for the white bad transformation, it is indeed a turtle shell that is difficult to break, but Master Zong specially asked for it from those magic cultivators of the Yin Luo sect. The big-eared woman spoke of their preparations with confidence, and then took out a black iron net that was surrounded by ghosts, and emitted bursts of ghostly howls, and said, "This magic weapon called the Burning Soul Net is most suitable for dealing with cultivators with strong physical bodies. When that person is covered by it, he will immediately suffer the pain of the burning of his soul, and then no matter how great his magical powers are, he will not be able to display them. It seems that your preparations are indeed sufficient. It is very likely that you will capture that man alive, if you plan intentionally or unintentionally. Then Master Zhang, why do you want me to join in this matter? Are there any concerns?" Len Yun had a heavy responsibility, so she would never take risks in vain. Master Le must be very clear about the difficulty of practicing the Great Five Element Sage Art. Our clan has had this skill for quite some time, but no one has ever been able to master it. People who do not have the five element of spiritual roots must have a great opportunity to master it. Master Le also knew about Zong's pursuit of the monk surnamed Han. If that person has also practiced similar escape techniques over the years, I'm afraid that according to the original plan, Madame Yang and the others would fail. The blood shadow escape used by the old demon Han came from the Zuan Yin Dafa, and came from the magic of the Chaos Star Sea. Master Zong had never heard of it before. It was understandable that he did not consider this in advance. Master Zhang, I think you are worrying too much. That person is just a newly promoted nascent soul cultivator, and he has practiced the difficult five element sage technique. I'm afraid that he has spent all his time practicing over the years, and has no time to practice other magical skills. The big-eared woman made a judgment based on her own experience after breaking through the master realm. Although what Madame Yang said makes sense, this matter is of great importance and cannot be overlooked. It must be considered in any situation. Master Zong did not think that Luo Hong's magical power would be any different from that of 20 or 30 years ago, but he still insisted on his own opinion. I understand. Master Zong wants me to hide in the dark to prevent the worst from happening. Len Yun did not think that it was an exaggeration for three great masters to besiege a cultivator in the early stage of nascent soul and have to keep a backup plan. On the contrary, she agreed with Master Zhang's caution. That's right. Master Lei, you don't have to take action unless it's absolutely necessary. In this case, the risk you take is not worth mentioning. Master Zhang never intended to let Lei Yun fight to the death. He just wanted to use the many treasures she carried as a safety net. If things go well, she will just sneak into the Nine Nations Alliance once. In this case, I will go with Madame Yang and the others. After all, my temple has an obligation to deal with the matter of the Great Five Element Tang Shengju. Lei Yun's eyes focused, and she officially joined the team to capture Luo Hong. Chapter 381, Allied Forces Message. In the Billion Kingdom, deep in the Zhongling Mountains, in the Devil Feeding Tower, Luo Hong was floating in front of the forbidden cage that imprisoned the Black Domain Demon. With a thought, he activated the Great Evolution Talisman attached to the upper part of the cage. Suddenly, the surrounding grey fog was absorbed, and the grey fog concentration in the lower part of the cage dropped sharply, and the imprisoned Black Domain demons died one after another, producing dozens of soul-raising beads in one breath. Then, Luo Hong performed the same operation on the upper part of the cage, completing a round of harvesting. After this release, Luo Hong unlocked some of the restrictions on the forbidden cage, so that the new influx of extraterritorial demons would not be trapped in it. Brother Luo, raising demons is such an interesting thing. Why don't you continue? When Yuan Yao first saw the appearance of the Devil Feeding Tower, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time, and his inherent impression of extraterritorial demons was directly shattered. Now of course, he is no longer surprised, and even finds it very interesting. To be honest, when Yuan Yao found out that she had been tricked and trapped in disguise, she was somewhat unhappy and resentful towards Luo Hong. But she soon discovered that the days she spent with Luo Hong were even more exciting than traveling outside, as if she had arrived in a whole new world, and her dissatisfaction was immediately replaced by curiosity. The Milan people are about to attack Xianshan City, and the war will intensify in the future. Luo may also have to participate. The Feeding Demon Tower cannot be left alone for a long time, so it can only be closed temporarily. Anyway, Luo has accumulated a large number of soul-raising beads over the past few years, so it doesn't matter if it is closed for a few years. More than a month ago, Luo Hong stopped adding grey mist powder to the talisman ink. Currently, the number of emotional intelligence received through the Qingaihu Demon Signal Tower every day has dropped sharply. Therefore, Luo Hong is not afraid that something extraordinary will be raised after the closing of the Feeding Demon Tower. Speaking of this war, I'm very curious, Brother Luo, why aren't you worried about it at all? It's obvious that in order to avoid being involved in the war between the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance, you deliberately hid in the open sea, but now you don't react at all. Since Yuan Yao really couldn't feel the slightest tension of the war from Luo Hong, she even forgot the current situation. Luo ran to the open sea for many reasons, not just to escape the war. But now there are 4 great divine masters in the Milan grassland, and Xianan also has 3 great monks in the late Yuanying period and Long Han and his wife who are comparable to the great monks. The strength of the two sides is evenly matched. If one side really wants to destroy the other, it will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Under the situation of both sides losing, I'm afraid that the 2 Wu people who are adjacent to the Milan people will be the biggest winner. Such a simple thing must be clearly seen by the top leaders of both sides. So although this battle seems to be huge, as if the Milan people are going to wipe out Xianan in one fell swoop, in fact, as long as one side shows some defeat, the day of peace talks will not be far away. Even if Xianan loses, it will only cede part of its territory. Therefore, the outcome of this battle has nothing to do with Luo. After all, the Milan people don't want a barren place like Bilian. Just be careful not to be besieged in the war, and you can survive this disaster safely. Huangfeng Valley is currently considered the leading sect in Bilian country, but if you look at the entire Xianan, it can't even be ranked. Even if Luo Hong is willing, it is not his turn to contribute to the entire Xianan. I see, with Brother Luo's current magical powers, as long as he is careful, it is not difficult to protect himself in this war. Yuan Yao now knows Luo Hong better than Yu Ruoxi, and immediately said with a sudden realization. While talking, Luo Hong had already escaped from the demon feeding tower, and suddenly a golden shadow fell from the sky. It was Xiaojin who stayed outside. As a spirit beast, Xiaojin really doesn't like to stay in the grey fog, so she has been flying high in the sky just now. Since the last accident, Xiaojin has become more and more attached to Luo Hong. As long as Luo Hong comes out of retreat, she will definitely follow. Luo Hong habitually stroked Xiaojin's back feathers, and then took out a freshly baked soul-nourishing bead to feed her. Brother Luo, if other nascent soul cultivators knew about Xiaojin's treatment, they would definitely fight you to death. Unfortunately, my half-ghost body cannot refine the soul-nourishing orb, otherwise I would have to ask you for 8 or 10 soul-nourishing orbs to make up for your harm to me. Yuan Yao was referring to the fact that Luo Hong did not explain the time required for the ritual before she made the promise. However, her tone was mostly joking, and it was obvious that she was not really upset about it. Didn't Luo give the Eye of Zuanayan to Miss Yuan? This rare treasure should be able to compensate Miss Yuan for her hard work. Luo Hong smiled and said, "Humph, brother Luo, don't think I don't know that the third phase of your Wangxiang divine eye is probably the Eye of Zuanayan." Yuan Yao smiled bitterly and shook her head. The man in front of her could create shocking and great magical powers while talking and laughing, but he didn't understand romance at all. There was really nothing she could do about him. Luo Hong raised his mouth with great satisfaction and couldn't help but reach out and touch his forehead. He saw that the purple line on the forehead had disappeared, and it was replaced by a blood-colored vertical line about an inch long and as thin as a silk thread. It's a pity that there is only one blood god pill, otherwise Luo would have refined Miss Yuan's Zuanayan eye into the Wangxiang divine eye. Luo Hong's casual words shocked Yuan Yao's heart. The tradition of the immortal cultivation world has always been to cherish what is in the possession of one's own possessions. People like Luo Hong who don't take great supernatural powers seriously are not rare, but unique. When he said this, Yuan Yao couldn't help but think more, and then he spat and said lightly, "Slippery tongue." Then he was speechless. What's the situation? Why am I slippery tongue? Luo Hong really couldn't understand things without logic, and he didn't think much about it, and immediately fell into the teleportation array. After a flash of white light, he was teleported from the Zhongling Mountains to the Demon Ceiling Palace. As soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, Luo Hong sensed that there was a sound transmission node trapped in the restriction outside the door. The sound transmission node used exclusively by the coalition forces. Could it be that Xianshan City has fallen so quickly? After muttering to himself in doubt, Luo Hong stretched out his hand and the sound transmission node flew into his hand. After activating it, he found that it was indeed a message to summon him to Xianshan City for a meeting. Now he has to go to Xianshan City for a meeting? Didn't Wei Wu'er and the others plan to abandon Xianshan City in order to buy time for the entire Xianan monk coalition to gather? If I support them now, it would be like rushing to suffer a defeat. Although Luo Hong was very dissatisfied, he did not doubt anything. After all, giving up is giving up, and Xianshan City will not be handed over easily. They must fight for it. Could it be that I'm regarded as cannon fodder to delay the Milan people? Chapter 382, Divine Power. Brother Luo, this is clearly a tough job. What are your plans? After being reminded by Luo Hong, Yuan Yao also knew that it was not easy to go to Xianshan City at this time. Now the whole of Xianan is united against the enemy. There is nothing wrong with this paper transfer order. If Luo openly disobeys the order, he will most likely become the target of public criticism. I'm afraid that there will be more dangerous arrangements for me in the future. Luo Hong frowned at first, then suddenly smiled, and said with a relaxed expression, however, this transfer order does not set a specific date for support, but only says that Luo should go as soon as possible, which gives an opportunity. Just find a reason to delay for a few days, and you can avoid this disaster. That's a way, but it's not easy to find a reason. Yuan Yao said very pertinently. What other reason is more convincing than being blocked by the Milan people? Luo only needs to pick a small unlucky Milan tribe, sneak attack and kill the high level magicians in the tribe, capture their Yuanshan, and then it will be logical to delay the support period. The Milan people had not yet fully gathered their troops. In order to attack the border strongholds, the army was spread out very wide, and Luo Hong did not have to worry about not finding the target. After having a plan in mind, Luo Hong immediately sent a sound transmission note to Yu Ruoxi, asking her to raise the alert of the sect. After all, when he left, she was the only Yuanian cultivator left in the entire Huangfeng Valley. Then, he called Yu Ying, who stayed behind in the demon sealing hall, to explain, and then turned into a light and flew in the direction of Xianshan City. Deep inside the Nine Kingdoms alliance in Bilian Kingdom, Luo Hong wanted to go to Xianshan City in Yu Kingdom, but he had to cross the borders of several countries. Just as he was flying and planning how to sneak attack the Mulan tribe, his consciousness suddenly sensed several strange auras. These auras were not only powerful, but also deliberately suppressed him, as if they were ambushing someone. Luo Hong didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so he immediately turned his escape light and planned to bypass this place. But he never thought that, as soon as he changed the direction of his escape, space fluctuations came from the land several miles below him. In an instant, 3 powerful auras were transmitted over without any concealment. The person they want to ambush is me. Luo Hong thought about it and figured out the reason, and then subconsciously wanted to use the escape technique to escape. No matter how strong the ambusher is, it is always right to escape the trap set by the other party first. However, as soon as he thought of this, 2 black curtains suddenly appeared in the sky above his head. 2 yellow-robed men with the same appearance, each holding a large black flag, chanting spells continuously. The black curtain covering the sky expanded rapidly, and within a few breaths, it covered the area of 100 miles. The next moment, the 2 yellow-robed men shook the large black flags in their hands at the same time, and suddenly the spiritual light on the flags shone, wrapping the 2 in it. Then, the 2 of them turned into 2 dark streams of light, and with a speed several times faster than Luo Hong, they overtook Luo Hong in front, and blocked his way. From the appearance of the black curtain, to being stopped by someone, everything happened in a breath. Luo Hong stopped with a gloomy face, glanced at the 2 yellow-robed men who were blocking him 100 feet away, and then slowly turned around and said, "Dao Iao, what a big scene." The big-eared woman had already escaped behind Luo Hong. Seeing that she had successfully surrounded Luo Hong, she smiled and said, "Dao Iao Luo, I came here today to ask you to renew the promise we made that year, and invite you to visit the grassland. If you are willing to obey, and return my octagonal magic tower, you can save yourself a lot of trouble." While speaking, Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to the extreme, exploring every corner of the nearly 1,000 miles radius. In addition to sensing a slightly stronger breath than the big-eared woman, he did not find any trace of Master Mulan. It seems that Master Zhan was held up by the war, so that's good. Luo Hong's heart was relieved immediately, and the gloom on his face disappeared. He said with a slight smile, "That coalition army transmission note was your work, right? I was wondering why Alliance leader Wei dispatched Luo so early. It turned out to be your plan. Our army of magicians has been fighting with your Cheyenne monks for a long time, so it's not difficult to see some of your transmission notes." Fellow Daoist Luo looks so relaxed. "Are you planning to use the 5-element escape to escape? This lady advises you not to waste your energy. Under the dark curtain of Cheyenne Luo, all teleportation magical powers cannot be used." The big-eared woman was not in a hurry to take action. In her opinion, the current situation was a dead end for Luo Hong. As long as Luo Hong was smart enough, he would choose to compromise. If there was a big battle, the noise would make it a lot more troublesome for them to evacuate. Escape. Luo Hong's expression became strange, and he looked directly into the eyes of the big-eared woman and said, "Luo is worried about how to save himself in the future decisive battle. If I take the heads of 3 great masters, it will be embarrassing for leader Wei to ask Luo to join the battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaojin, who had been standing on his shoulder, shot out like lightning, spread his wings, and turned into a giant eagle, rushing straight towards the big-eared woman to kill. Luo Hong himself turned around suddenly, raised his hand to offer the Zhenhe Pearl, and hit one of the yellow-robed people. At the same time, he used his mind to offer a crescent-shaped flying knife with a golden glow, and slashed at another yellow-robed person. Hearing Luo Hong's arrogant words, the Mo brothers were shocked and angry, especially when they saw that the means Luo Hong used to deal with them were not the magic weapons and the intelligence. They felt that he was looking down on them. Immediately, the elder brother, Mo Kai, first offered a crystal blue shield that exuded cold air to protect himself, then swung his right arm, and 2 silver streams of light shot out from his sleeves and headed straight for Luo Hong. The younger brother, Mo Liang, took out a golden talisman, and immediately condensed a golden warrior about 10 feet tall after offering it. Then, he patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a short cone several inches long with Buddhist patterns all over it, and hit Luo Hong. This short cone was not Mo Liang's own treasure, but a magic cone specially prepared by the Zhang surnamed Divine Master to restrain Luo Hong's magic treasure, and its power was extremely extraordinary. Although it was launched later, it was the first to fly in front of Luo Hong because of its extremely fast escape speed. Long after offering the crescent moon flying knife, Luo Hong had already summoned the spirit turtle shield. At that moment, the magic cone shot onto the shield like a golden arrow, and the spiritual light on the surface of the spirit turtle shield flashed violently. This defensive magic weapon made of the armor of the transformed turtle demon showed signs of failing. Luo Hong's eyes flashed, and he immediately added the lightless shield to it, which barely deflected the magic cone. What a Buddhist ancient treasure. Such a powerful treasure can only be an ancient treasure, and Luo Hong immediately had an idea in his mind. Just as Luo Hong was defending against the magic cone, his Zhenhe pearl had already flown in front of Mo Kai. With a crisp click, the crystal blue small shield was smashed into pieces by the Zhenhe pearl in front of Mo Kai's extremely horrified eyes. This protective treasure has been with him for many years, and it can easily defend against the attacks of magicians of the same level. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed by an ordinary pearl today. There was no time to feel sad. After seeing the power of the Zhenhe pearl, Mo Kai immediately wanted to use the secret technique to move and dodge. After only a moment of fighting, he had already seen the weakness of the Zhenhe pearl, which was that it was powerful but slow to escape, and planned to fight it. But at this moment, a black and red firebird flew out from the Zhenhe pearl, and arrived at Mo Kai's chest in a blink of an eye. Oh no, it's the demon flame in the intelligence. The characteristics of the black crow true flame were very obvious, and Mo Kai recognized it instantly. He knew that his protective spirit shield would definitely not be able to block this flame. The spell in his hand suddenly changed, and then he spit out a foot-long ice crystal snake from his mouth. This ice crystal snake was not Mo Kai's own magical power, but the ice spirit essence cultivated by another Mulan Grandmaster. Although this Grandmaster was old and dying, the ice spirit essence he had nurtured for nearly 1,000 years could be called the strongest ice-attributed magical power in the Mulan clan. It was specially used to deal with Luo Hong's demon flame. As soon as the ice snake came out, it collided with the firebird that had penetrated the protective spirit shield. The ice snake opened its mouth to bite, but the firebird grabbed its head with one claw and its body with the other. Then, the whole ice snake was on fire, and the part locked by the firebird's claws melted quickly. In less than a breath, the ice snake lost its head and broke into 2 pieces. Without the ice snake's cold air to protect his body, Mo Kai was immediately injured by the fire of the black crow's true flame. He felt that the firebird on his chest was a scorching sun, and he couldn't get close to it, let alone touch it. Fortunately, the ice snake bought him some time, and the next moment he moved dozens of feet away and temporarily escaped from the extremely hot hell. Just when Mo Kai was about to be killed, the crescent moon flying knife that Luo Hong had sacrificed had already flown to Mo Liang. It seemed that he was very confident in the golden body warrior he summoned. Mo Liang moved his mind and asked him to take the initiative to grab the crescent moon flying knife. As a result, the golden body warrior's palm was cut off neatly as soon as it touched the blade. Then he bypassed the golden body warrior and went straight for Mo Liang behind him. With a flash of cold light, the crescent flying knife cut through Mo Liang's protective spirit shield like tofu, and then circled around his neck in his horrified eyes. Logically, at this time, a head should be seen soaring into the sky, and blood gushed out from the broken neck. But the blood flashed at Mo Liang's neck, and then his left arm was inexplicably broken at the shoulder, which was obviously some kind of life-saving secret technique. After his left arm left his body, Imo Liang's face suddenly turned pale, and he quickly pinched out a spell with one hand, and moved towards his brother's direction. Just at this time, Emokai also moved over, and the two brothers immediately gathered together. After looking at each other, they both found each other's embarrassment, and their hearts were suddenly very awe-inspiring. They looked in the direction of the big-eared woman at the same time. The big-eared woman was still fighting with the giant eagle, and even though she had summoned her Dharma image, she was at a disadvantage. And for some reason, she was holding her right arm tightly with her left arm, and her body seemed to be shaking uncontrollably. The Mo brothers immediately realized that Luo Hong was not bluffing, but really intended to keep all three of their great masters. Now, they must work together and never fight alone. Just by exchanging glances, the two brothers understood each other's thoughts. At this time, the magic weapon sacrificed by Emokai had flown near Luo Hong, and Imo Liang drove the deflected magic cone and shot at Luo Hong again. The two silver streams of light sacrificed by Emokai flew to a distance of dozens of feet from Luo Hong and stopped, revealing their true form, which was actually two silver white shotguns. The two silver shotguns did not attack Luo Hong directly, but paused for a moment, and suddenly hit each other without any warning. Suddenly, there was a loud thunderous sound, and then a thick silver rock shot out from the intersection of the two silver spears, fiercely slashing at the devil-breaking cone. After the silver electric light wrapped around the devil-breaking cone, its aura immediately doubled, turning into a golden and silver light arrow that shot straight at Luo Hong. Luo Hong did not dare to take the attack head-on, which combined the power of the two great masters. He pinched a spell with his hand and shouted, "Open!" With the shout, the bloodline at the center of Luo Hong's eyebrows suddenly opened, revealing a bright yellow leopard eye. Then, a yellow beam of light shot out, covering the rapidly shooting golden and silver light arrow. The next moment, in the perception of the three people, the spiritual energy fluctuations of the golden and silver light arrows rapidly weakened, and the light strangely turned into stone. When it finally hit the spirit turtle shield, the devil-breaking cone was already wrapped in heavy rocks, and only the three people heard the sound. After defending against the attack, Luo Hong's leopard eyes slowly closed. With a thought, he drove the Black Crow True Flame and Crescent Moon Flying Knife to kill the two. The Mo brothers were immediately filled with fear and quickly poured their magic power into the black flag floating behind them. They immediately turned into streams of light to avoid the pursuit of the Black Crow True Flame and Crescent Moon Flying Knife. After turning into streams of light, their escape speed was extremely fast, and the Black Crow True Flame and Crescent Moon Flying Knife really couldn't do anything to them. However, this escape method called Heavenly Net Transformation Light Escape can only be performed under the black curtain of the Heavenly Net, and it consumes a lot of magic power and cannot be maintained for a long time. Therefore, once this escape method is used, it is the time for the Mo brothers to fight for their lives. They don't care about those useless preparations in advance, and they will use their most powerful magic power to make a final fight. Although Luo Hong's magic power and magic weapon are powerful, his cultivation level in the early stage of the nascent soul, even with the magic power added by the skills, is no match for the Mo brothers. Therefore, a war of attrition was never what Luo Hong wanted. Seeing that the two yellow-robed masters wanted to use the escape technique to wear him to death, Luo Hong locked his eyes on one of them and shouted softly, "Stop." Immediately, Emokai's figure emerged from the stream of light, like a stone statue, maintaining the demeanor of pinching fingers and chanting incantations. Although he was frozen for only a short breath, when he recovered as usual, the extremely aggressive Black Crow True Flame behind him had already approached. No. With a scream, Black Crow True Flame pounds directly on Emokai's body, turning him into a fireman. Emokai had never practiced any bodybuilding exercises, and his body was instantly burned to ashes by the black and red spiritual flames. Then, the fireball condensed in the middle, and turned into the appearance of a firebird again, but this time it held a black yuanying in its mouth. Although Black Crow True Flame had controlled the firepower under Luo Hong's command, the remaining power still made Emokai's yuanying miserable. "Brother!" Imo Liang cried out in grief when he saw Emokai's tragic death and his nascent soul being captured. "Don't worry, fellow Daoist, I will let you and your brothers reunite." a flash of white light appeared, and Luo Hong's figure appeared next to the flowing light transformed by Mo Liang. Chapter 383, Capturing the Saint. As soon as Mo Kai died, Luo Hong immediately sensed that the space restriction here had dissipated, so he used the 5-element escape continuously, teleported to Mo Liang's side, and punched him in horror. At this moment, his fist was covered with a layer of white spiritual armor. If this punch hit, Mo Liang would be beaten into a pulp. At this moment, a white spiritual light came into the eyes of the two, and a white lotus fell from the sky, blocking Luo Hong's fist. The sudden change seemed to have been expected by Luo Hong, and there was no panic on his face. Then he tightened his fist, and used 120% of his strength to hit the white lotus. Before he touched the lotus petals, Luo Hong felt a huge resistance on the surface of his fist, as if the white spiritual light covering the white lotus and his fist were two magnets of the same polarity, and the closer they were, the greater the resistance. After a moment of stalemate, Luo Hong's face suddenly flushed, and his blood and energy rolled all over his body. The strength of his fist suddenly doubled, and he immediately broke the resistance in front of him. However, Luo Hong did not break the white lotus, but pushed it away like a cannonball, just before it touched it. At the same time, Luo Hong heard a muffled groan. Following the sound, Luo Hong saw the female magician who had been hiding since the beginning of the battle. Mo Liang escaped death, and quickly turned around, and fled to the side of Len Yun who rescued him. Looking at the green-shirted woman in front of him, Luo Hong felt that she was familiar, and should not be an unknown person, so he did not rush to attack. Although his previous round of attack looked impressive, it was also very consuming, and it would be more beneficial for him to take a breath. So, Luo Hong urged his mind, and summoned all the treasures such as the Zhenhe Pearl, that he had sacrificed to his front. While Luo Hong was looking at Len Yun also looked at him with a serious face. Luo Hong's strength far exceeded her imagination, which was definitely not the level that could be achieved by simply practicing the great 5-element Tang Shengju. When Zhao Jin transformed into a giant eagle and fought with the big-eared woman, she felt something was wrong and rushed to the battlefield. But no one could have imagined that in just one round, just a few breaths, Mo Kai was killed by the opponent. If she hadn't rescued him, even Mo Liang would have died on the spot. Such power is almost equal to the divine master of the tribe, and the opponent is only a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. Len Yun simply couldn't imagine how powerful the opponent would be when he advances to the middle or even late stage in the future. I'm afraid that no one in the entire grassland will be able to defeat him. White bad transformation can be used like you. Is it possible that you are not practicing the great 5-element Tang Shengju? Now that there is no divine master here, Len Yun no longer has the hope of capturing the opponent. At the same time, she is particularly surprised that Luo Hong can partially use the white bird transformation. After all, there is no corresponding record in the ancient books collected by the temple. There are so many mages among you Milan people who know the great 5-element sage art. This is a bit surprising to me. I wonder if you can tell me the reason, so as to avoid the pain of soul searching. As he spoke, Black Crow True Flame had already flown to Luo Hong's side and delivered the nascent soul in its mouth to Luo Hong's palm. You want to search Master Mo's soul? Don't waste your energy. We have all been banned in our nascent souls. Forcibly searching the soul will only make his soul fly away. Len Yun glanced at Mo Kai's nascent soul and said coldly with a gloomy face. Luo Hong was about to negotiate with him again, but suddenly he sensed something strange, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. He smiled and said, as soon as Daoist friend heard me talk about the great 5-element sage secret, he made up his mind to take action. It seems that you set up an ambush this time for this. How can a mere technique make you Milan people pay so much attention to it? Could it be that this technique can be practiced to a high level and can restrain you mages? In other words, you Milan people have the complete inheritance of the great 5-element sage secret. Len Yun's face changed immediately after hearing this, and she raised the white lotus in her hand. Suddenly, the white lotus petals spread out, revealing an old and broken bronze oil lamp in the center. At this time, a green flame had been lit on the bronze oil lamp. Seeing this, Luo Hong's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately remembered the other party's identity. You are the Saint of Mulan. After being exposed by Luo Hong, Len Yun's face was still full of regret. This bronze oil lamp is one of the 2 treasures of the Mulan clan. Even though she is a saint, she can only use it a few times. Once she exceeds the limit, she must return it to the temple. In less than a month, she has to use it for the 2nd time. How can she not feel deeply sad? After calming down, Len Yun's face was covered with frost. She looked at Luo Hong with a fierce look in her eyes, and lightly picked a bean-sized flame flower from the green lamp flame. Then she took a breath, and sent it to her red lips, and was about to blow it out. At this moment, a white wrist stretched out from behind her head without Len Yun noticing, and gently covered her mouth. Saint, Brother Luo doesn't want you to blow this breath. Yuan Yao laughed softly, and said behind Len Yun. You. Len Yun was so shocked that her eyes were about to burst. Just as she was about to resist, she felt a bone-piercing chill running through her body. The magic power in her meridians seemed to be carrying a heavy burden and could not flow freely. Zuanayan Qi. Ghost Cultivator. Len Yun was worthy of being the Saint of Mulan. She had a wide range of knowledge and immediately recognized what she was doing. With a thought, she summoned the soul-burning net that the big-eared woman had given her from her storage bag. Although Len Yun could not mobilize her magic power to drive the net at this time, as long as she let it fall on its own, the ghost cultivator, a ghost, would definitely turn around and run away. However, before Len Yun finished her calculations, Yuan Yao's joyful voice came from behind. Brother Luo, you can't snatch this net from me. As soon as the voice fell, a black light flashed, and then Len Yun was horrified to find that a spiritual connection with the soul-burning net was cut off. Damn it, let go of Master Len. Although the yin-yang reincarnation art that Yuan Yao practiced was useless in fighting, it was quite good at hiding. If she hadn't spoken on her own, Len Yun and Mo Liang would not have been able to find her trace. Mo Liang saw Len Yun being controlled, and he was very anxious. He shouted, and then suddenly shot out 5 black lights from his 5 fingers, heading straight for Yuan Yao's half-ghost body. But he never expected that Yuan Yao could control the soul-burning net as soon as she got it in her hands, and the fierce and unruly ghosts in the net all obeyed her orders. Go. With Yuan Yao's shout, the soul-burning net spun and covered Mo Liang. Not only did it stop the 5 black lights, but it also trapped Mo Liang in it. Suddenly, the severe pain of the burning soul made Mo Liang struggle and roll in the net. Your Highness the Saint, as far as I know, this lamp should be an important medium for you Mulan people to communicate with the previous sacred beast. If you lose it, you will become the eternal sinner of the Mulan clan. Luo Hong flew to Len Yun slowly and said as he looked at the bronze oil lamp with the flame extinguished. Chapter 384, Survival Rules. Luo Hong's words touched Len Yun's heart. The bronze oil lamp was indeed not to be lost, and she also understood the purpose of Luo Hong's mentioning this matter. Don't dream, fellow Daoist Luo. None of us have read the full version of the Great 5 Elements Sage Art. Even if you threatened us with our lives and holy objects, the temple will never compromise. A flash of sadness flashed across Len Yun's face. She knew that there was no hope of escape this time, and looked at Luo Hong with a serious look. She never expected that the ambush she had carefully prepared would end up like this. Not only did they misjudge Luo Hong's strength, they also misjudged his spirit beast, and they didn't expect that there was a ghost cultivator with unpredictable means to help him. It's not us ambushing him, but he is ambushing us. Hearing this, Luo Hong stared at Len Yun silently for a moment. Although he felt that the woman was telling the truth, he still wanted to confirm it for safety reasons. So, in front of Len Yun, Luo Hong suddenly grabbed Mo Kai's Yuanying and was about to search its soul. Stop it, you're crazy. You're only at the early stage of the nascent soul, but you dare to search the soul of the Grand Master's nascent soul directly, Len Yun said in great shock. Although it is not impossible for a weaker party to search the soul of a higher one, it is based on sufficient auxiliary means and the weakening of the soul-searched party in advance. Forcing it like Luo Hong did will only cause serious injuries to the souls of both parties. However, before Len Yun's exclamation faded, she saw a layer of forbidden runes appear on Mo Kai's nascent soul. That was the ban imposed by the Mulan Temple on all beings above the Mulan Grand Master to resist soul searching. Because the ban used by the temple is related to the holy bird, the effect of the ban is very significant. Even if a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul takes action, he can't get information through soul searching. Only the two Wu people, who have been enemies of the Milan people for generations, have the corresponding method to break the ban. But even so, the two Wu people cannot get complete information. Just when Lei Yun thought that Luo Hong would be attacked by this restriction, the restriction rune shattered into pieces, and Mokai's Yuan Ying's face showed an extremely painful expression when his soul was searched. How did you practice? There is only one possibility for this situation, that is, the other party's consciousness is comparable to that of a great cultivator in the late Yuan Ying period. Lei Yun looked at Luo Hong as if she was looking at a monster. She even suspected that the other party had been possessed, and she was actually facing a 1,000-year-old monster. White bad transformation? The real name of the 5-element transformation is this. Acquired 5-element body. No wonder you are so against me. It turns out that you are afraid of this magical power. Luo Hong forcibly searched Mokai's soul. The information obtained was not complete, but he also knew a lot of secrets about the great 5-element Tang Shengju. After all, the skills he obtained were just a foundation building cultivator who comprehended the 5 ancestral secrets. The ancestors of the 5 families in Wushan split the great 5-element Tang Shengju into 5 secrets, perhaps under the pressure of the Milan people. Brother Luo, this woman has a special identity. How should we deal with her? Yuan Yao asked, after he tied Mo Liang up with the soul burning net. If you kill her, Luo will become a thorn in the eyes of the Milan people. Just hand her over to Wei Wuya. Since he couldn't get the subsequent skills of the great 5-element Tang Shengju by searching the soul, Luo Hong didn't have any intention of killing her. Of course, he still had to accept the treasures on this woman. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently waved at the bronze oil lamp floating in the air. Luo Hong didn't have the idea of taking this treasure that could communicate with the spirit world for himself. After all, only the Milan people could play a real role with this thing. However, Luo Hong was quite interested in the refining method of this lamp. If he could crack it, he would also like to get a holy beast to play with. Even if it is not practical in fighting, it can also accumulate some connections in the spirit world in advance. However, as soon as the bronze oil lamp came into Luo Hong's hands, something strange happened suddenly. The extinguished lamp flame suddenly lit up, and then a green spiritual light flashed, and a middle-aged man with a refined face suddenly appeared. After the elegant middle-aged man appeared, he immediately looked around, then sighed slightly, and shot a beam of magic light at the lamp flame. Not good. After Luo Hong saw the appearance of the middle-aged man, his heart suddenly sank, as if he had thrown away a hot potato, and hurriedly threw the bronze oil lamp away. At the same time, Yuan Yao also received Luo Hong's voice transmission, and her body turned into green smoke, and she took Mo Liang to Luo Hong's side at the fastest speed. Lei Yun was also surprised by this change, but her reaction was not slow at all. After escaping from the predicament, she first sacrificed a green round bead, which scattered countless green wind threads in the radiant light, protecting herself firmly. Then, she sacrificed a white ribbon, and saw it circling and turning into a snow-white eagle, rushing straight towards the bronze oil lamp that was thrown away by Luo Hong. Fellow Daoist Luo, please order your spirit beast to stop, and we will talk peacefully. The elegant middle-aged man who suddenly appeared was Master Zhang, one of the 4 great masters of Mulan. Luo Hong had met him before, so he recognized him immediately. After pulling away, Luo Hong was preparing to deal with Master Zhang's attack, but he heard the other party's words, that he wanted to stop and make peace, and he couldn't help but feel suspicious. So, he focused his mind, and found that the aura of this master was not strong. After a change of mind, he immediately understood. It turned out to be Master Zhang's incarnation, which scared me. The magical power of the incarnation is naturally far less powerful than the original body, but it cannot be insulted lightly. Luo Hong immediately sent a message to Xiao Jin with his mind, asking him to stop and come back. After a moment, Xiao Jin turned into a young eagle in a dazzling golden light, and stood back on Luo Hong's right shoulder. The big-eared woman also quickly fled to the side of Master Zhang, hiding her right arm in her sleeve, and said with an unpleasant look, "Master Zhang, don't say anything. Even if you are not careless, the result will be similar. We underestimated Daoist friend Luo." Master Zhang stopped the big-eared woman from talking, staring at Luo Hong. The big-eared woman tightened her left hand around her right arm, sighed dejectedly, and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. In this battle with Zhao Jin, she suffered a great loss because she didn't know the power of the formless golden light. If it weren't for the Buddhist treasure of Jin Crossing protecting her, it would not only be her right arm that became unbearable to be seen by others. Master Zhang hid his avatar in your clan's sacred object and did not show up until the sacred object fell into Luo's hands. I think he is not here just to save people, right? This is not difficult to judge. After all, if it was just a backup plan, he could have taken action long ago. There was no need to wait until almost the entire army was wiped out before coming out as a savior. Dao Luo is worthy of being a person who can practice the great 5-element universal saint art in this world. He is really amazing and brilliant. Zhang admires him deeply. With Dao's magical powers, I think as long as he advances to the middle stage in the future, Milan and Cheyenne will no longer have any rivals. Master Zhang praised sincerely in a tone of flattery between good friends, as if the scene of fighting with Luo Hong just now was an illusory dream. Master Zhang, you are too kind. Luo is just a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. How can I be invincible? Luo Hong was a little confused by the other party's attitude, but he would never accept such flattery. If Daoist Luo didn't have such ability, I wouldn't be here in front of you now. Now that I'm here, I'm going to make an unwelcome request. The Divine Master Zhang smiled and bowed. I also asked Daoist Luo not to participate in this war. Haha, are you threatening me? Luo Hong narrowed his eyes and sneered. At the same time, he thought to himself that if the other party wanted to use force on him, he would sacrifice a lot of energy to reward the other party with a purple thunder. Although this incarnation of Zhang also has the magical power to transmit the original body, it will cause Zhang to lose a lot of vitality. At this time, the war is imminent, and this situation is exactly what Zhang hopes to avoid. Therefore, Zhang does not want to threaten Daoist Luo, but wants to negotiate a deal with you. I think the complete inheritance of the great 5-element Tang Shengju should be able to make Daoist Luo tempted. When the Divine Master Zhang said this, everyone present was shocked. Lian Yun's reaction was the most intense. Her face turned visibly pale, and she asked loudly, "Master Zhang, do you know what you are talking about?" At this time, Master Zhang's face was very calm, as if what he just said was not a big deal. "Master Lin, you have been a saint for a short time, so you are not clear about the inside story. Let me ask you, why does my Milan clan try to erase the inheritance of the great 5-element Tang Shengju?" Lian Yun was slightly stunned, and subconsciously responded, "Of course it is for the survival of my Milan clan, so that this skill that restrains me and other magicians will not prevail in the world. Yes, erasing the inheritance of the great 5-element Tang Shengju is just a means. The Holy Temple is always concerned about the survival of my Milan clan. So, do you understand now?" Master Zhang looked at Lian Yun and said, as if the other party could not understand, he would take some means. Thank you Master Zhang for your advice." It was Lian Yun who was blinded by one thing. Lian Yun pondered for a moment, and looked at Luo Hong deeply, then bowed to Master Zhang and thanked him. "Fellow Daoist Luo, if my clan exchanges a complete inheritance of the great 5-element sage technique, can we make peace?" Master Zhang nodded slightly to Lian Yun, and then said to Luo Hong, who was frowning, "Haha, the nobles really understand the survival rules of the immortal world. I don't think I can find a reason to refuse. As long as the nobles keep their promise, Luo can find a way not to participate in this war." The logic in Master Zhang's words was not difficult to understand. Luo Hong thought about it for a while, and understood the reason. The Milan people erased the inheritance of the great 5-element sage technique for the benefit of their own clan. But if they offended a powerful enemy for this, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? So when the Milan people found that the people they were targeting had supernatural powers that were too powerful for them to contain, they would activate the emergency plan, mainly handing over the complete inheritance of the Great Five Element Tang Shengju, in order to smooth over the grudges between the two sides. To put it simply, if Luo Hong was not capable enough today and was captured by Lei Yun and others, or fled in a hurry, he would have to suffer a heavy loss. And if he beat up Lei Yun and others, like he did now, he would have the qualifications to make the Mulan clan compromise. In the world of immortal cultivation, where the weak are the prey of the strong, bullying the weak and fearing the strong is the survival rule of a large clan or sect. Although this sounds unpleasant, it is an ironclad fact. Seeing Luo Hong's statement, the Divine Master surnamed Zhang directly threw out a jade slip, and after Luo Hong checked it, he said, "Now that the misunderstanding between the two sides has been resolved, can Brother Luo let this Taoist friend release Master Mo? In addition, please let Mo Kai's nascent soul go, Brother Luo." Haha, no problem. Luo Hong seemed to have really forgotten the previous grudge, and smiled and released the man and the infant to the opposite side. Brother Luo is indeed a trustworthy person. We will say goodbye today. I hope that, when we meet again in the future, Brother Luo's skills will have reached the second level. The face of the Divine Master surnamed Zhang was full of satisfaction. After politely bowing, he was about to take Lei Yun and others away. Wait a minute. At this time, Luo Hong suddenly spoke, which immediately made Lei Yun and others nervous. "Since the war has been resolved, you must also return the treasure of my junior brother Luo." After this, the Divine Master surnamed Zhang couldn't help but showed doubt on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "May I ask who is Brother Luo's junior brother?" My junior brother Luo's surname is Han Mingli. The saint lady has the aura of my junior brother's treasure on her body. Please return it to me." Luo Hong chuckled and pointed at Lei Yun. Lei Yun and others couldn't help but look strange when they heard this. Of course, they didn't forget who Han Li was. It turned out that the other party was the junior brother of this monster in front of them. No wonder his magical powers were so great. So, fellow Daoist Han is Brother Luo's junior fellow student. This is really a coincidence. If Brother Luo can also persuade him not to participate in the war, our clan will definitely give him a generous gift. The Zhang surnamed Divine Master said, while motioning Lei Yun to take out the treasure. "Fellow Daoist Han has his own ideas, but I cannot interfere." Luo Hong stretched out his hand and took the ancient treasure of the flower basket and the purple city bag in front of him. This is really a pity. The battlefield has no eyes. If fellow Daoist Han dies in the war, I hope Brother Luo will not be angry about it. The Zhang surnamed Divine Master carefully observed the changes in Luo Hong's expression and said, "Haha, I can't say for sure." Luo Hong responded ambiguously, "I understand. Let's go." After taking a deep look at Luo Hong, the Zhang surnamed Divine Master's incarnation flew away with Lei Yun and others. "Brother Luo, is there really no problem with the practice in the jade slip? I still don't believe that the Milan people will compromise so easily." After watching the Milan people go away, Yuan Yeo said to Luo Hong with a suspicious face, "There is no problem with the technique, but it is not completely fine. The practice of the Great Five Element Sage technique requires external assistance, which I felt when I was practicing the first level, and in subsequent practice, this demand will become more and more difficult to meet. The Milan people have had this technique for many years, and I'm afraid that the spiritual materials I need are in their hands. As long as Luo still wants to practice this technique, he will inevitably have to deal with the Milan people." Haha, this is the real reason why the Master Zhang was sure that Luo would choose to put aside the past grudges and make peace. This is an open conspiracy that the Milan people have been operating for many years, and there is no loophole. It's amazing. Luo Hong nodded slowly, admiring the other party's wisdom. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, The Four Great Masters. Won't Brother Luo be controlled by others in the future? Yuan Yao imagined that, if his cultivation resources were controlled by others, it would be a very uncomfortable thing. That's not necessarily true. There are always more solutions than problems. If the million people think that this method can influence Luo's attitude to a certain extent, then they are thinking too much. Luo Hong just roughly scanned the complete practice of the Great Five Element Tang Shengju and found that most of the spiritual materials required were extremely precious 5-element spiritual objects. If it were in ancient times, these spiritual materials would not be difficult to find, but in the human world today, even a superpower spanning a domain cannot gather them. But in Luo Hong's view, this is not a problem. The existence of the Soul Ascension method is destined to ensure that he will not lack high-level 5-element spiritual materials. Brother Luo is aware of this. Since the transfer order is false, should we go back to the Demon Sealing Palace now? Thinking that the million people's plan is likely to fail, Yuan Yao couldn't help but feel happy and asked about the next arrangements. Although the words of the Zhang Shenxi are logical, they cannot be trusted completely. What if it is just a delaying tactic, and he gathers the 4 Shenxi to block me in the Demon Sealing Palace? That will be very troublesome. After a moment of silence, Luo Hong looked at the ancient treasure of the flower basket and the purple city bag in his hand, and said with a smile, since we have been tricked out, we might as well take advantage of the situation, and make peace with the coalition forces. Of course, Luo Hong did not plan to go immediately, and still planned to avoid the doomed delaying war in Xianshan City. In the more than 1 month in between, Luo Hong planned to take Yuan Yao to travel around, and let her appreciate the beautiful scenery of Xianshan. While Luo Hong and Yuan Yao were laughing and talking here, the million people were in a gloomy mood. They really lost both their wife and their troops on this trip. After flying thousands of miles in one breath, the incarnation of Master Zhang suddenly said, "You should not encounter any danger on your way back from here. I will escort you here and go ahead." As soon as the voice fell, the elegant middle-aged figure disappeared in a flash of white light. The next moment, he appeared in a huge camp outside the city of Xianshan. In the underground stone chamber, Master Zhang's main body was discussing the next battle with the other 3 people. Sensing the return of the incarnation, his face suddenly changed, and he turned his head and said in a deep voice, "The other party is just a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. How could he let you show up? Is there someone behind the cultivator named Luo? It's hard to describe what happened here. You should see it yourself." The incarnation closed his eyes as he spoke. Master Zhang was stunned at first, then he cast a spell and closed his eyes as well. After a moment, he woke up with a look of shock on his face, but he had already read the memory of the incarnation in its entirety. He immediately understood the meaning of the incarnation's words. If he told this matter, no one would believe it. "Brother Zhang, what happened? Why did you change your color? Will it affect the war in the near future?" In the stone room, the skinny old man standing in the first place, who was suspected to be the leader of the 4 great divine masters, frowned and asked when he saw the expression of the divine master surnamed Zhang. Zhang thought it was just a small matter and could be solved with a little thought, so he didn't tell you 3. Now it seems that it was a big mistake. The divine master surnamed Zhang looked extremely regretful, which made the other 3 even more worried. One of the dwarfs, who was less than 4 feet tall, was the most impatient and said unhappily, "Brother Zhang, please speak frankly if you have something to say. We still have to discuss the matters of siege." "I'm sorry, 3 people." Zhang was a little out of control. This matter has to start from Zhang's discovery that someone has practiced the great 5-element Tang Shengju. After calming down, the divine master surnamed Zhang said with a serious face, "What? In the human world today, there are still people who can practice the great 5-element sage art." One of the 3 men, a handsome man in a brocade robe, shouted in surprise. The worried or impatient expressions of the skinny old man and the 4-foot dwarf instantly turned into surprise. The difficulty of practicing the great 5-element sage art, in addition to the many precious spiritual materials and elixirs required, is that the practitioner can only have the qualifications of 3 spiritual roots at most. It is impossible to practice it with 2 spiritual roots or above, because only the magicians with the cultivation level of the master or above have enough magical powers. to make up for the 2 missing 5 element in the body and reach the level of practicing the great 5 element sage art. The 4 people in the stone chamber know how slow the cultivation speed of the immortal cultivators with the qualifications of 3 spiritual roots is. It is rare to be able to practice to the level of the master with such qualifications. They are all people who have had great opportunities, and they must be quite old by then. How can they be distracted to practice a very difficult body training method? Cultivators with 4 spiritual roots can start practicing the great 5 element sage art at the Jinden stage, but most of them can only linger at the key refining stage, and very few can build a foundation. The Jinden stage is simply out of their reach. Only in the ancient times, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, and cultivators with multiple spiritual roots could practice at a relatively acceptable speed, did the great 5 element sage art have a suitable soil. Therefore, when the 3 men in brocade robes heard that someone in the world had practiced the great 5 element sage art, they were extremely shocked. However, after being shocked, a fierce light appeared in the eyes of the 3 men, and they were obviously ready to kill. As if he saw what the 3 people were thinking, Master Zhang sighed and said, "You 3 don't have to think about that. I have already given that person the complete inheritance of the great 5 element sage secret." Hearing this news, the skinny old man and the other 3 masters were not as shocked as Len Yun. They all frowned at the same time, and the skinny old man said in a deep voice, "In this case, the opponent's magical power is so great that even we can't do anything about it. To be honest, the opponent is just a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul in Cheyenne, but his magical power is not only extremely powerful, but I can't see any trace of him. Just half a month ago, Zhang sent 3 great masters in the clan and Master Len of the Holy Temple to ambush and capture this person. Unexpectedly, after being ambushed, the opponent not only did not flee immediately, but fought back brazenly, defeating 2 great masters in just 1 round, and the other great master was dragged by his spirit beast. Master Len, who was hiding in the dark, launched a surprise attack, but was attacked by his companions instead, and his magic power was imprisoned by someone using the heavenly ghost possession technique. As he spoke, the divine master surnamed Zhang used his secret technique to reproduce the scene at that time into a jade slip, and passed it to the skinny old man and the other 2 to look at. After reading it, the 3 were speechless for a long time. After a long silence, the skinny old man suddenly said to the 4-foot dwarf, "Brother B, what do you think of this person's consciousness? My niece's birthday is coming up, so I went out to eat, so I'm a little late today. Sorry." Chapter 386 Xian'ai City. Although the 4-foot dwarf is not good looking, the Tang Shenju he practices is a rare technique that can enhance spiritual consciousness, so he is the one with the strongest spiritual consciousness among the 4 great divine masters. The skinny old man was particularly afraid of Luo Hong's ability to forcibly break the holy soul ban, so he asked specifically, since this person has such magical powers, he is probably no less than me in terms of spiritual consciousness. The dwarf surnamed B had a solemn expression. Although he felt extremely incredible in his heart, he had to admit it. In this case, this person is a body, a law, and a god. He has practiced all 3. Could it be that he is an old monster who ran out of a forbidden area or an ancient seal? Practicing both the body and the law and the god is a path that only people with extraordinary talents dare to try. Practicing all 3 is undoubtedly digging one's own grave. Such a genius only appeared 1 or 2 in ancient times. The man in brocade robes knew this very well, so he made this inference. Whether this person is a contemporary genius or a relic of the past, he is a person that our clan must avoid provoking. Brother Zhang, what was his attitude after you took the initiative to hand over the inheritance? The skinny old man pondered for a moment and asked the Zhang surnamed divine master. After 2 meetings, Zhang believes that this person is not a radical person, but is unusually calm in his behavior. As soon as Zhang showed his sincerity, he gladly accepted it. Of course, this is also because we did not really cause him any harm. In addition, this person promised not to participate in the next war between our clan and Cheyenne. After frowning and thinking for a while, the Zhang surnamed divine master said very seriously, "Well, if this person can keep his promise, then he really doesn't take the previous conflict to heart. The spiritual objects stored in the temple for thousands of years will have a place to use, and maybe this person will become a great help to our tribe in the future. Brother Zhang, if this is really possible, you should be the first to make a difference by turning disaster into blessing. The skinny old man agreed with the way Master Zhang handled the matter and nodded at him. What if this person breaks his promise and insists on being an enemy of our tribe? The man in brocade robe frowned and considered the worst case scenario. The skinny old man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, then use the power of the holy bad to kill this man during the battle. At that time, even if I risk my life, I will create opportunities for the holy bird. The other three saw the determination in the skinny old man's eyes. After a moment of silence, the divine master surnamed Zhang said again, in addition, the cultivator surnamed Han who can drive the evil repelling divine thunder as this man's junior brother. The two seemed to be inseparable. Before leaving, he deliberately took away the two treasures lost by the cultivator surnamed Han. Zhang thinks we should change the original strategy to deal with the cultivator surnamed Han. Since there is such a relationship, the cultivator surnamed Han will be fully handed over to the demon cultivators of the Yin Luo sect to deal with. Regarding the evil repelling divine thunder, the sect master Fang will most likely take the initiative to bring up this matter. The skinny old man made a decision easily. At this point, the topic about Luo Hong came to an end, and the four people discussed the siege again. A few months later, on the border of Yu State near Xianan, the four major forces gathered their manpower and used their great magical powers to build a large stone city overnight as a temporary base to fight against the magicians. All the coalition forces of Xianan gathered in this city, so there were many escape lights in the sky, including high-level cultivators that are rarely seen on weekdays. Brother Luo, there are probably hundreds of thousands of cultivators in this city. The scale of this war is much more intense than the battle between the Star Palace and the Anti-Star Alliance in the Chaos Star Sea. Yuan Yao's voice sounded in Luo Hong's body. The cultivation level of the immortal cultivators in the city is above the foundation building stage. Although their number only accounts for a small part of the entire Xianan, they already represent most of the combat power of the entire Xianan. Luo Hong had never seen such a spectacular scene before, and he was amazed. At this moment, a escape light came straight to Luo Hong from below, and the voice came before the person arrived. Brother Luo, why are you here suddenly? Is there something wrong with the sect? The person who came was Luo Hong's senior brother, Linghu Patriarch. Brother Linghu, don't worry. There is nothing wrong with the sect. Before I came, I had already told you to close the gate and be on high alert. Seeing that Elder Linghu looked worried, Luo Hong hurriedly explained. Could it be that the alliance is recruiting you? But how come I haven't received any news? Elder Linghu felt relieved and asked suspiciously. Brother, do you really have no news at all? Luo Hong pretended to be surprised, then took out the coalition's communication talisman and said, Junior brother, it was because he received this talisman that he immediately sealed the demon palace. After taking the talisman, Elder Linghu was shocked and said, this is a batch of talismans that the coalition lost before, and it has been announced that they will stop using it. Junior brother, this one is probably the work of the Milan people. Junior brother Luo, did you encounter any ambushes along the way? So that's how it is. I was wondering why this transfer order came so suddenly. Luo Hong first showed a look of realization, then smiled complacently and said, brother, don't worry. When Luo received this talisman, he realized that there was something fishy about it, so he deliberately took a long detour and deliberately delayed for a few days. After receiving the news of the fall of Xianshan City, he lay dormant for a month to observe the situation, and then fled to this city after hearing the news. Therefore, there was no danger along the way. Haha, junior brother is really cautious. This time he was able to escape without any danger, but he should be celebrated. Just when I received the sound transmission from my junior brother, I was drinking with several fellow Taoists. Why don't you join us? Elder Linghu knew that Luo Hong had offended the Mulan people, so it was understandable that he was targeted like this, so he didn't ask any more questions and pulled Luo Hong to escape downwards. A moment later, the two came to a pavilion. As soon as they entered the door, a boy in the room laughed and said, Brother Linghu, This should be the wealth attracting elder of your Huangfeng Valley, right? Oh. Does this Taoist friend know Luo? Luo Hong looked at the other person with doubts. Seeing that although his body was like a boy, he was a real nascent soul cultivator, he roughly guessed his identity. Haha, brother Luo's talisman business is almost all over Xianan, and his portrait is hung everywhere. Who in Xianan doesn't know Lord Hong? A white-haired old man sitting next to the boy said with a little hostility and sarcasm. Haha, junior brother Luo is good at talismans and formations, and he has indeed earned some spiritual stones for our sect. Eldling who laughed, easing the strange atmosphere, and introduced the people in the room to Luo Hong. There were not many people in the room. In addition to Luo Hong and Elderling Hu, there were only 6 people, but they were all cultivators above the nascent soul stage, and they came from the 4 major forces in Xianan. The boy who spoke first was the Fire Dragon Master of the Ancient Sword Sect of the Heavenly Dao League. The white-haired old man who spoke with obvious jealousy was Zhu Changjing of the Water Shadow Sect of the Heavenly Dao League. The Water Shadow Sect was also a sect famous for making talismans, and naturally they were jealous of Luo Hong's current business and his current reputation. Brother Luo's methods of doing this talisman business really make me admire. However, I'm more interested in Brother Luo's magical power to destroy people's souls thousands of miles away. A big man from the 9 Nations Alliance said with a flashing look in his eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking. It's just a minor trick that uses formations, not worth mentioning. Luo Hong chuckled and said perfunctorily, my junior brother is only proficient in miscellaneous studies such as talismans and formations, and is not good at direct fighting, so his magical powers look a bit strange, and his reputation has been spread a bit by misunderstanding. Eldling who knew a little about Luo Hong's abilities, but he immediately heard Luo Hong's intention to hide his incompetence, so he agreed. I think Brother Luo's reputation has not been spread by misunderstanding. Brother Luo saved my junior brother Zhanghan before, and I would like to thank him in advance. However, another cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul suddenly bowed politely. This person was the great elder of the Yuling sect, Dongman II. Fellow Daoist Dongman, you are too kind. We were just helping each other at that time. We were able to escape from danger thanks to that Buddhist practitioner. Han Shiquan fell into a coma early, and Han Yunzi was told by him not to reveal too much about him, so Luo Hong still wanted to hide his strength. After all, he didn't want to participate in the war. Chapter 387 Refining Treasures. Everyone present couldn't help but show curiosity when they heard the conversation between the two, but seeing that neither of them meant to say more about the matter, they could only suppress their curiosity. Haha, if we talk about who has the greatest reputation recently, we have to mention Elder Han of the Cloud Sect. Brother Lu, have you heard any news about Elder Han recently? The Fire Dragon boy asked with envy on his face. Haha, junior brother Han should still be healing in his hiding place, and there is no news. Luo, the Grand Elder of the Falling Cloud Sect, smiled hard. He was in a very happy mood these days. Who would have thought that the Yuanying Elder that his sect had picked up for free was actually a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in the world of cultivation. Elder Han of the Falling Cloud Sect? What amazing things did this fellow Taoist do? Zhu Changjing arrived only 2 days earlier than Luo Hong, and had just arrived in Xianai City. He didn't know much about the things in the city, so he asked in doubt. Brother Lu's junior brother Han, with his cultivation in the early stage of the nascent soul, escaped the pursuit of Master Mulan. Moreover, the other party specifically mentioned his magical powers, which were better than those of a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. The Fire Dragon boy responded excitedly, as if Han Li was his disciple of the Ancient Sword Sect. Brother Lu, is your junior brother really that powerful? Zhu Changjing turned to Luo with a surprised look on his face and asked. I don't know about this, but since Master Mulan said so, it should be true. Although Luo had already determined this matter in his heart, he did not dare to speak too confidently. Because this Daoist Han has become very famous recently, I specially sent someone to investigate. It turned out that Daoist Han was originally a cultivator from the Yellow Maple Valley. He is only over 200 years old now. He is really young and promising. When Dongman 2 said this, Luo's face suddenly became 3 times uglier. He came here today to test the Linghu Patriarch. Now that this has been exposed, what can he do? Brother Luo, according to the time calculation, you and Aoist Han should be disciples of the same period. Are you familiar with him? Dongmantu's words drew everyone's attention to Luo Hong again. Seeing that even the eyes of Linghu Patriarch were on him, Luo Hong couldn't keep a low profile anymore, and nodded gently, saying, I have known junior brother Han since I was a disciple of the key refining stage, and we are close friends. A few years ago, I met him, and had a drink, and talked about Taoism. As for junior brother Han's magical powers, Luo dared to say that none of the black-robed monks among the Mulan people would be his opponent. For this, Luo, as a senior brother, feels deeply inferior. Anyway, Han Lao Mo was bound to participate in the war, and Luo Hong was not afraid of the impact of pushing him to the forefront. With Han Lao Mo in front, I, a weak senior brother who is only proficient in talismans and formations, would be inconspicuous. Junior brother Luo, why have you never told me about this? Does junior brother Han have any intention of coming back? Linghu Patriarch asked quickly with a reproachful look on his face. He was also a little bit crazy because of what happened before, and when he saw an Ascent Soul cultivator, he wanted to go to the Yellow Maple Valley. Luo's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but curse Linghu Patriarch for being shameless. He was still in his Loyan sect, but he was anxious to call his junior brother. I don't think junior brother Han means that. He said that he is doing well in Loyan sect. The two senior brothers treat him very well. He plans to stay in Loyan sect in the future. Luo Hong hurriedly explained, so as to avoid a rift between Han Lao Mo and Luo, and avoid twists and turns in the future. Haha, junior brother Han is really a person who knows how to repay kindness. It's worth the sincere heart of me and my senior brother. Luo was overjoyed when he heard this, and laughed loudly regardless of Linghu Patriarch's gradually green face. After that, everyone talked about the topic of Han Lao Mo, and Luo Hong, who was new and only proficient in miscellaneous studies, gradually lost his sense of existence. When the chat was almost over, the Linghu Patriarch held a small trade fair as usual. Luo Hong exchanged the scales of a level 7 Flood Dragon for 2 materials for spiritual ascension, which was considered a small gain. As soon as the trade fair ended, the party dispersed. Luo Hong came to his own room and dismissed the foundation building monk who led him. Then, he took out the forbidden token and input mana to open all the restrictions in the room. Then, he cast a few more forbidden spells himself, and then sat cross-legged on the bed with peace of mind. With a thought, a pale stone and 2 silver shotguns appeared in front of Luo Hong. At this time, a green smoke floated out from Luo Hong's dantian, and after swirling, it revealed Yuan Yao's graceful figure. Brother Luo, didn't you destroy this broken magic cone? Why do you still keep it? Luo Hong's mouth curled up when he heard the words, and then pointed his sword, and a golden stream of light flew out from his sleeve, which was the golden moon flying knife. This treasure was obtained from the old monster Xianhan. Although it is not an ancient treasure, it is the strongest treasure that Luo Hong has ever seen in terms of sharpness, because the old monster Xianhan not only added Jingjin, but also other rare spiritual objects when refining it. Therefore, in terms of sharpness, it is the strongest treasure that Luo Hong has ever seen. The golden moon flying knife circled around the pale stone for a few times, and the stone broke into pieces, revealing the devil-breaking cone that had lost its spiritual power. After refining the petrified demon eye into one of the 10,000 phases of the divine eye, Luo Hong studied it. Although he has not fully understood it, he has figured out that the petrified divine light is related to the descending spirit. When Luo Hong used it to deal with the devil-breaking cone, he deliberately controlled the strength and did not completely destroy it. At that time, he did not think of hiding anything and let the Milan people mistakenly think that this treasure had been completely petrified. It was just a coincidence. Otherwise, the Zhang surnamed Divine Master would have taken away such a powerful devil-breaking treasure. The power of these 2 silver shotguns was average, and the Zhang surnamed Divine Master did not even look at it at that time. Although the thunder produced by this treasure is of average power and useless to me, it also has the property of breaking magic. It should be specially prepared for my magic weapon. it seems that it can be used. As he said this, Luo Hong stretched out his hands and grabbed a silver shotgun each. Then a white light flashed in his hands, and a wailing sound was heard. The next moment, with a crisp sound, lightning flashed in Luo Hong's hands. Throwing away the remains of the silver shotguns, Luo Hong pinched out 2 silver white lightning beads. Brother Luo, even if you don't like this pair of shotguns, you don't have to destroy it. It's also good to use it to exchange for some spiritual materials and spiritual stones. Yuan Yao said with a look of heartache on her face. She was born as a cultivator of a small sect and hated the waste of spiritual stones the most. This pair of lightning beads is the essence of this treasure, accounting for 80% of its value. Luo took it out and planned to refine it with this magic breaking cone to strengthen its power again. Luo Hong turned his head to look at Yuan Yao and explained with a chuckle. Isn't this easy? Yuan Yao was slightly stunned and said subconsciously. It's not difficult, it's just a general operation. Chapter 388, my senior brother goes, so does I. The refining of the demon breaking cone did not last too long. After more than 10 days, Luo Hong sent it into his dungeon and began to nourish it with the infant fire. It would take several years for it to recover its peak strength, and there was no rush. Just a few days after Luo Hong finished, the 9-Nation Alliance made arrangements for him. Since Luo Hong's ability was to make talismans and set up formations, in Wei Wuer's opinion, the formation set up by Luo Hong could even kill Master Mulan. Therefore, Luo Hong was naturally assigned the task of setting up the formation in Xianai City. Of course, the materials for setting up the formation must be provided by the Alliance, and Luo Hong only needed to contribute. And because of the friendly relationship between the 9-Nation Alliance and the Mulan Grassland, the victory or defeat of this war was the most important. So the materials for setting up the formation were rarer and rarer, and they completely brought out all their assets. This made Luo Hong very happy. In addition to theoretical deduction, practical operation is also very important for the improvement of the art of formation. With such a good opportunity, he worked so hard to set up the formation that Wei Wuer even encouraged him. In this way, Luo Hong stayed in Xianai City for half a year. Most of the large formations in the city were set up by him, and he had a small reputation. In addition, due to his performance in the past 6 months, it has been proven that his role in logistics is much greater than that in the front battlefield. Therefore, in the several small-scale conflicts with the Mulan people in the past 6 months, the Alliance did not dispatch him to participate in the war. In this way, his purpose of avoiding war was naturally achieved. In a gorgeous pavilion in Xianai City, Luo was talking with 2 giant and elders of Luo sect in the hall. His face was full of worry, and it was obvious that he was worried about something. At this moment, the door of the hall slowly opened, and a figure stepped in. Luo took a look, and said with a smile, Junior Brother Han, you finally came out of retreat. Did you accomplish your goal this time? Luo knew that Han Li was retreating to prepare for the upcoming war, so he asked this question. Although I didn't accomplish my goal, it's almost there. Senior brother, how is the situation now? Han Li chuckled and said, it was obvious that he had gained a lot from this retreat. The Mulan magicians have begun to attack several large formations on the periphery, but it seems that the progress is not smooth. These formations arranged by Daoist fellow Huang Fenggu Luo are quite tricky. However, no matter how mysterious these formations are, they can't withstand the continuous and forced consumption of the magic army day and night. It's only a matter of time before they are broken. I guess the day when the formation is broken is the day when the war will start. Luo's face became serious, and he said seriously, the Mulan people must have been prepared to break the formation with such a big battle. Then how are our manpower arranged? They should be almost ready, right? Han Li asked slowly with a flash in his eyes. Thanks to those great formations, the coalition army is better prepared than expected and can fully respond to the battle. Because the war is about to break out, the 3 great cultivators decided to hold a meeting tomorrow, only inviting cultivators above the middle stage of the nascent soul to participate, but they specifically asked me to go as well. What do you think? Luo looked at Han Li with a tangled look on his face. He knew that, if the other party attended the meeting, it would bring many benefits to Luo sect, not to mention the future. Even now, his disciples of Luo sect can be arranged in a slightly backward position, greatly reducing casualties in the war. But the three great cultivators asked Han Li to attend the meeting by name. Presumably they had a dangerous mission to give him. Luo did not want to risk losing Han Li, the supreme elder who could at least make Luo sect prosperous for 1,000 years, for the sake of the immediate benefits. Since the three great cultivators have given Han such faith, then Han will go. Senior brother, I will leave all the disciples in the sect to you to take care of. After the battle at Uanglang Mountain, Han Li also recognized his current strength. With the evil repelling divine thunder, the purple Luo extreme fire, and a number of treasures, he was confident that he could defeat an opponent in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Even a late stage cultivator would not be able to stop him. Therefore, the skilled and courageous Han Li decided to take advantage of this battle, to collect some Zhengjin, in order to refine the great Zheng sword formation. Han Li had made his decision, and Luo had nothing to say, and began to introduce the Cheyenne cultivators who would attend the meeting tomorrow. The next day, Han Li attended the pre-war meeting held by the three great cultivators on time. In the hall, except for Han Li, everyone's cultivation was above the middle stage of the nascent soul, so when they saw Han Li, whether they knew him or not, they all thought of Elder Han of the Luo sect who was in the limelight recently. All those who can cultivate to the middle stage of the nascent soul are old monsters, and there are many who have deep hatreds with each other, so the atmosphere in the hall is very subtle. If it weren't for the three people in the center of the hall, Cheyenne might have an internal conflict before the million people came. The only ones who can suppress a group of middle stage nascent soul cultivators are undoubtedly the great cultivators in the late stage of the nascent soul. Han Li glanced at them, recalling Luo's introduction yesterday, and identified the three people in his mind. The aura of the black-robed man is cold and sharp. He should be the great elder of the Hehuan sect, the old demon Hehuan. The green-haired old man has obvious characteristics. He is the leader of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, Wei Wuya, and the Taoist with a sword on his back must be the Xiang master of the Righteous Alliance. Because the war was imminent, the three cultivators didn't have much nonsense. Seeing that everyone had arrived, they said what they wanted to discuss this time. In simple terms, the million people threatened to hold 10 gambling wars during the war with the captured monks in their hands, and the main purpose of this gathering was to select the 10 people who would participate in the gambling wars. At this time, anyone with a little intelligence could see that there must be something fishy about this so-called gambling war, not to mention that the people present were all old and sophisticated Yuanying monsters. Therefore, when the three great monks told everyone about this, no one volunteered to stand up. Fortunately, the three great monks had expected this scene, and immediately used inducements to get several Yuanying monsters to agree to this. When Han Li saw Master Xiang's eyes moved to him, he had an epiphany in his heart. Sure enough, the other party said the word Zhengjin as soon as he opened his mouth. Friend Han, we can meet your demand for Zhengjin. I wonder if you are willing to contribute to our Cheyenne Xiuxin world? Han Li couldn't help but ponder when he heard this. He was naturally eager for Zhengjin, but he cared even more about his own life. This gambling battle was too strange, so he couldn't help but hesitate. After hesitating for a while, he suddenly responded, if senior brother Luo participates in the gambling battle, Han will also participate. Master Xiang was stunned when he heard this. Obviously he didn't know who senior brother Luo Han Li was talking about. Instead, Wei Wuya on the side exclaimed lightly, frowned and asked, are you talking about senior brother Luo Han from Huangfeng Valley? That's right. Han Li nodded in response. Although senior brother Luo is proficient in formations and talismans, he is not good at direct combat like gambling battles. Why would senior brother Han make such a request? Wei Wuya was even more confused, and his eyes flickered. Han Li was stunned immediately, thinking that the other party didn't know senior brother Luo's magical powers. Did senior brother Luo never show it, or did he deliberately hide it? After 100 thoughts, Han Li felt that it should be the latter, and his mouth couldn't help but feel bitter. I seem to have cheated senior brother Luo. Outside Xianai City, in a large formation with shining spiritual light, Luo Hong was directing a group of giant cultivators to make the final adjustments to the formation. After a moment, Luo Hong checked it in midair, and after confirming that it was correct, he asked the cultivators to withdraw from the formation. After taking out the formation plate and casting a spell on it, Luo Hong looked at the formation nervously. Black and white air gushed out from the two formation eyes, and in an instant, a huge air mass that looked like a Teikai double fish diagram was formed above the formation. As the air mass rotated slightly, the soil and rocks in the formation slowly floated into the air, and also rotated with the air mass. It's done. It's done. What a mysterious formation. Senior Luo is really amazing. I feel that my understanding of the way of formation has deepened a bit. The giant and cultivators who participated in the formation shouted excitedly. Luo Hong smiled, nodded with satisfaction, and handed the array plate to a monk of the Nine Nations Alliance beside him, saying, "This Kyankan reversal array is complete. If the million people drive those giant beasts to attack the city from here, they will definitely have a good drink. You take the array plate back." "Yes, Senior Luo." The man took the array plate very respectfully and then fled to the city. "Brother Luo, is it really okay for you to use the resources of the Alliance to comprehend the way of yin and yang balance for personal gain?" Seeing that Luo Hong had become the object of worship of a group of Cheyenne array masters, Yuan Yao, who knew his purpose well, said jokingly, "What's wrong with that? Although Luo has some selfish motives, the large array he set up is real." Luo Hong raised his eyebrows and transmitted his voice. However, he knew the outcome of this battle. The million people could not reach Xianai City, and the large array he set up was destined to be wasted. During this period, Luo Hong's only contribution to the Xianan Xiuxin world was his guidance to a group of giant and stage array masters. Just as Luo Hong was about to seize the last bit of time before the war, to continue to contribute to the Xianan Xiuxin world, a sound transmission note came straight at him. Wei Wuer's exclusive sound transmission note. Why is he looking for me at this time? With doubt, Luo Hong activated the sound transmission note. After hearing the content, the corners of his mouth twitched immediately, and Yuan Yao was already laughing so hard in his body that he couldn't straighten his waist. "Han Lao Mo, don't mess with me. Haha, Brother Han still trusts Brother Luo. He actually said that he would only participate if Brother Luo participated in the gambling battle. Brother Luo, I'm afraid you can't escape this time." Yuan Yao knew Luo Hong's ability very well. He didn't worry at all that Luo Hong would be in danger of his life after being dragged into the water by Han Li. He immediately gloated heartlessly. "It's my fault for not informing Junior Brother Han in advance. Well, since Alliance Leader Wei has sent a message in person, I have to go and take a look." Luo Hong laughed dumbly. He didn't expect that all his plans would be ruined by a single sentence from old Demon Han. Luo Hong now only wanted to say 2 words to old Demon Han. Bullfrog. Chapter 389 Border War. When Luo Hong flew to the gathering hall, the old monsters who had attended the meeting had all left. Only a few people were left in the hall, among whom were Wei Wuer and Han Li. In addition, there was a woman with a frosty face and Master Zhengyang, who were discussing something on the side. "Brother Luo, I haven't seen you for several years. How are you doing recently?" Han Li greeted Luo Hong as usual when he saw him coming. "Thank you for your concern, brother. I hope you are doing well." After Luo Hong responded casually, he bowed to Wei Wuer and asked, "I wonder why Alliance Leader Wei specially called me here?" "Dao Luo, I'm sorry to trouble you this time." Although Wei Wuer was a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, he was very polite to Luo Hong at the moment, and said with a guilty look on his face. After all, with Luo Hong's attainments in formation, he would be treated as a distinguished guest, no matter which force he went to. It was natural for Wei Wuer to show respect to him. Then, Wei Wuer informed Luo Hong about the gambling fight with the Mulan people. "Alliance Master Wei, you don't want me to participate in the gambling fight, do you?" Luo Hong asked in surprise, glancing at Han Lao Mo. "Of course not. The gambling fight between us and the Mulan people must be carried out on the ring. Both sides can leave restrictions on the ring. If the Milan people tamper with the restrictions, the Taoist friends who participate in the gambling fight will be in danger. Although this possibility is not great, after all, the gambling fight was initiated by the Milan people, and there is no guarantee that there is no conspiracy, so we can't let go of any place where there may be tampering. If it weren't for Han Daoyao's reminder, we almost forgot that Daoyao Luo is the most suitable person to do this in the whole Xianan. Wei Wuya first stated the pros and cons with a worried look on his face, and then looked at Luo Hong with trust. Leader when he wants Luo Hong to be responsible for the inspection of the prohibitions on the day of the gambling fight, Luo Hong said thoughtfully. It seems that Han Lao is quite spiritual. He realized in time that he had cheated me and took some measures to save me from being completely cheated. That's right. Of course, the Alliance will not let Daoist Luo work in vain. Whether it is spiritual materials or elixirs, Daoist Luo, please feel free to ask for what you need. Wei Wuya waved his hand and said generously. At this point, Luo Hong couldn't refuse. He immediately ordered several spiritual materials needed to practice the Great Five Element Tang Shengju, and agreed to the matter. Haha, Daoist Han. Daoist Luo has agreed, so what about the gambling fight? Wei Wuya nodded with satisfaction, and turned to look at Han Li. I will do my best. Han Li responded immediately. After getting a satisfactory answer, Wei Wuya and Han Lao made a deal of Zhengjin in front of Luo Hong. Wei Wuya, who unexpectedly obtained the 8th level poisonous dragon scales, was even more delighted. After chatting with the two casually, he hurried back to refine the poison in the poisonous dragon scales to increase the power of his poison skills. Luo Hong followed Han Li all the way to his residence. After Han Lao opened the restriction, he immediately complained, Junior brother Han, you really screwed me this time. Junior brother is indeed reckless this time. The main reason is that junior brother thinks that with senior brother's magical powers, participating in the gambling battle is equivalent to getting compensation from the Alliance for free, and junior brother can also feel more at ease without considering senior brother's plan. If it is convenient, can senior brother tell junior brother why you don't want to participate in the battle? Han Li was very curious about the reason why Luo Hong was hiding his shortcomings. After all, no egg can be left intact when the nest is overturned, and Luo Hong is not alone. He couldn't understand why he was so passive in avoiding the battle. It's because of this. As he said, Luo Hong took out the 2 treasures of Han Lao. This is it. Han Li's eyes widened immediately, and he subconsciously wanted to distance himself from Luo Hong. After all, his ancient treasure of flower basket and purple city bag had been taken away by Mulan Divine Master before, and now they appeared in Luo Hong's hands, which made him have some associations. Luo Hong knew that Han Lao was a suspicious person, so he didn't keep him in suspense and explained immediately, I was ambushed by 4 great masters of the Milan people before, and one of them was the Milan saint who fought with you in Huanglang Mountain. Brother, did you kill the Milan saint? Han Li was even more shocked and asked hurriedly, but then he thought it was not right. If the Milan saint died, it would be impossible for there to be no movement. Although I defeated the 4 great masters with the help of Miss Yuan, and killed the physical body of one of them, the incarnation of the divine master surnamed Zhang appeared, and made a deal with me. The conditions proposed by the other party are absolutely impossible for me to refuse. After weighing it, I finally let the remaining 3 go, and promised not to participate in this battle. The 2 treasures of junior brother are also part of the deal. Although Luo Hong did not specify what the conditions were, Han Li could guess that it must be something important related to his future path of cultivation that could make him fight to the death one moment and stop the next. After a little thought, he understood Luo Hong. The Milan people had captured the resources that senior brother Luo needed for cultivation, so they should not be enemies. If senior brother appears on the battlefield, will it cause unnecessary trouble? If I just show up, but don't take action, I think it will be within the range that the other party can accept. Before completely gathering the resources needed to practice the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju, Luo Hong had to consider the feelings of the Milan people. Compared to Luo Hong, who knew the outcome, Han Li was obviously a little uncertain before such a large-scale war. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Luo, what do you think will be the outcome of this war? Brother Han, will our Cheyenne and cultivation world be destroyed by the million people in one battle?" Luo Hong poured himself a cup of tea and asked back, "Of course not. Although the major sects in Cheyenne are unprecedentedly united this time, each sect has almost left half of its disciples to guard the mountain gate. Even if they are defeated in this battle, they still have the power to rise again. The million people want to occupy the entire Cheyenne, which is definitely not something that can be done in one battle." Han Li analyzed with reason. "Then do you think the two Wu people, who have a blood feud with the million people for thousands of years, will watch the million people recuperate in Cheyenne, where the cultivation resources are more abundant?" Luo Hong took a sip of tea and said, "Of course not. Letting a tiger go back to the mountain is a foolish act. The two Wu people will certainly want to beat the million people to death with a stick." Han Li's eyes lit up as he spoke, and suddenly he realized, "Brother, what you mean is that the two Wu people will also participate in this war? This is the general trend, and there is no way to avoid it. Although the million people are aggressive now, they can't afford to lose. The worst result of this battle is not enough to hurt Cheyenne, but the million people are fighting for their lives. After the war, in order to deal with the two Wu people whose power has expanded to the entire grassland, the monks and magicians must form an alliance. The victory or defeat of this battle is only related to how much living space the million people can get in Cheyenne." To be honest, Luo Hong has always felt that the control of the million people is quite confusing. Obviously, they can't beat the worldly enemy two Wu people, but they don't come to form an alliance with Cheyenne, but instead attack fiercely and open up battlefields on both sides. Maybe this is the nature of the grassland people. More than 10 days later, hundreds of miles away from Cheyenne City, the sound of thunderous drums suddenly came from the camp of the magicians, and colorful spiritual lights kept appearing. Teams of magicians drove magic weapons and slowly pressed towards the border. In the war between the immortal cultivators, if there is no reinforcement, defending the city is the worst strategy. Because as long as the besieging party breaks the formation outside the city, they can set up their own formation and surround the entire city. Xingang enjoyed such treatment when he was alone guarding Xianxing Island. Therefore, as soon as the magicians moved, thousands of people began to emerge from the camp of the Cheyenne coalition. The drums in the formations of both sides kept whistling, and the precious light kept shining, as if they were two noisy and colorful waves. When they were more than 10 miles away, both sides stopped advancing at the same time, and an astonishing murderous aura broke out during the confrontation. Because the magic army had been fighting for many years, the discipline in the ranks was strict, and everyone was silent. In comparison, the number of monks is slightly larger, but the discipline is much worse. There are many people talking in the queue, and some even leave the team at will. Luo Hong was suspended above 1,000 monks array, thinking silently. When both sides stood still, 3 escape lights flew out from each camp. They were the 3 great masters of the million people and the 3 great monks of Cheyenne. After some negotiations, everything was irreversible. When the 3 great monks turned around, Luo Hong received a sound transmission note asking him to go to the arena used for gambling. The restrictions of the 10 arenas did not need to be arranged by Luo Hong himself. He only needed to confirm whether there were any problems with the restrictions set by the magician. Although he knew that the million people did not tamper with the restrictions, he did not slack off because of this. After all, if there was a problem, he would not be able to explain it in the future. At present, the war has not started, and the gambling fight is the most concerned thing for both sides. So as soon as Luo Hong appeared, he fell into the eyes of the Zhang surnamed Master and others. Seeing Luo Hong appear on the battlefield, Master Zhang's face darkened, thinking that Luo Hong had openly broken his promise and was determined to be an enemy of his Mulan clan. "Brother Zhang, please be patient. He doesn't seem to be one of the 10 people who participated in the gambling fight." Although the skinny old man was also a little nervous just now, he found a clue after he counted the number of people from Cheyenne. Master Zhang was stunned when he heard the words, and then he calmed down and observed carefully. He found that Luo Hong just flew around the sky above the 10 arenas and retreated. He was relieved immediately. "Fellow Daoist ZHU, you seem to be very interested in that formation, Master. Is there something that Fang doesn't know? The black-robed man standing with the three great masters asked suspiciously with a green light in his eyes. Master Fang is overthinking. We are just afraid that this person will find something wrong with the ban, so we pay more attention to it. The skinny old man chuckled and responded. 90% of the secrets of my Yin Luo sect's blood Luo cover are all in the blood corpses that I have cultivated with great effort. There is only a little bit of auxiliary in the prohibition. A mere Cheyenne cultivator will definitely not be able to see any clues. The black-robed man sneered, as if he believed it or not. The Milan people are actually very similar to the Jin Kingdom. The Luo Kingdom attacked the Jin Kingdom, the Jin Kingdom was defeated and attacked the Song Dynasty, and the Song Luo Dynasty destroyed the Jin Dynasty. I don't know what they were thinking. The brocade-robed man is the Milan people's new master, and now he is in hiding, so there are only 3 great masters in the open. Chapter 390, Two Demons Fighting. After both sides checked that everything was correct, the participants in the gambling fight fled to the ring. Except for Han Lao Mo, all the people on the Cheyenne side were cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and the Linup was extremely powerful. The Milan people sent out 10 black-robed people with strange auras, with a strong demonic aura on their bodies, and they all seemed to be demonic cultivators. Luo Hong was standing in front of the central ring, where Han Lao Mo was. When the black-robed man that Han Lao Mo was facing came within 100 feet of him, Luo Hong suddenly felt an itch in his eyebrows. Although he easily suppressed the abnormality in his eyebrows with a move of his mind, this short moment had already caused the black-robed man to behave abnormally. The demonic aura on the black-robed man was unstable for a while, and scarlet bloodlight pierced from under his hood. He seemed to be afraid of something, and hesitated to move forward. When Luo Hong suppressed the abnormal movement of the Wangxiang Divine Eye with his mind, he returned to normal. Seeing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but frown, but he didn't care much. After all, it was just a short moment of abnormality, and it was unlikely to be noticed by others. Although he didn't expect the abnormality of the black-robed people, he didn't feel strange. These black-robed people were actually blood corpses cultivated by Yin Luo sect with secret methods. The Wangxiang Divine Eye was in the blood raw phase at this time, so it was normal for them to react to them. But Luo Hong never expected that, because of the abnormality shown by the Zhang surnamed Divine Master and others, the Fang surnamed Sect Master of Yin Luo sect had already developed some interest in him, so he happened to see the abnormality of the blood corpses. And at that moment, he sensed the blood raw aura on Luo Hong through the blood corpses, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Madam, have you seen the formation master over there?" The black-robed man said to the black-robed woman beside him without looking away. "Are you talking about the white-faced monk in the early stage of the nascent soul?" The black-robed woman swept her phoenix eyes and stared at Luo Hong, who was slacking off. "Yes, I sensed the aura of blood raw on this person. I think he has some kind of rare treasure related to blood raw." The black-robed man's words were full of joy, and it was obvious that this blood raw thing was very important to him. I understand. If you can get this rare treasure, the power of your husband's magical power will increase greatly. I will treat that formation master well," the black-robed woman said with a smile, and her eyes revealed a little murderous intent. "Madam still understands me. However, the evil repelling divine thunder is more important. Madam, you need to give priority to this." The black-robed man's eyes flashed twice, and then he said in a voice transmission. While the two were talking, the 10 black-robed people on the ring suddenly exploded at the same time, turning into minced meat attached to the ring's restrictions. Before Han Li and others could react, they condensed into a blood and flesh cover, trapping them in it. This sudden change directly caused the Cheyenne side to temporarily lose the combat power of 10 mid-nascent souls, which can be said to be greatly weakened. Therefore, once this plan was completed, the magicians pressed forward in large numbers. Long Han, the commander of the Cheyenne Dao League, saw that the situation was not good, and immediately ordered the monks to prepare for the combined attack spells, and used various treasures to attack the magic army. The magic power stimulated by countless treasures such as Frost, Black Demon Wind, and Red Sun Firebirds were overwhelming the magic army. At this time, the magic army had just put up a protective spirit shield, and could only take this round of attacks. After finally getting through, the magic army was about to use spiritual arts to counterattack, but countless spiritual light pillars, magic fire and cold wind surged from various monks' arrays. Seeing this, the magic army could only focus on defense again. The skinny old man sitting in the center of the magic army saw this, and his face immediately darkened. It was just that the spiritual arts were stimulated a little slowly, and he fell into a passive situation of being beaten. This was something he never expected. However, the Milan people dared to challenge the Cheyenne and Zeuxan world, and naturally they had their capital. At that moment, the skinny old man ordered dozens of giant beasts to charge. These giant beasts were a wild and exotic species, with thick skin and flesh. In addition, the spiritual armor specially made for them by the Milan people made them even more difficult to kill. Once they rushed into the monks' formation, it would inevitably cause chaos. So Luo Hong immediately ordered to divert firepower and make sure to kill these giant beasts in front of the formation. In this way, the army of magicians regained vitality. The powerful spiritual arts stirred up the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around the battlefield and pressed towards the army of monks with a terrifying aura. The battle between hundreds of thousands of monks and magicians was extremely spectacular, and Luo Hong, who was in it, could not help but be distracted. Senior Luo, Uncle Han seems to be trapped. What should I do? The anxious shout of the woman surnamed Song brought Luo Hong back to his senses. Don't worry, let Luo try to break this ban. Because the Milan people were very confident in the blood cover, they did not send people to guard it, so the intensity of the battle near the arena was the lowest. Luo Hong escaped all the way to the blood cover without any hindrance. After investigating with his spiritual sense, he found that this thing was a layer of flesh and blood that could be continuously regenerated. There was no other way to break the ban, except to use his divine power to consume the essence contained in it. Of course, for Luo Hong, he could break all the 10 blood covers with just a glance, but he obviously would not do that. After a change of mind, Luo Hong began to continuously cast high-level talismans to attack the blood covers, and he was fishing in a very consistent way with his character. At this time, above the clouds, the black-robed man, the Zhang surnamed Divine Master, and the 4-foot dwarf were fighting fiercely with Wedi Wuire and the other two. However, when their cultivation reached this level, it would not be surprising if one side was not obviously stronger than the other, even if they fought for several days and nights. Therefore, both sides had the intention of balancing each other and kept a trace of divine consciousness to pay attention to the battle below. After all, compared with them, the battle below will be decided faster. The black-robed man of the Yin Luo sect practiced the Cheyenne True Demon art, which was an ancient magic art. He originally despised the magic art of the old demon Hehuan, but after the fight, he realized that the old demon Hehuan's magical power was not inferior to his, and his contempt for him was gone. The two fought fiercely for countless rounds, covering the sky with demonic energy, and the roar was endless. But when they stopped for a short time, there was no trace of fatigue on their faces, which showed the profound magic power of the late Yuanying cultivator. Your Excellency has such pure demonic energy. You are not practicing ancient magic arts, but you can still have such pure demonic energy. I think you have had some opportunities. However, no matter how pure the demonic energy is, it is not worth mentioning in front of the real demonic energy. As soon as the voice fell, the black-robed man was filled with demonic energy, and then a black beam of light shot out from his head and rushed straight into the sky. Amid the rumbling thunder, a huge and dark demonic cloud vortex quickly condensed. The old demon Hehuan would not wait for the other party to display his magical power. He immediately spread his arms and 6 streams of light shot out from his sleeves. After flying dozens of feet, they suddenly gathered in the center and turned into a purple magic blade that was 10 feet long. Before the black-robed man was cut, the magic sound emitted by the purple magic blade shook the black-robed man's mind, and many decadent images suddenly appeared in front of him. If it weren't for the black-robed man's head ring automatically lighting up with spiritual light to help him stabilize his mind, the magic cloud vortex above his head would have almost dissipated. Facing the purple magic blade that was about to be cut, the black-robed man's mind moved, and a huge dark red blood claw condensed out. Then, in a flash, he directly arrived in front of the purple magic blade, clasped his 5 fingers, and held the blade in his claws. With another force, the two of them were deadlocked in midair. The old demon Hehuan snorted coldly, and under the crazy urging of his magic power, a raging purple flame ignited on the purple magic blade. However, the huge blood claw was not afraid of the burning of the purple flame at all, but grasped the purple magic blade more and more forcefully. Soon, a sizzling sound rang out on the surface of the magic blade, and the fingertips of the huge blood claw slowly pierced into the blade. At this moment, the purple magic blade's breath was greatly reduced. The face of the old demon Hehuan suddenly changed, and in pain, he made it disperse into 6 magic knives again, and escape from the grasp of the bloody giant claw. Before he could do anything else, the light column gushing out of the black-robed man suddenly stopped, and a terrifying roar came from the magic cloud vortex above his head. Then a dark true demon energy gushed out from the center of the vortex, and penetrated directly from the top of the black-robed man's head. The black-robed man's face instantly showed a painful expression, and his appearance began to change. Tiny pale bone spurs drilled out from under his skin, and the green light in his eyes became more and more intense. The most important thing was that his breath soared, directly suppressing the old demon Hehuan. At this moment, although the old demon Hehuan was shocked by the opponent's magical power, he was not panicked. He stretched out his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, calling out a vermilion coffin. With a bang, the coffin board was opened by a huge force, and pink mist rolled out from it. Then a female mummy in a red skirt slowly sat up. The old demon Hehuan's face was fierce, and he bit his tongue without hesitation and spit out a blood arrow at the red skirt mummy. As soon as the blood touched the skin of the red skirt mummy, it was immediately absorbed into the body. The breath of this corpse began to rise urgently, and soon reached the middle stage of the nascent soul. With this strong support, even if the Dajan demon cultivator's cultivation level soared again, the old demon Hehuan had the confidence to check and balance the opponent. However, at this moment, a 5-color wheel suddenly appeared behind him and attacked his back. The old demon Hehuan immediately sensed the breath of a late-stage Yuanying cultivator and was horrified. Without thinking, he used his magic energy to cover his body and used his protective magic. The man in black robe was not surprised at all. He immediately laughed sinisterly and used the more powerful Shiansha blood claw. In an instant, the huge blood claw and the 5-color wheel slammed into the demonic energy group. With a loud rumbling sound, blood and colorful light flashed at the same time, and the entire demonic energy group was instantly shattered, revealing the slightly embarrassed figure of the old demon Hehuan. I saw a small brass tripod upside down on the head of the old demon Hehuan, scattering countless yellow light threads to protect him. With a puff, the old demon Hehuan suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly turned 3 points pale. Obviously, facing the combined attack of the two great cultivators, even he would inevitably be seriously injured. Chapter 391, Forced to take action. Who are you, and why did you attack me? Hehuan old demon was extremely surprised by this late-stage great cultivator who suddenly appeared, especially when he saw the other party's Mulan costume. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. The brocade-robed man stretched out his hand and held the 5-colored Dharma wheel in the air above his palm and said with a stern look, "I'm Shan Zhang, the 4th Divine Master of our clan. Haha, fellow Daoist Shan has just been promoted to the late stage, and his cultivation has not yet been consolidated. You dare to join our battle? Aren't you afraid of falling into a lower realm after being seriously injured?" Hehuan old demon had a sharp eye and saw through Shan Zhang's true and false and sneered immediately. "If it were only Shan, I would naturally be afraid of you, but now that sect Master Fang is by my side and you are now seriously injured, what should I be afraid of?" The brocade-robed man said with a fierce look in his eyes and murderous intent. "Don't waste your time talking to him. Repel him quickly and win this battle." Although the black-robed man was the leader of a sect, he was a demon cultivator after all. He had no psychological pressure at all when doing things like sneak attacks and bullying the weak with numbers. After that, the two of them used their magical powers to attack the Hehuan old demon. Although the Hehuan old demon used secret methods to suppress his injuries, he was still no match for the two of them. He soon fell into a disadvantage and his situation became precarious. Wei Wu'er and Xiang Shangren, who were far away, found his predicament. Although they were anxious in their hearts, they were entangled by the Mulan Divine Master on the opposite side and had no power to help. At this time, on the ground stage, Luo Hong was looking up at the sky with a solemn expression, and the action of playing the spirit talisman in his hand did not stop for a moment. Suddenly, the blood cover on the stage, where he was suddenly bulged out a big bag, and then exploded with a bang, and the green spirit flame gushed out from it. The next moment, a cyan light escaped from the rapidly closing gap, and Han Leomo's figure appeared above the blood cover. After using the blue fire thunder he refined to break the ban, Han Li immediately sensed Luo Hong's breath, but after just looking at him, he fled to other arenas, intending to rescue people in the same way. Luo Hong also just glanced at Han Leomo, and continued to pay attention to the fighting situation on the cloud. I was careless. I didn't expect that my words at the beginning would cause such a big change. If things go wrong, Xiaonan will really lose this time. Luo Hong frowned deeply and muttered to himself. In the original timeline, the mission of the newly promoted 4th Divine Master of Mulan was to kill Han Leomo, who was extremely threatening to the demon cultivators. But now it seems that because of him, the Mulan people have changed their strategy and chose to send him to sneak attack Heho and Leomo, intending to cause an imbalance between the two sides in terms of high-level combat power. The probability of failure in sneak attacking a great cultivator in the late Yuanying period is very high. But the leader of the Yin Luo sect was not just a name. His powerful magic skills put great pressure on the old demon Heho, forcing him to use dangerous secret techniques and temporarily restrain his mind, so that Xianzang could succeed in one strike. At present, although the old demon Heho is still holding on, it is obvious that he will not be able to hold on for long under the combined attack of the two great monks. Once the old demon Heho is defeated and escapes, the leader of the Yin Luo sect and Xianzang, who have lost their balance, will bring a devastating blow to the Xiaonan coalition. If they lose this battle, Xiaonan will definitely make greater concessions in the subsequent negotiations, which will have a huge impact on the overall situation in Xiaonan. This is likely to become the biggest timeline change since Luo Hong traveled through time. Although Luo Hong is not afraid of this, he still wants to avoid it as much as possible. After all, who doesn't want to be a prophet all the time? However, just as Luo Hong's thoughts turned rapidly, and he was considering how to make a move secretly, another change occurred. Not far away, a terrified female voice came to her ears. "You can't kill me. I'm the partner of the leader of the Yin Luo sect of the Jin Kingdom. If you kill me, this sect and you will never stop." As soon as the voice fell, the roar of the evil repelling thunder followed. When Luo Hong looked in the direction of the sound, she saw only a wisp of green smoke left after the nascent soul was reduced to ashes. It turned out that the one who replaced Xianzang to deal with Han Leomo was the wife of the leader of the Yin Luo sect. Isn't this a send-off? Who gave her the confidence? Luo Hong had some misunderstandings about this Madame Luo at this moment. She was not a mindless send-off, but came prepared. In fact, the leader Fang specially gave Madame Luo a powerful one-time magic weapon, so that she could deal with Han Leomo. However, because the Weeping Soul Beast released by Han Leomo caused too much damage to the bronze armored corpse group led by her, she was eager to stop Han Leomo, but unexpectedly revealed a flaw. Han Leomo used a thunder escape technique to get close to her. Before she could react, her body was destroyed by the evil repelling divine thunder. With only her nascent soul left, she was naturally no match for Han Leomo, and turned into ashes. "Who is it? Who killed my wife?" The furious voice of the black-robed man came from the sky above the clouds, and then a black shadow swooped down and headed straight for the place where the black-robed woman died. Behind him was the anxious shout of the brocade-robed man. "Master Fang, it's not too late to get rid of the Hehuan demon first, and then take revenge." Although the shouts were heard in his ears, the black-robed man ignored them. Even if the true demon energy infused into his body would temporarily increase his cultivation, it would also affect his temperament. Now the black-robed man was only thinking about avenging his wife, so he didn't care about the brocade-robed man. Besides, in his opinion, his revenge would only take a moment, and the brocade-robed man should have no problem holding on for a while. Of course, he would not explain all this to the other party. "Hehe, fellow Daoist Shan, now it's just you and me. As soon as the black-robed man left, the Heho, an old demon, who had been besieged by the two men and was furious, immediately urged his magic power, determined to take the opportunity to defeat the brocade-robed man. Seeing that he couldn't call the other party back, the brocade-robed man immediately performed a secret technique to temporarily stimulate his potential, even if it would greatly damage his vitality afterwards. He didn't care. In the previous fight, he had completely understood that he was no match for the Heho, an old demon, alone. Near the ring, after the old demon Han killed the black-robed woman who suddenly jumped out, he was about to use the green fire thunder to help her escape, but his consciousness sensed a domineering and tyrannical aura pressing towards him. Late nascent soul. Han Li was shocked, and with a flash of lightning, he performed the thunder escape technique, and escaped 1,000 feet in one breath. But the aura seemed to lock on him, and the speed of the flight was amazingly fast, and it was about to kill him. Knowing that he could not escape, Han Li immediately summoned a miniature mountain, and with a push of his magic power, he instantly made it grow to a distance of 100 feet, blocking him. The next moment, a huge roar suddenly exploded, and the black mountain transformed by the magic weapon trembled violently, as if it was about to be split apart. Moreover, no matter how much magic power he infused, he could not stop the black mountain from crashing into him. Just as Han Li was about to withstand the heavy blow, a figure flew to his side, and a white palm pressed on the mountain wall. Suddenly, Qian Chan Peak let out a wail, and black spiritual light kept flashing on the mountain, but it also stopped moving forward. After a breath, because it could not withstand the huge force at both ends, Qian Chan Peak suddenly flashed, and instantly returned to its original size, and flew back to the top of Han Luo's palm. Junior brother Han, you go and save others, and I will deal with this guy. Luo Hong looked solemnly at the black-robed man with demonic features who was 100 feet away, and said in a deep voice with a grim look in his eyes, "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 392, Zixio shows his power. Brother, the million people are there. Han Li was slightly stunned and said hesitantly, "Brother, I know what to do." "Junior brother, just go." Luo Hong stared at the black-robed man opposite him and said firmly, "In that case, take care." Han Li was not a fussy person. He immediately fixed his eyes and flew away. "Want to leave? Stay here." The black-robed man had a great grudge against Han Luo for killing his wife. How could he let him escape safely in front of him? He immediately waved his hand violently, and 3 black blades shot out and cut in front of Han Luo in an instant. At this moment, a tortoise-shell spirit shield suddenly blocked the black blade. When the two touched, they immediately made a sharp sound like grinding teeth. 3 deep cuts were cut on the shield, but it finally held up and was not cut into 4 pieces. When the power of the black blade was exhausted and dissipated, the spiritual light on the turtle shield was bright, and the 3 cuts were quickly smoothed out, as if it had never been attacked. This obstruction allowed Han Luo to successfully escape the attack range of the black-robed man. Suddenly, the green light in his eyes became stronger, and he was obviously extremely furious. "I wanted to deal with you later, but I didn't expect you to come and seek death. A mere cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul dared to hinder this sect master. Die." Luo Hong's repeated obstruction successfully angered the black-robed man, and he immediately decided to kill the insect in front of him that was blocking the way. Facing a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul, Luo Hong was still under great pressure. This kind of tyrannical existence has the magical power of moving mountains and filling the sea in the true sense. With the huge mana blessing alone, it can counter the physical strength of Luo Hong's hard work. The gap in the Kidao is even greater than words. At present, the only thing that can suppress Luo Hong's late stage cultivator is his Yuan Shen in the 6th deviation realm. Apart from that, there were only a few magical powers that could be relied upon in this battle. The reason why Luo Hong took such a big risk and fought against him was just to save Han Luo. The real purpose was to stabilize the situation and prevent Qianan from losing. After the black-robed man shouted, the silver headband on his head suddenly lit up, and then a huge spiritual consciousness gushed out. Many magicians and monks who were fighting nearby suddenly felt their souls shaken violently, unable to control their magic power, and fell to the ground from dozens of feet in the air. In an instant, the huge spiritual consciousness condensed into a silver giant axe, and immediately chopped it down at Luo Hong. If an ordinary Yuanying cultivator was hit by this giant axe, his Yuanying would be destroyed immediately, and he would die. But at this time, Luo Hong was not surprised but happy. He also used the method of spiritual consciousness to condense a huge silver shield on his head. The next moment, the souls of magicians and monks within a radius of hundreds of miles all rang with a clang sound, and they couldn't help but feel dizzy. As for the mages and monks within 10 miles, those whose cultivation was below the giant stage, no matter how they used magical tools to protect themselves, all had blood flowing from their 7 orifices in an instant, and their souls were annihilated and died. Although the high-level mages or monks nearby ordered their men to stay away from this place, when the black-robed man swooped down, this wave still affected nearly 100 people. Seeing the miserable death of their companions, both mages and monks stopped fighting at the same time, and only continued to fight, after retreating for dozens of miles. The giant axe condensed by the spiritual power of the late Yuanying cultivator naturally could not split the silver giant shield condensed by Luo Hong. This attack not only did not cause any damage to Luo Hong, but also shocked the black-robed man. Suddenly, the silver giant axe tended to disperse, and the surface became blurred. Luo Hong curled his lips, and after his spiritual thought surged wildly, the silver giant shield suddenly changed into a forging hammer, and swung it in a circle and smashed it to the side of the giant axe. With one blow, a spiritual storm was set off within a radius of hundreds of miles. The silver giant axe was hit hard and immediately disintegrated and disappeared. The man in black robe was hit back and immediately screamed. Then, Luo Hong did not use the silver giant hammer to pursue the victory. He found in his years of research on spells that using spiritual consciousness or spells to attack the soul body protected by the flesh is always twice the result with half the effort. If the black-robed man did not want to crush him with spiritual consciousness and took the initiative to use the magical power of spiritual consciousness to condense objects, even if Luo Hong's soul realm was higher than his, he would not be able to play a big role in the battle. After dispersing the silver giant hammer, Luo Hong gathered his mind, pinched the magic formula on his hand, and shouted, "Open," only to see a bloody mark cracked between Luo Hong's eyebrows, revealing a bloody eye with a black bottom and red pupil. Then, the magic formula in Luo Hong's hand changed, and he kept chanting spells. Gradually, small purple lightning jumped around the vertical eye. As soon as the aura of Zixio divine thunder was revealed, the heaven and earth immediately felt it, and dark clouds surged out of thin air, instantly turning the sunny day into a cloudy day, covered with dark clouds. Milan Shenkin, who was fighting with the yin-yang demon corpse, suddenly showed a panic expression, glanced at the dark clouds above his head, and then dropped the yin-yang demon corpse, and rushed towards Luo Hong. After all, the black-robed man was a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Even if his soul was severely backfired, it took only a few breaths to recover most of his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, the purple light occupied his entire field of vision, and the shield formed by the true demon energy quickly collapsed. Not good. At the critical moment of life and death, the black-robed man's eyes widened, and 2 streams of light of different colors flew out of his storage bag. The next moment, a purple electric ball exploded in the air. The sound was earth-shaking, and the aura was so strong that even the 6 people above the clouds couldn't help but look sideways. Before the explosion of the purple sky divine thunder had subsided, thunder was heard from the dark clouds, and the breath of the heavenly tribulation reached the senses of every cultivator. In a place where so many cultivators gathered, if the heavenly tribulation broke out, the consequences would be disastrous. Under the influence of the breath, I'm afraid that more than half of the cultivators on both sides would perish. Luo Hong also used the purple sky divine thunder with all his strength for the first time, after refining the myriad aspects divine eye, and did not expect the changes in the sky. At this moment, Luo Hong was also in great pain. At the moment, when he shot out the purple electric dragon, His myriad aspects divine eye seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the purple sky divine thunder and exploded. The extreme pain at that moment almost made Luo Hong faint directly. Seeing that the breath of the heavenly tribulation was getting stronger and stronger, Luo Hong covered his forehead with his hand, endured the pain, and forced his divine thoughts, and then a purple light shot back, pierced his palm, and drilled into the center of his eyebrows. When Luo Hong put down his bloody right palm, his Wanzai divine eye had regenerated a little, but this also made his face pale 3 points. At this time, a bare hand stretched out from behind Luo Hong, holding a handful of blood-colored pills, and stretched them to Luo Hong's mouth. Luo Hong opened his mouth without hesitation and sucked, swallowing all the 7 or 8 blood pills into his stomach, to make up for the consumption of blood, flesh, and essence. Without time to look at the black-robed man whose lightning had not yet dissipated, Luo Hong flashed and avoided a giant green flame claw that was looking down from above his head, and then shouted coldly, "Do you want your soul to fall under the heavenly tribulation? Once the heavenly tribulation falls, outsiders like the Mulan Holy Bad will inevitably bear the brunt, and will inevitably suffer a heavy blow. At present, only by letting Luo Hong cast a spell to seal the breath of the purple sky divine thunder can the tribulation cloud dissipate. Killing him will only make the situation worse." Although the battle between Luo Hong and the black-robed man just now did not last for a few rounds, he used all his strength every time, and consumed a lot of mana. Now, he really didn't have the confidence to fight the Mulan Holy Bird again, and could only use words to repel it. As soon as the blue firebird hesitated, the skinny old man moved his lips slightly, and sent a sound to it. Then, the Mulan Holy Bird cried angrily, spread its wings, and flew back to the battle group, and once again entangled with the Yin Yang Demon Corpse and the 7 cultivators of Tayson. After Luo Hong breathed a sigh of relief, he immediately looked in the direction of the black-robed man. I saw a black object falling from the sky, accompanied by 2 treasures that had lost their spirituality, and could not see their original appearance. However, in Luo Hong's spiritual sense, the leader of the Yin Luo sect still had a faint breath, and was not killed by the purple sky divine thunder. After thinking for a while, Luo Hong suddenly raised his hand, and offered the golden moon flying knife, cutting his flesh, and yuanying into countless pieces. Just like what Han Lao Mo said, since they have already offended to death, they might as well destroy them to avoid trouble in the future. As for whether the Yin Luo sect will retaliate, that is basically certain. However, by the time the news got back, and the Yin Luo sect sent someone over, decades had already passed. By then, Luo Hong would have probably broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. Even if the old demon Khan came in person, he would not be afraid. To be honest, the Yin Luo sect leader was defeated unjustly. He had not had time to display his monstrous magic and countless secret techniques, and because he looked down on Luo Hong, he was defeated in the battle of spiritual consciousness. Luo Hong was well aware of the gap between himself and the late nascent soul cultivators. As soon as he saw the opportunity, he used his strongest magical power with all his strength, which immediately caused the Yin Luo sect leader to suffer a heavy loss. After killing the black-robed man, Luo Hong closed his eyes and practiced for a while, mobilizing his energy to help the Wangxiang Divine Eye regenerate most of it, and finally locked the aura of the purple sky divine thunder. The thunder in the sky suddenly stopped, the dark clouds gradually shrank and disappeared, and the aura of the heavenly tribulation, that was like a sword at the throat, also disappeared quietly. Afterwards, Luo Hong fled towards the direction of Xianai City without looking back. Fellow Daoist Long, we. In the center of the Xianan coalition, an old man with white eyebrows watched Luo Hong go away, with a look of shock on his face. Don't stop him. Fellow Daoist Luo has made enough contributions. I believe that the thunder magic that is envied by heaven is definitely not without cost. Long Han was originally ready to hand over the command and join hands with his wife to fight the black-robed man. Unexpectedly, Luo Hong suddenly appeared and killed the black-robed man with the cultivation of the late nascent soul, after performing a great magic that shook the world. This really surprised and delighted him. In the center of the magic army, the skinny old man stared at the direction where Luo Hong was going, his face extremely blue. This is definitely not a magic in the great 5-element Tang Shengju. My Milan clan must not be an enemy of this person. At this moment, an anxious shout came from behind him. Masters, stop it. Something happened on the grassland. Things have changed. The reason why the purple sky divine thunder is stronger than the black crow true flame is because it has the blessing of the heavenly deo of the human world. To put it simply, the creatures in the human world have a vulnerable buff in front of it, but their spiritual level is the same as that of the black crow true flame. And there will be great sequelae after using it, which will be written later, so don't be afraid of the collapse of combat power. Chapter 393, Heavenly Evil Haunts. When the fierce battle was in full swing, bad news suddenly came from the rear of the Milan people. They stayed in the grassland to monitor the first tribe of the Tuwu people, but were attacked by the Tuwu people and were completely wiped out. At this moment, the Tuwu army was heading towards the rear of the Milan people. If the war did not stop, Chai'an would be threatened by the Tuwu people, but the Milan people caught between the two would only end up being exterminated. Therefore, the skinny old man immediately sent a message to Luo Hong, wanting both sides to stop fighting. Chai'an naturally did not want the Tuwu people to reap the benefits, so the two sides quickly reached an agreement. As two sound transmission notes were sent out from the skinny old man and Luo Hong respectively, the fighting above the clouds suddenly stopped, and the strange phenomena such as the poisonous fog and demon clouds all dissipated. Except for the old demon Hehuan who was injured, the other two of the three great monks were fine. The return of the three great masters also boosted the morale of the magic army, and they cheered loudly. However, the state of the man in brocade robe seemed to be a little wrong. As soon as he returned to the main camp, he disappeared. Brother Long, we just had a fierce battle with Master Milan, and we didn't pay much attention to the battle below. May I ask if the demon cultivator from Dajin has fallen? The old demon Hehuan has been paying attention to the breath of the man in black robe, but he is seriously injured, and it is not easy to fight with the man in brocade robe, so it is impossible for him to pay attention all the time. As a result, just as he was attracted by the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, he sensed that the breath of the man in black robe was rapidly declining, and finally there was no breath at all. At first, he was worried that the other party would use the magical power of gathering breath, and wanted to attack him again, but when he waited for a long time and didn't come, he found something wrong. Just after the truce, he deliberately used his spiritual sense to scan the circle, and sure enough, he didn't see the other party's figure. His heart was immediately shocked, and he asked urgently. After all, the man in black robe and he are both demon cultivators. If someone can kill the other party, maybe he can also kill him. It's hard to believe, but that great Jin demon cultivator did indeed fall, and was killed by fellow Daoist Luo of your alliance, and it seems that he didn't even spare his nascent soul. Luo Hong turned his gaze to Wei Wuya, and said in disbelief, Luo Hong? But he only has the cultivation of the early nascent soul, and he is also a cultivator who specializes in formations. How could he kill a cultivator in the late nascent soul? Fellow Daoist Long, are you mistaken? Wei Wuya didn't believe it at all, and felt that the Luo Hong mentioned by Luo Hong was completely different from the one he knew. It can't be wrong. Many fellow Daoists have witnessed fellow Daoist Luo showing his magical powers, and killing the great Jin demon cultivator. Alliance leader Wei had no idea before, so I guess fellow Daoist Luo was deliberately hiding it. Luo Hong said with great certainty. Humph. This person is hiding so deeply, how could he suddenly take action? Brother Wei, I suggest you check this person carefully. Master Xiang said with an unhappy look. I'm sorry, Brother Xiang, I have my own plans. Brother Long, may I ask where fellow Daoist Luo is now? Wei Wuya looked at Master Xiang with a complicated look and asked again. Although the power of the magical power displayed by fellow Daoist Luo at that time was shocking, and even envied by the heavens, it seemed to be at a great cost. I saw with my own eyes that the vertical eye between his eyebrows burst into blood foam. So after killing the great Jin demon cultivator, fellow Daoist Luo went straight to Xian'ai City. I guess he was eager to go back to heal his wounds. Luo Hong said with a worried look on his face. So that's the case. Everyone, I'll go first. After Wei Wuya said this, he turned into a green escape light and fled to Xian'ai City. It was understandable how anxious Wen Wuya was that there was a terrifying existence in the alliance that was capable of killing a late nascent soul cultivator, so the three of them were not surprised by his sudden departure. Brother Long, Luo Hong is a cultivator from the Nine Nations Alliance. As the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, why do you care so much? Can you help me solve my doubts? Master Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he was asking, his words were full of the flavor of not being able to be refused. Long Han frowned slightly and did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at the old demon Helen. Seeing that he was also listening solemnly, he chuckled and said, Dao Iao Luo and Dao Iao Han of our alliance were once brothers and sisters. The two have a deep friendship. This time, Dao Iao Luo did not hesitate to risk his own serious injuries to fight in order to solve Dao Iao Han's crisis. Naturally, our Heavenly Dao Alliance has to accept his favor. When he saw Luo Hong killing the black-robed cultivator, Long Han knew that the situation in Cheyenne would undergo a huge change. Although his Heavenly Dao Alliance was not the protagonist of this huge change, it could also benefit from it. Without his instructions, Bing Feng was already chatting and laughing with Han Li. HMPH. Fellow Daoist Helen, what do you think? Master Xiang snorted coldly and turned to the old demon Helen. I have to go back to heal my wounds first. Brother Xiang can do whatever he wants. After saying this with a stern face, the old demon Helen turned into a black light and left. Master Xiang was silent for a moment, then he also turned into a light and escaped, but he did not go to the direction of Cheyenne City. Although Long Han was also eager to know Luo Hong's situation, he still had to command the army back to the camp and could not get away at the moment. In Cheyenne City, on a bed in a gorgeous pavilion, Luo Hong sat cross-legged with a painful expression on his face and practiced his ki. All the blood vessels on his forehead burst out and kept rising and falling and surging towards the center of his eyebrows. Although this scene looked horrifying, it was not the source of Luo Hong's pain. Brother Luo, my Zuan Ki can't drive away these green ki. What should I do now? Yuan Yao's anxious voice came from Luo Hong's Danshan. At this moment, she was watching Luo Hong's nascent soul being wrapped by a seemingly gentle green ki and being constantly consumed. Haha, so this is what it feels like to be entangled by the heavenly evil. I must remember it well. Luo Hong felt that his nascent soul was placed in a raging fire and his whole body was burning with pain, but he still laughed. Brother Luo, what time is it? How can you still laugh? If you don't drive away these green ki, your nascent soul will be hopeless. Yuan Yao was almost mad at Luo Hong, who didn't know when to joke. Why can't you laugh? I'm afraid I'm the first person in history to be entangled by so many heavenly evils. Luo Hong still said without repentance. After a few attempts just now, he had determined that these green ki that were like breezes and wrapped around his nascent soul were the heavenly evils that ordinary cultivators rarely see in their lifetime. And now, there are at least hundreds of heavenly evils entangled on Luo Hong's nascent soul, which condensed into a gust of evil wind, trying to blow Luo Hong's nascent soul away. If Luo Hong's Yuan Shen realm had not reached the level of a divine transformation cultivator, he would have been killed long ago. Even so, he really couldn't hold on for too long at this moment. Cheyenne Dao, you old thief, aren't you just using your trump card? Is it necessary to kill so many people? Ahem, Miss Yuan, don't worry, Luo has already come up with a plan to save himself. You should leave Luo's Danshan first. Seeing that Yuan Yao's face was not right, Luo Hong didn't dare to joke anymore and said after coughing. It seemed that, because Luo Hong acted very relaxed, Yuan Yao easily believed him and turned into a wisp of green smoke and escaped to the bed. But when Yuan Yao left, Luo Hong's smile suddenly collapsed and the chubby face of the nascent soul said to himself solemnly, I can't delay any longer, I have to use force first. After that, Luo Hong's nascent soul pinched out a spell, and the body gradually emitted a white spiritual light. From the initial faint light, quickly turned into a dazzling light. Yuan Yao stood by, nervously watching Luo Hong, who was like a god at the moment, ready to deal with any unexpected events at any time. Chapter 394 Yuan Yao's retreat to advance. Due to the short time, Luo Hong did not come up with a proper way to deal with the heavenly evil wind. He could only forcibly refine the heavenly evil wind with the great 5-element Tang Shengju. Although Luo Hong had refined a strand of heavenly evil before when practicing the Iron Cauldron Golden Body technique, it was only a strand at that time, which was completely different from the current situation. Quantitative change often leads to qualitative change, and this law also applies to heavenly evil. Just after practicing the technique for a while, Luo Hong felt a stinging pain in his body, as if thousands of fine needles were piercing him at the same time. Then, the pain became stronger and stronger. Under the white light, scarlet cracks appeared on Luo Hong's skin. Obviously, his body could not support it. At this moment, the vertical eye between Luo Hong's eyebrows suddenly beat like a heart, and a vital energy gushed out of it, instantly sweeping Luo Hong's body. The cracks on the skin healed immediately, and the pain was directly reduced by half. On the bed, Yuan Yao sat sideways, and guarded beside him. Her brows were deeply frowned. Obviously, after sensing Luo Hong's strong and weak breath, she found that things were not going so smoothly. After a few hours, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Yuan Yao's expression froze, and she turned her eyes to the door. Is Brother Luo in there? Is it convenient for Wei to meet him now? As a figure stood outside the door, Wei Wuer's voice came in. Yuan Yao's eyebrows immediately locked. The visitor was a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Although this person had a good relationship with Brother Luo in the past, it was hard to say what the other party's attitude would be after that shocking battle. If Wei Wuer was afraid that Brother Luo would threaten his position in the alliance, he might harm Brother Luo after learning that he was seriously injured. If Brother Luo is seriously injured, Wei can help you heal. The current situation is uncertain, and it is very dangerous for you to be weak. Although Wei Wuer's tone was kind, Yuan Yao always felt that there was something behind his words, and her heart tightened. Outside the door, Wei Wuer used a secret method to penetrate the soundproofing ban. After saying a few words, he waited for a moment. As a result, he did not get a response from Luo Hong, so he knew that the other party must be seriously injured, and was very wary of him. All of this was within Wei Wuer's expectations. If a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul could still jump around after forcibly killing a great cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul, he would feel strange and frightened. At this moment, if Wei Wuer said that he did not have the idea of forcibly rushing into the room and controlling Luo Hong, it would be a lie. After all, if this move succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. But soon Wei Wuer's reason overwhelmed his desire, and he dispersed the poisonous mist that unconsciously condensed in his palm and turned to leave. For Wei Wuer, the door in front of him had become an entrance to a life and death gamble, and he could not guarantee that Luo Hong would not have the spare energy to perform that amazing magical power again. Moreover, after calming down, he thought about it carefully. No matter what magical power Luo Hong cultivated, or where he got the inheritance from, as long as he could not make him break through the spirit transformation, it would not be of much value to him. As for threatening his position, Luo Hong is still only a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. Even if he has the amazing magical power to kill the late great cultivator, he is still in the early stage of the nascent soul. As long as Wei Wuer is alive, the position of the leader of the Nine Nations Alliance cannot be shaken. When Luo Hong breaks through to the late stage of the nascent soul, Wei Wuer calculates that he will not live for many years, and there is no need to worry about him. Therefore, to make enemies with Luo Hong at this time is to take a great risk and a thankless action. On the contrary, the benefits of making friends are greater. Unexpectedly, as soon as Wei Wuer took a step, the wooden door in front of him gently opened. There he is. Looking at the gloomy and beautiful woman in front of him, Wei Wuer was surprised and suspicious. He remembered that Luo Hong's dual cultivation partner was definitely not this woman, let alone a ghost cultivator. I'm Yuan Yao, a good friend of Brother Luo. I was helping Brother Luo to heal his wounds just now, so I didn't respond to Alliance Leader Wei in time. Please don't be offended, Alliance Leader Wei. Yuan Yao bowed gently and said with a relaxed expression. Haha, it turns out that it is Fairy Yuan in person. I'm Wei Wuer. Wei Wuer politely returned the greeting, thinking that you two are a man and a woman, and you are in the same room. No one would believe that you are just friends. Wait, she is really a ghost. Alliance Leader Wei, Brother Luo has told you in advance that if Alliance Leader Wei comes, he will invite you into the house. I wonder if Alliance Leader Wei can honor you? Yuan Yao stepped aside and extended her hand to the house. Wei Wuai was immediately shocked and thought to himself, could it be that Luo Hong's injury was not serious? Since Dao Luo has invited me, how can I not respond? The cost of using that amazing magical power will determine the value of Luo Hong, and Wei Wuai must figure it out. So as soon as he finished speaking, he walked into the room. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that the room was heavily restricted. These restrictions are particularly effective for spiritual sense. With Wei Wuai's cultivation, he could not spy on the situation on the bed behind the screen without making any noise. Leader Wei, please wait a moment. Brother Luo is practicing Qigong to heal his injuries. It shouldn't take long. Haha, no problem. Wei will wait for a while. Wei Wuai smiled and picked up the teacup, but his eyes always glanced in the direction of the screen. He could sense Luo Hong's current breath from the shining white spiritual light. The unstable state of strength and weakness is the performance of being injured. There is nothing strange about it. But in Luo Hong's breath, there is an amazing vitality. This must be the reason why Luo Hong is confident that he can recover from his injuries in a short time. Wei Wuai couldn't help but guess. So that's it. He invited Wei to come in to prove his value. Very good. Then Wei will wait and see. In this way, Yuan Yao and Wei Wuai drank tea behind the screen for more than an hour. Suddenly, the white spiritual light gradually dimmed, and Luo Hong's breath quickly stabilized. Wei Wuai's eyes lit up, and he gently put down the teacup. Not long after, Luo Hong, who looked unhappy, walked out from behind the screen, and bowed to Wei Wuai, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Alliance Leader Wei. I'm now fine. Dao Luo, you really made me suffer from hiding it. With such magical powers, why do you have to be a formation master? Dao Luo, you only need to nod your head to be the deputy leader of the alliance, and I will immediately offer it to you." After Wei Wuai blamed Luo Hong for a while, he immediately tried to win him over. That's unnecessary. Luo is a hard-working person and has never liked miscellaneous affairs. The affairs of Huangfeng Valley are all handled by senior brother Ling Hu, and Luo is even less interested in the affairs of the alliance. Luo Hong waved his hands repeatedly after hearing this, looking like he didn't want to get involved at all. Haha, that's right. If fellow Daoist Luo hadn't practiced hard, he wouldn't have been able to have such cultivation at such a young age, and would not have such magical powers. After Wei Wuai laughed and revealed this proposal, his eyes flashed, a worry appeared on his face and he said, "Fellow Daoist Luo's killing of the enemy's great cultivator this time has made a great contribution to the Nine Nation Alliance and the entire Cheyenne. Before coming here, I heard from fellow Daoist Long Han of the Cheyenne Dao Alliance that the spiritual eye between fellow Daoist Luo's eyebrows, which he used to display his magical powers, was destroyed, which really made me sad. But fellow Daoist Luo, please rest assured that your contribution will not be ignored by the Alliance and the Coalition forces. Just tell me the resources needed to repair the spiritual eye, and I will do my best to get it for you." When Luo Hong heard this, he understood that Wei Wuai had ulterior motives. On the surface, he wanted to gain benefits, but in fact, he just wanted to test whether he could use the purple sky divine thunder again. Haha, if the coalition forces really express their intention, Luo Hong wants to exchange for some 5-element spiritual materials. As for the need for healing, Luo Hong does not have any. As Luo Hong said this, he pinched out a spell with one hand, and the blood veins at the center of his eyebrows immediately opened, revealing the blood raw eye with a black background and red pupils. Could it be that Daoist Long Han has seen it wrong? Wei Wuai was surprised and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. After all, Luo Hong's spiritual eye between his eyebrows was intact at this moment, and it was very likely that he could use that amazing magical power again. Daoist Long Han is naturally not wrong, but the Eye of Heaven that Luo refined was originally the main eye of the ancient beast Blood Raw. This eye only needs a sufficient supply of blood, flesh, and essence. Even if it explodes into blood foam, it can be restored to its original state in a short time. Luo Hong explained, hiding the immortal magical power of the myriad aspects divine eye. That's the case. I guess fellow Daoist Luo specially refined the Eye of Blood Raw for that magical power. The two are indeed a perfect match. What a great opportunity for you. Wei Wu'er exclaimed, secretly thanking himself for not losing his mind just now. Otherwise he would have suffered a heavy loss. After seeing the restored Eye of Blood Raw, Wei Wu'er's purpose of this trip was achieved. Facts have proved that Luo Hong's value is much greater than he had expected before, and can be regarded as a deterrent force equivalent to that of a late-stage great cultivator. In this way, he had a lot to do, so he immediately stood up and said, fellow Daoist Luo has just recovered from a serious injury, so I will not bother you anymore. I will convey your needs to the coalition forces, and will give you a satisfactory answer. Fellow Daoist, just concentrate on recuperation. Goodbye. After that, he walked towards the door. When Yuan Yao and Luo Hong watched Wei Wu'er walk away, Luo Hong's face sank, and he walked back into the house. Yuan Yao's relaxed look suddenly disappeared, and she immediately closed the door and opened all the restrictions. Brother Luo, don't blame me for acting on my own. At that time, Yuan Yao saw Luo Hong's ugly face and couldn't help but want to explain. Miss Yuan, there is no need to say more. Luo knows everything you have done, and I don't blame you at all. On the contrary, I want to thank you. Luo Hong said very seriously. Yuan Yao couldn't help but feel warmed when she heard this. Under the circumstances at that time, if Wei Wu'er wanted to force his way in, it would not make any difference whether there was a door blocking it. On the contrary, she took the initiative to open the door and invite Wei Wu'er in. The other party would most likely be afraid of this and dare not act rashly. Yuan Yao's move of retreating to advance coincided with Luo Hong's current thoughts. With the help of the power of the Wangxiang Divine Eye, Luo Hong forcibly refined the heavenly evil wind into her body. Although Luo Hong escaped the end of the dissipation of her nascent soul, she also left the trouble of the collapse of her body. Chapter 395 After the War. There is no doubt that the Purple Sky Thunder cannot be used again, otherwise it would be a dead end. However, with the power of the Purple Sky Thunder already exposed, Luo Hong must not let it be known to others, otherwise all kinds of troubles will come one after another. Therefore, Yuan Yao's retreat just helped Luo Hong's bluffing and made the best preparation. Judging from Wei Wu'er's attitude, he was completely fooled. However, this plan can only hold up for a while, and there will be new tests in the future. If he doesn't have real skills, he will be exposed soon. The fundamental solution is to find a way to deal with the way of heaven. Of course, the most important thing at present is to solve the hidden dangers of the physical body first. Otherwise Luo Hong will have to take blood pills every day. There is no need to think about this solution, which is to practice the Great 5-Element Tang Shengju to the second level. At that time, the physical body will be stronger and can naturally withstand more heavenly evil. In this way, taking control of Washan, building the 5 evils gathering spirit array, and raising the spirit to collect spiritual materials will have to be advanced. This is a time when my reputation is at its peak. I will take advantage of this favorable wind to make this happen. After Luo Hong made the decision in his heart, he immediately began to take the blood pill and practice Qigong to regulate his breathing. Yuan Yao turned into a wisp of green smoke and returned to Luo Hong's dinshan. A few months later, in the hall where the meeting was held before, a group of Yuanying old monsters gathered again. Just like last time, the participants were all old monsters above the middle stage of Yuanying, as well as Han Lao Mo, but this time there were not 3 people standing in the center of the hall, but 4 people. Luo Hong, surprisingly, stood beside Wei Wu'er. These days, the story of Luo Hong crossing the level to kill the late stage of Yuanying demon cultivator has long been spread throughout Xianan. Therefore, at this moment, with the cultivation of a mere early stage of Yuanying, he stood in the center of the hall. Not only did he not cause any criticism, but all the old monsters looked at him with fear. Everyone the spies sent to the grassland have replied, and the situation is exactly the same as what the Milan people told us. Master Xiang's words caused the whole hall to stir, and the old monsters lowered their voices and whispered to the familiar people beside them. Suddenly, the soul-breaking immortal of the ghost spirit sect raised a question loudly. The first tribe of the million people is willing to stay and monitor the two Wu people, so it is naturally not to die. They should have corresponding means to ensure their own safety. How could they let the two Wu people wipe out so easily without leaking any information? This time, the two Wu people not only took action by themselves, but also united with several sects in Dajin, and used the treasure of one of the sects to break the clan treasure of the first tribe of the million people, which caused them to suffer such a disastrous defeat. It is a foregone conclusion that the million people have become a dog without a home. Next, we should talk about the peace talks with the million people. The old demon Hehuan explained. The old monsters had no objection to the peace talks. After this battle, they fully realized that once the million people fought to the death, the coalition forces would not be able to get away with it. Losing half of the disciples was the most optimistic estimate. But the million people had been driven out of the grassland by the two Wu people, and the living environment they lacked could only be obtained from Cheyenne. In other words, peace talks would inevitably be accompanied by the cession of land, and the million people naturally would not be willing to divide their own people and occupy an enclave, so the cession of land could only be ceded from the Nine Nations Alliance. Alliance Master Wei, Junior Brother Luo, how exactly is this land ceded? Elderling Hu frowned slightly. If Luo Hong had not been standing next to Wei Wuya, he would have probably jumped up and down. After all, according to the current situation, the ceded land would definitely not be those rich in immortal cultivation resources. So, Billion Kingdom, danger. Is it possible that my Huangfeng Valley has just gained a foothold, and it will be? No, with Junior Brother Luo here, he will definitely not let such a thing happen. After the four of us discussed, we decided to cede the entire Yu Kingdom, Billion Kingdom and part of the Yujiang Kingdom of the Nine Kingdoms to the million people. The sects within this range will receive a large amount of immortal cultivation resources as compensation, and can choose a new mountain gate station on the border of the Nine Kingdoms near Cheyenne. Take a look. As he spoke, Wei Wuya flicked his hand, and a stream of light flew out from his sleeves, and then the stream of light exploded and condensed into a map of the Nine Kingdoms. On this map, a black straight line runs through the three kingdoms, and the mountain range, where the Yellow Maple Valley is located, is on the side close to the grassland. What? This? The face of the ancestorling who suddenly changed, and he looked at Luo Hong in surprise. And Luo Hong seemed to know that he would look at him, and was looking at him. After looking at him, he nodded slightly. At this time, the ancestorling who immediately realized that Luo Hong's move must have a deeper meaning. Could it be that Junior Brother Luo wanted to take the opportunity to drive away the other 5 sects and let my Yellow Maple Valley monopolize the spiritual vein? Elderling who barely suppressed his doubts and waited anxiously for the moment when the meeting would end. After arranging the land cession, the 3 great cultivators presided over the reward of the old monsters present. Although Luo Hong was also standing in the center of the hall, he did not say a word throughout the whole process. His share of benefits had already been obtained, so he was not included in the reward at this time. Although old Demon Han did not snatch the bronze oil lamp this time, causing the Mulan Holy Bad to dissipate prematurely, he also rescued several old monsters trapped in the Blood Luo cover, and later killed several Yuanying stage Dajin demon cultivators, and broke the bronze armored corpse group of Yin Luo sect, which can be said to be a great contribution. However, there was really no Zhengjin in the coalition army, so Master Xiang took out a piece of withered vine. This vine was not small. It was a Zuanshan thing that could only breed a few pieces in a world, and it was a necessary material for refining Zuanshan treasures. Although it is now withered and dying, it is still extremely precious. It is completely reasonable to use it to reward Han Leo Mo. Han Li also knew the reputation of Zuanshan Immortal Vine, and he was confident that he could save the vine with the little green bottle, so he immediately took it from Xiang Shangren. I didn't expect that this section of Zuanshan Immortal Vine would end up in Han Leo Mo's hands after all the twists and turns. But it's good. If I conduct research on Zuanshan things in the future, I will know where to find this material. Luo Hong's mouth curled slightly, and he said silently in his heart. After the reward, the meeting was declared over. As soon as Luo Hong left the palace gate, he was pulled to his residence by Linghu Patriarch. After hastily opening all the restrictions, Linghu Patriarch asked anxiously, "Junior brother Luo, what are your plans?" "I'm sorry senior brother, this happened suddenly, and I made the decision without discussing it with you. But please trust me, senior brother, after changing the mountain gate, our Huangfeng Valley will be more prosperous." Luo Hong said with a little shame. He did act on his own this time. "Junior brother Luo, I naturally trust you, but you have to tell me the general situation." "Don't you even trust me?" Although Linghu Patriarch believed in Luo Hong, if he didn't know the reason, he might not even be able to enter into a state of meditation. "Of course I trust senior brother, and I believe that senior brother will keep his mouth shut after hearing it. May I ask senior brother, do you know that there is a spiritual vein called Washan in your country?" Luo Hong asked Linghu Patriarch to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. "Of course, I'm familiar with all the spiritual veins of Yu Kingdom. There are 5 spiritual veins in the Misty Mountain, but they are all small spiritual veins and cannot support a large sect. Junior brother, don't tell me that the Misty Mountain is the new mountain gate of our Yellow Maple Valley." Ancestor Linghu immediately understood the meaning of Luo Hong's words, and his face showed anxiety. Chapter 396 The Difficulties of the 5 Families. "Brother, you may not know that the spiritual veins in the Mist Mountain are small in scale, but they are naturally divided into 5 elements. And I can just set up a formation to stimulate the power of the 5 element in the spiritual veins and condense them into a super spiritual gathering formation. By then, the concentration of spiritual energy in the central area of the Mist Mountain will even exceed that of the large spiritual veins. My Huangfeng Valley only needs to lie dormant in the Mist Mountain for hundreds of years to have the opportunity to squeeze into the ranks of the top sects in Xianan." Luo Hong said excitedly, painting a beautiful picture for Linghu Patriarch. "Brother, are you really sure? Have you prepared the materials for setting up the formation?" In the human world today, the top spiritual veins have disappeared, and the large spiritual veins are the best spiritual veins. They have always been controlled by the top sects in Xianan, and they will never allow outsiders to get involved. And the growth of large sects into top sects cannot be achieved without the support of spiritual veins. Therefore, when Linghu Patriarch heard that Luo Hong could make the spiritual energy in the Mist Mountain comparable to the large spiritual veins, he no longer opposed the relocation. "Brother, rest assured, with the resources compensated by the coalition forces, all the materials needed for the formation are complete. As for who will set up the formation, haha, brother, don't you trust Luo's attainments in formation?" Luo Hong laughed confidently. "Haha, of course I trust the number 1 formation master in Xianan." Ancestor Linghu laughed happily, no longer doubting his mind. In the following exchanges, although both of them knew that in Xianan, wherever there were spiritual veins, there must be immortal cultivation forces, neither of them mentioned how to deal with the local immortal cultivation forces in Washan. Since Yuanian cultivators would never settle for small spiritual veins, Ancestor Linghu didn't care about the 5 families in Washan at all. If they knew what was good for them, they would be included in Huangfeng Valley, and if they didn't, they would be exterminated. Although Luo Hong had a history with the 5 families in Washan, he didn't consider exterminating them, and even made other arrangements, but he never considered the situation where they refused. As a result, a month later, when Luo Hong came to Washan and the heads of the 5 families gathered in the Khan family hall, he got an answer that was beyond his expectation. "We 5 families have discussed it, and will never merge into the Yellow Maple Valley, nor will we give up Washan." Kian Mulan's tough reply made Luo Hong's face darken. He scanned the current 5 family heads with a cold gaze. Apart from Kian Mulan, he only recognized Zhao Qingling, who was in the middle stage of the Jiandan stage. The other 3 family heads had been replaced, and they were only at the foundation building stage. But when they were coldly scanned by Yuanian cultivator, except for Zhao Qingling who looked embarrassed, Kian Mulan and the other 4 all had firm faces, as if they would not give in even if they died. There was no need to think too much, there must be something strange about this. However, if you have any difficulties, you can also tell them and solve them. What's the point of stubbornly refusing? Luo Hong was somewhat fortunate that Linghu Patriarch was in the Yellow Maple Valley at this time, presiding over the relocation of the sect. Otherwise, if he was here, Kian Mulan would have been killed as soon as she said it. Luo Hong was also a little angry at this time, but firstly, he thought of the old friendship, and secondly, he didn't want to cause a family annihilation as soon as he became famous in Cheyenne. After all, he had to occupy the moral high ground if he could. Master Kyan, you should know that your attitude is undoubtedly a futile attempt. My Huangfeng Valley was sacrificed for the entire Cheyenne, and now I just want to share the spiritual vein with your 5 families. Not only did your 5 families not suffer any losses, but they also benefited greatly. Luo really couldn't understand the reason for your refusal. Could you please explain it to Master Kyan? The ancestral precepts are like this, and we have no choice but to follow them. Kyan Milan knew that she was walking on the edge of death at this moment, and clenched her fists. Haha, is the ancestral precepts of your 5 families to let you die? I think there should be a more direct reason, such as the secret realm, where many monsters exist. Luo Hong was anxious to solve the hidden dangers of his physical body, so he naturally didn't have much patience, and he spoke out his guess without concealing it. As soon as the words fell, the faces of the 3 family heads whom Luo Hong did not know changed drastically, as if the biggest secret in their hearts had been revealed. Senior Luo really knows it. Zhao Qingling sighed slightly, with a trace of relief in her eyes. HMPH. When I visited the Zhao family, I was inexplicably swallowed by the 4th level monster shaking mountain python. I knew that there must be a secret cave in Washan. Otherwise, how could the spiritual energy of Washan raise high level monsters? Master Kyan, Luo is determined to win this trip. To be frank, you only have 2 choices. One is to actively cooperate with my Huangfeng Valley and help us occupy Washan and build a new sect. The second is to be driven away from Washan, and my Huangfeng Valley will occupy Washan alone and build a new sect. I think Master Kyan should be very clear about what will happen to the immortal cultivation family that loses the support of the spiritual vein. Luo Hong thought that his previous attitude was a bit too gentle, so when he said this, he released the manner of his own nascent soul cultivator, and immediately made the 5 family heads feel an irresistible force. Senior Luo, can you ask your disciple to go out? Kyan will tell you our difficulties. Kyan Mulan showed a struggling look on her face. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, Mengai is someone I trust. Master Kyan, please speak freely. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Luo Hong, who was in an absolutely strong position, would naturally not let Fan Mengai go out. Forget it, since that's the case. Senior Luo, please follow me. Kyan Milan sighed dejectedly, and no longer insisted. She turned around, and fled out of the hall. Luo Hong did not doubt him, and immediately turned into a blue light and followed closely. After a while, everyone came to the main peak in the central area of Washan. After opening the formation restriction, everyone landed on a stone platform. Look at the direction of this spiritual energy. I guess this is the formation center that opens the secret realm. Luo Hong took a glance and saw the doorway of the formation here. He also saw from the method of setting up the formation that this formation must have been passed down from ancient times. Kyan Milan looked at Luo Hong in surprise, thinking to herself, is the gap between the Yuanying stage cultivator and the Jiandan stage cultivator really so big? Yes, this 5-element prison array was built by the ancestors of our 5 families. It suppresses a space fragment that is free outside the human world, and it is also the only way to open its passage. The ancestral precepts of our 5 families are not empty words or records that only exist in jade slips, but are restrictions that are passed down in our blood. Unless someone can retrieve the exquisite pearl from the 10,000 monsters realm to help us remove the restrictions, once the 5-element prison array is broken, we will all die under the restrictions. When Huangfeng Valley moves here, it is bound to build a new mountain protection array. When the spiritual energy is chaotic, the 5-element prison array will definitely break, so Kyan Mulan and other family heads will rather die than surrender. It's not that they are not afraid of Yuanying cultivators, but once they give in, they will only die more miserably. The blood ban is the most difficult restriction to remove, but if Luo Hong is willing to spend time studying it, it is not completely impossible. But what Luo Hong lacks now is time, and since Huangfeng Valley will move here in the future, he will have to go to the 10,000 monsters realm after all. Therefore, Instead of wasting a lot of time studying the method of lifting the ban, it is better to go directly to get the exquisite pearl. In addition, after learning about the blood ban, Luo Hong had a clear understanding of the status of the 5 families in Wushan. The 5 families are most likely branches of the ancient ancestral family, otherwise how could they be banned from becoming jailers for generations? However, they also turned a disaster into a blessing, and they were not destroyed by the Milan people like their main family. That's it? Why didn't the head of the Khan family say it earlier and quickly open the entrance to the secret realm, and Luo Hong will go there for you? Luo Hong knew very well how much the 5 evils gathering spirit array had affected the original spiritual environment of Wushan. It was simply earth-shaking, so the ancient array under his feet would definitely be broken to pieces. By then, not only Khan Mulan and others would suffer, but the seal of the 10,000 demons realm would also be completely broken, and it would inevitably be troublesome again. In addition, the immortal cultivators of the 5 families in Wushan were very useful to him. Due to the special 5-element spiritual veins of Wushan, the 5-element flags are not very useful in setting up the formation here, and can be replaced by other methods. Obviously, the 5 families of Wushan are the replacement method. Senior Luo, are you willing to take risks for us? Khan Mulan said in surprise, staring at him, as if she had just met Luo Hong for the first time. The head of the Khan family seems to have some misunderstandings about the magical powers of Yuan Ying cultivators. No matter how many level 4 or 5 monsters there are, Luo Hong is not afraid. Besides, Luo Hong is very interested in space fragments, and he will clean them up sooner or later. Luo Hong stood with his hands behind his back and said, in this case, Khan Hong will go to the 10,000 monster realm with Senior Luo. Khan Mulan said with an excited expression. Mulan, you are only in the middle stage of giant cultivation, and it is very easy to perish in the 10,000 monster realm. Think twice. Zhao Qingling frowned and advised. Sister Zhao, please don't persuade me. This is the matter of our Wushan 5 families. How can Senior Luo bear it alone? Although I, Khan Mulan, have a weak cultivation, I'm also practicing both the Dharma and the body. I believe I can protect myself. Khan Mulan said with a firm face, not allowing others to persuade her. A strange look flashed in Luo Hong's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled, but he didn't say anything. Senior Luo, the time to open the secret realm will come in 3 years. When that time comes, please allow Khan to go with you. The 5-element prison formation has only one chance to open in 10 years, and Khan Mulan wants to make some preparations before that. 3 years. That's too long. Luo will go in now. Luo Hong's eyes condensed, and he said lightly, but the time has not come yet. The time has not come yet because your cultivation is not enough. If there are 5 late giant and cultivators who practice the 5-element exercises, the secret realm can be opened at any time. Luo Hong didn't want to wait for 3 years, so he slapped the spirit beast bag on his waist. 5 spiritual lights of different colors shot out, circled in the sky, and turned into 5 dragons. The huge spiritual pressure that appeared instantly made Khan Mulan and others feel stuffy in their chests, and they couldn't help but bend down and bow their heads. Master, what do you want? Boss Jin's dull and heavy voice came. All family heads, please teach the secret method to open the secret realm to Luo's spirit beast. Luo Hong waved his hand to block the amazing spiritual pressure emitted by the 5-element dragon for them, and his tone was gentle and authentic. Chapter 397, The World of 10,000 Demons. Although this kind of prohibition used to open the secret realm is complicated, it is essentially a key. It has no meaning in itself, so it is not difficult to learn if someone teaches it. An hour later, the 5-element dragon had mastered the secret techniques of the 5 families. With Luo Hong's order, an extremely thick spiritual light column spurted out of the mouth of the 5-element dragon, hitting the 5 stone platforms below. Suddenly, colorful patterns lit up on the platform. The 5-element prison ceiling array had never received such sufficient energy in tens of thousands of years. Everyone seemed to hear its joyful chirping. Of course, this was all an illusion of Khan Mulan and others. In Luo Hong's eyes, the 5-element of spiritual energy on the 5 spiritual peaks surrounding the main peak seemed to be attracted and rushed in, and finally gathered in the belly of the main peak. Here it comes. As soon as Luo Hong's voice fell, a white spiritual light column shot up from the center of the platform and blasted into the clouds. Then, a bronze disc with a radius of 10 feet gradually appeared in the sky above everyone's heads. As soon as she came to the human world from the void, 5 holes opened in the center of the bronze disc. As time went by, the 5 holes became larger and larger, and finally merged into one. At this point, the 10,000 monsters realm, which the 5 Wuxian families had guarded for tens of thousands of years, was opened. Strange, why didn't the monsters rush out this time? Zhao Qingling had opened the 10,000 monsters realm once before. That time, even if the bronze disc was not completely opened, they immediately heard the roar of monsters, and then monsters escaped. But this time, after the bronze disc was completely opened, she only sensed extremely strong demonic energy and resentment, and did not hear any movement, let alone monsters escaping. This is obviously very abnormal. Senior Luo, something seems to be wrong. Master Khan, have you thought about it? Luo Hong frowned slightly, but did not retreat, because of this abnormality, and asked. Please help me, Senior. Khan Mulan bowed solemnly. Okay. Disciple, you stay outside, I'll be back soon. Luo Hong flashed to Khan Mulan's side, stretched out his hand to grab her shoulder, and fled to the entrance of the 10,000 monsters realm, before she came to her senses, and shouted to Fan Mengai. Yes, Master. Fan Mengai, who looked even more heroic, after forming a pill, responded, and then a stream of light flew out from her danshan. I saw a black sword box with an uneven surface, which fell heavily on the platform. Fan Mengai landed on the sword box, and released her spiritual sense with a vigilant look, exploring the surroundings. However, no one noticed at this moment that a sparrow-like black shadow was flying towards somewhere in the south. After flying for hundreds of miles, the black shadow crashed into the trunk of an ordinary tree, and then the whole tree seemed to have been drained of vitality and withered quickly. After a few breaths, the black shadow flew out again, but its appearance seemed different from before. After repeating this several times, the black shadow flew to a mortal village 1,200 miles away from the Mist Mountain. It seemed to have intelligence, avoiding the sight of the villagers, and quietly flew into an ordinary village house. At this moment, the 2 men and 1 woman who were sitting around eating suddenly froze. The woman, who looked like a village girl, suddenly put down her chopsticks, stretched out her right hand like lightning, and when she retracted it, she had clamped the black shadow between her fingers. It turned out that the black shadow was actually a paper bird with only a rough outline. The woman held the paper bird, closed her eyes for a moment, and said, "The opportunity has come. Quickly send a message back to the sect." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure flashed out from the shadows in the house. The other 2 people at the table were not surprised at all. They took the paper bird with a serious look. After reading the recorded information, one of the men with raised eyebrows said excitedly, "Senior sister, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we destroy the formation, that person will definitely be trapped in the space debris." Junior brother Huang is right. The opportunity is fleeting. We are thousands of miles away from the main peak of Wuxian Mountain, but we have to rush there immediately. The black-faced man sitting on his left said with a fierce look in his eyes. Hey, I don't know why the sect specifically asked us to keep a distance of thousands of miles for surveillance. Otherwise the success rate of this trip would be much higher. The man with raised eyebrows complained with dissatisfaction. Shut up, don't you know how powerful that person is? The woman frowned and shouted angrily. The range of the consciousness of a late nascent soul cultivator is only 300 or 400 miles. Let us keep a distance of thousands of miles. Can the other party still match the consciousness of a divine transformation cultivator? The man with raised eyebrows said, very unconvinced. I don't know whether they are equal or not, but I know that when that person competed with the late great cultivator in spiritual consciousness that day, he won completely. And the woman's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light, and she suddenly thrust out the chopsticks at hand, which stopped just before the eyeballs of the man with raised eyebrows, and the other party had no time to react at all. If you dare to talk back again, I will dig out one of your eyes. Yes, I know, Senior Sister Chang. The man with raised eyebrows was frightened, and broke into a cold sweat, and hurriedly agreed. The black-faced man on the side did not change his expression, but asked with fear in his eyes, "Senior Sister Chang, should we take action?" "Of course we should, and we must do it quickly." The woman smiled coldly and immediately turned into a beam of light and broke through the air. Seeing this, the other two immediately followed. At this moment, in the world of all monsters, Luo Hong and Kan Mulan were floating in a hazy world. This piece of space fragment is very vast. Luo Hong could not find the end of it even with his spiritual sense. There are still many areas that even his spiritual sense cannot enter. Looking down, he could not see the ground. All he saw was the colorful demonic energy. The ground was completely covered. Occasionally, a pale and huge skeleton was exposed in their field of vision, but it would soon be swallowed up by the rolling demonic energy. Looking up at the sky, black clouds covered the entire sky. The cold and desperate atmosphere made Kan Mulan breathless. At this moment, a magical power came into her body, making her feel much more comfortable. "Thank you for your help, Senior Luo." With so many clouds of resentment, if there were any demonic cultivators here, they would surely start collecting them with great joy. Luo Hong looked at the dark clouds above his head for a moment, then bowed his head and said to Kan Mulan, "Master Kan, there are only you and me here. It's time for the old senior to come out. I think Master Kan has to enter this world of monsters, not just to show the sincerity of the 5 families." I knew I couldn't hide it from you, kid." An old voice came from Kan Mulan's sleeve, and then a blood-colored rat crawled out and stood on her palm. "Old senior, may I ask where all the monsters in this world of monsters have gone?" Luo Hong asked the question he wanted to know most at the moment. "Look, aren't they all covered on the ground?" The blood-colored rat smiled sinisterly and pointed at the huge skeletons. "Old senior, do you mean that all the monsters are dead? What did it do?" The 10,000 monster realm has existed for tens of thousands of years. 200 years ago, there were high-level monsters like the mountain-shaking python. How could they all die at once? This is definitely not a coincidence. There must be something fishy. Boy, have you heard of evil monsters? The bloody mouse suddenly lost his playful look and said very seriously. Luo Hong frowned. He had heard of the name of evil monsters, but he didn't know much about it. He only knew that it was a strange monster born after birth. It had no intelligence and would only devour all the living things it saw. Could it be that an evil monster was born in the 10,000 monster realm? Did it eat all the other monsters? Chapter 398. Evil Monster. My friend is also a smart man, so I won't hide it from you. To tell you the truth, I escaped from the opening of the 10,000 demon realm 200 years ago. At that time, I was left with only a wisp of soul, attached to a scorpion, and in a daze. When I woke up, I found myself in a human corpse, and was also refined a little. In desperation, I could only attach myself to Kan Yatao, who was connected to the corpse by blood, and swallowed her essence to slowly recover. As for how I got along with Kan Yatao later, that's another story. I don't have time to talk about it now. After I go out, I'll tell you in detail. The bloody mouse shook his head with some regret. No, don't say it, I'm not interested. Luo Hong secretly wondered why the mouse's chatterbox problem came back again. Just when he was about to remind him, he heard him change the subject and take the initiative to get back to business. The birth of evil monsters requires extremely strong demonic energy and resentment, and this world is the most suitable breeding ground for evil monsters. In the first tens of thousands of years after the formation of the 10,000 monster realm, when great monsters like me were still alive, we took various measures to prevent the birth of evil monsters. But when the lifespan of great monsters like us was exhausted, the monsters in the 10,000 monster realm were no longer under control and relied on their instincts to survive frantically, and everything got out of control. Finally, 300 years ago, the first evil monster was born in the 10,000 monster realm. This monster had the cultivation of a 5th or 6th level monster as soon as it was born, and in the environment of the 10,000 monster realm, it was almost equivalent to having an immortal body, so as soon as it was born, it began to devour other monsters unstoppably. The dead silence in the 10,000 monster realm is the result of this monster's misfortune. After listening to this with a solemn expression, Luo Hong was already thinking about slipping away. He expected to come in and fight against the 4th or 5th level monsters, and at most a few transformed monsters would come out to beat him up, but now he might have to fight with the equivalent of a late stage great cultivator. I'd better think of a way to lift the ban on the 5 families in Wushan and modify the formation. However, no matter how many monsters this evil monster devours, it can't break through to the late stage of transformation, because this kind of monster must refine enough moonlight power to break through the shackles of innateness and enter the late stage of transformation. Before that, there is a kind of monster whose magical power is very restrained against it. The blood-colored mouse paused here, patted his chest and said, "This kind of monster is exactly my Tang Mingling Shu clan. Are you going to do it yourself, old senior? It doesn't seem to be of any benefit to you, right?" Luo Hong said suspiciously. The blood-colored mouse is just a remnant soul, and it has escaped from the world of all monsters. The existence of the evil monster can be said to have nothing to do with him. Luo Hong really doesn't understand why he wants to come back. It can't be for Kan Mulan. I only have a wisp of residual soul left. What use can I have? But the reason why this wisp of residual soul of mine woke up is that my descendants found my bones and used the secret method of guiding inheritance. My friend, as long as you find my descendants, you can win the battle against that evil monster. The blood-colored mouse answered Luo Hong's 2 questions at once, which made Luo Hong immediately understand the fundamental reason why he and Kan Mulan could coexist. As the key treasure to lift the ban, the exquisite pearl must be taken out of the 10,000 monsters realm only when the jailers of the Wushan 5 families are useless. Therefore, this pearl is very likely to be located in the forbidden center of the 10,000 monsters realm, and if the evil monster wants to break through the shackles, it must escape from the 10,000 monsters realm. At this moment, it is probably in the forbidden center, constantly attacking the ancient ban. Obviously, the blood-colored mouse's target is his descendants, and Kan Mulan wants to use his descendants to kill the evil monster and obtain the exquisite pearl. Kan Mulan dared to do this with her cultivation in the middle stage of Jinden. It seems that the Tongming Spirit Rat clan is indeed extremely restrained against evil monsters. If the important matter really goes as smoothly as the bloody rat expected, let them find their offspring first, and the risk of this trip will not be too great. Old senior, are you so confident that your offspring has not been swallowed by the evil monster? Luo Hong thought that, if the bloody rat had some sense with its offspring, it would be much easier at this time. Before the evil monster broke through to the late stage of transformation, the secret techniques of our clan could enable us to avoid its detection. But once the other party broke through the late stage of transformation, it would be extremely sensitive to the breath of our clan and spare no effort to hunt it down. And the qualitative change after the breakthrough will greatly reduce the restraining effect of our clan's magical powers on him. So my friend, now you understand why I want to get rid of that evil monster so much, right? The bloody rat told the truth about why he was so active in helping the 2 of them. Sure enough, there is no good without reason in the world of immortal cultivation. It's strange that the old senior's clan and the evil monster are natural enemies of each other. Since the senior has come here in person, I think what you said just now is not false. Luo Hong is willing to lend a hand to the senior. Please cast a spell quickly to find your offspring. Since the evil monster has not yet reached the late stage of transformation, Luo Hong is not afraid of him, and immediately decided to get rid of the evil monster, to avoid leaving behind future troubles. Upon hearing this, the blood-colored mouse immediately glared, and said rationally and confidently, "I only have the strength to breathe and talk now. There is no magic. You have to find my offspring by yourselves." After that, he yawned tiredly, and got back into Kan Mulan's sleeve. "I'm sorry, Senior Luo, the old monster really can't do anything. He can only barely maintain his own existence now." Kan Mulan said with a flattering smile. "It's okay. Luo will not be upset about it. However, Luo's appearance should be beyond your plan. The head of the Kan family should have a way to find the descendants of the predecessors, right?" Luo Hong looked at Kan Mulan with a firm gaze. "Of course." Kan Mulan responded casually, then took out a jade card and said, "This Mingheng card was made by the old monster 3 years ago. It contains a trace of his residual soul. Just put the magic power into it, and this card will emit the old monster's soul. His descendants will come after sensing it. Very good. Without further ado, let's start searching along the periphery. Luo Hong took the Minghan card and took Kan Mulan to fly along the boundary wall of the 10,000 monsters realm. While activating the Minghan card, he did not forget to use his spiritual sense to explore. With double insurance, he would definitely not miss the surviving transparent spirit rat. At this moment, in the depths of the 10,000 monsters realm, a little girl with a delicate figure was fighting with a huge peacock condensed by colorful spiritual light. Don't look at the little girl's pink hands, but if she puts a palm on the body of the colorful peacock, she can dig out a large piece like a bone-cutting steel knife. And the part of the colorful peacock that was dug out will immediately disintegrate into the 5 element of spiritual energy. At this time, the little girl only needs to breathe gently, and these 5 element of spiritual energy will flow into her 2 small nostrils. Although a large piece of the body of the colorful peacock was dug out, it can be restored to its original state, as long as the magic circle under it flashes. And this fight between the two has been going on for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, the little girl and the colorful peacock stopped fighting at the same time, and turned their heads in the same direction. It smells so good. It smells even better than the 5-colored big bird. The little girl licked her lips, revealing a salivating expression. After her eyes flashed twice, she immediately turned into a beam of light, and went in the direction of the fragrance she smelled. The expression of the colorful peacock did not change at all. As soon as the little girl left, it collapsed into a group of brilliant light spots. After these light spots gathered in the middle, a gem that flickered with 5-colored spiritual light alternately appeared. My brother slept with the windows open last night and got up this morning with a heavy head. I barely finished writing this chapter with a dizzy head. I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to the clinic for an injection. The evening update is critical. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Fighting the Evil Monster. This world of 10,000 monsters is not very big. Luo Hong flew along the grey space wall for several hours and returned to the starting point. Strange, not in the periphery. However, Luo Hong did not find any trace of the transparent spirit rat. Logically speaking, the evil monster is most likely in the center of this world, so the rat should be hiding in the periphery of this world. Senior Luo, it seems that the rat is hiding in the middle layer of the world of 10,000 monsters. Kan Mulan frowned. She thought the same as Luo Hong, that the rat could be found in the periphery, but she didn't expect it to be fruitless. It's easy to explore the middle layer, but the probability of being sensed by the evil monster will increase several times. There is no other way at the moment. Luo Hong nodded slightly and was about to fly to the middle layer. But at this moment, his consciousness suddenly detected an unusual fluctuation, and his spiritual sense felt bad. So, he reached out and grabbed Kan Mulan's shoulder without hesitation, and the escape light flashed and deflected the direction of travel. The next moment, a column of resentment several feet thick fell from the sky without any warning, and with a bang, it slammed into the evil cloud below. After dodging the attack, Luo Hong hurriedly used his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings, but was surprised to find that he could not find any trace of the enemy. It was not until a golden light shone in his eyes and he scanned the area with his eyes that he found a petite figure hidden in the cloud of resentment. Who are you, and why did you hide in the cloud to attack me? Although he had some guesses in his heart, Luo Hong still tried to test him. Brother, you can actually find me. In the rolling black cloud of resentment, a little girl with a delicate figure slowly fell down, her big watery eyes staring at Luo Hong, ignoring Kan Mulan beside her. The other party looked delicate, but Luo Hong did not despise her at all, because even with his spiritual sense, he did not notice anything unusual when he scanned the little girl. If she had not revealed a trace of breath at the moment of launching the sneak attack, Luo Hong would not have been able to sense her existence at all. The other party has completely integrated into this world, or it can be said that the other party is the dulling of this world. Do you have a name? Luo Hong wanted to test whether the other party had intelligence. After all, From the appearance, it seemed that they could communicate. Name. What's that? Brother, you smell so good. The little girl grinned, saliva dripping from her lips, revealing a mouthful of terrifying fangs. Seeing that there were outsiders coming in, she didn't expect that the exit was already open, and she was only thinking about eating. It seems that, even if she has intelligence, it is extremely inferior, and there is no need to waste her mouth and mouth. Luo Hong's thoughts are also the little girl's thoughts. As soon as she finished speaking, she spread her tiny arms, and countless monster heads condensed by the resentment cloud suddenly emerged from the resentment cloud, roaring and biting towards Luo Hong. Xiaojin, go. In Luo Hong's current state, it is best not to use all her strength if possible, otherwise once it is hit by the recoil, the body is likely to collapse on the spot. Hearing the order, Xiaojin, who was standing on Luo Hong's shoulder, immediately flew out, like a golden lightning that cut through the sky. After escaping for a while, Xiaojin's body flashed with golden light, and in an instant, he turned into a giant eagle with a wingspan of 100 meters. With a flap of his wings, he shot out countless golden feathers, sweeping away all the incoming resentful cloud beast skulls like a rainstorm. Then, golden light flashed on Xiaojin's phoenix crown, and the terrifying formless golden light burst out, instantly covering the little girl. However, the little girl smiled, as if nothing had happened, and then hooked her finger, and more than a dozen bone spurs tens of meters long shot out from the demonic cloud below. Although Xiaojin was a little surprised that the formless golden light was ineffective, he did not lose his mind. He immediately spit out a 10-meter long golden lightsaber from his mouth and chopped at the attacking bone spurs. Luo Hong, who was watching the battle on the side, did not show any surprise when he saw that the formless golden light was useless. After all, from the description of the bloody mouse, he judged that the evil monster was a kind of monster that was a living creature among things. Although she looked like a living being, she was actually an illusion. She did not have the silver runes that most creatures have. The formless golden light that only worked on silver runes naturally could not deal with her. After losing the formless golden light, Xiaojin's momentum was obviously overwhelmed by the opponent. Xiaojin had to go all out to deal with the magical power that the little girl casually displayed. As if she felt that she had tested enough, the little girl giggled and fled to Xiaojin's neck at a very fast speed, opened her small mouth full of sharp teeth, and was about to bite her. Senior Luo. Qian Mulan shouted anxiously. Don't worry, Luo's spirit beast has more than this ability. Seeing that Xiaojin was about to suffer a heavy blow, Luo Hong remained calm and said without any worry. Sure enough, before the little girl's mouth closed, Xiaojin whooshed into a beam of light and left the original place hundreds of feet away. In addition to the formless golden light, Xiaojin's most powerful skill was her escape technique. This is also the reason why Luo Hong let her test the other party without worry. The meat in her mouth flew away, and the little girl's face immediately showed anger. After a dull roar at Xiaojin, her figure gradually faded. Then, a terrifying giant face condensed from the resentful cloud. The hideous face matched the name evil monster very well. As soon as the giant face of the resentful cloud condensed, it blew a black wind towards Xiaojin. Xiaojin, come back. Sensing the aura of annihilation carried by the black wind, Luo Hong frowned and immediately called Xiaojin back. Then, he turned his palm and took out the Eye of Zuanian. With his magic power, he made it shoot out the divine light of the eyes. The black divine light met the black resentful wind, and suddenly many monster souls with broken bodies appeared in the resentful wind. As soon as these monster souls came into contact with the divine light of the eyes, they immediately disintegrated and disappeared, and the resentful wind also disintegrated. Seeing that his magical power was broken, the giant face of the resentful cloud was furious. He changed from spitting to sucking, and wanted to suck Luo Hong and Qian Mulan directly into his body. This suction force was very strange. Not only was her body being pulled, but Qian Mulan felt that her magic power was also being pulled out. No matter how she suppressed it, she couldn't stop it. You dare to eat other people's magic power directly. No wonder you have no intelligence. Haha, if you like to suck, I'll let you suck to your heart's content. Before the voice fell, Luo Hong pointed his sword, and then a palm-sized fire crow flew out from his fingertips. Then the suction force rushed straight into the big mouth of the giant face of the resentful cloud. In less than a breath, the fire crow flew into the mouth of the giant face of the resentful cloud. At first, it didn't show any abnormality, but soon, black and red flames were reflected from its body. The magical power of the giant face of the resentful cloud stopped, and he showed a look of pain. Kyan Mulan saw that the resentful clouds within a radius of 100 miles above her head were agitated, and soon formed a huge vortex, rushing towards the direction of the giant face of the resentful cloud. Obviously, this was the evil monster trying to use a huge amount of resentment to extinguish the black crow flame that had invaded its body. Kyan Mulan turned her head to look at Luo Hong, wondering what means the other party would use to deal with it, but she saw that Luo Hong was motionless, with a hint of smile on his lips. Deal with it? There is nothing in this world that can extinguish the black crow flame. Luo Hong was extremely confident in his magical powers, and the result was exactly as he expected. Even with a huge amount of resentment pressing down, the fire of the black crow flame did not weaken at all, but became stronger. There were already flames burning through the giant face of the resentful cloud and drilling out. After realizing that this fire could not be extinguished, the giant face of the resentful cloud suddenly exploded and pushed the black crow flame away. At this time, Luo Hong saw a cloud of black and yellow mist, which drilled into the nearby resentful cloud at a speed comparable to teleportation. Then, the cloud of resentment rolled, and a new giant face condensed. It seems that it is impossible to kill the evil monster without destroying its origin. Luo Hong's mind moved, and he recalled the black crow true flame that had burned dozens of miles of resentful clouds. After a fight, the giant face of the resentful cloud showed a trace of fatigue. Obviously, it was not without any damage, in order to get rid of the black crow true flame just now. But with the opponent's magical power of being able to move at high speed in the resentful cloud, it is impossible for the black crow true flame to succeed again. If the evil monster had intelligence, it should have retreated at this moment, but it did not, so it used another method not long after the giant face was condensed. 5 sharp things like bone spurs slowly emerged from the resentful cloud. Although it has not yet fully revealed its grandeur, Luo Hong's divine vision has helped it break through the confusion and see that it is a huge ghost hand that can grab mountains and throw the sun. Although the evil monster has no intelligence, it has a lot of experience in fighting, and the method it uses is the most suitable for now. The ghost hand used to be huge, and Luo Hong drove the black crow true flame to burn it, but it could not burn it all at once. The evil monster wanted to use the terrain to grind Luo Hong to death. But Luo Hong really had no other choice. Since his spiritual sense could not lock onto the opponent, he could not cast the immobilization spell to immobilize the evil monster's body and deal a fatal blow. Just as Luo Hong was preparing to deal with the attack of the huge ghost claw and thinking about how to defeat the enemy, his spiritual sense detected an extremely secret breath. Could this evil monster have helpers? As soon as he had this thought, an invisible and colorless breeze swept out from the ground and went straight into the sky. Then, there was the roar of the evil monster in shock and anger. "My friend, my descendant is here." The blood-colored rat climbed onto Kyan Mulan's shoulder at some point and sneered. "The clear spiritual wind can lock the fragile body of the evil monster. Please seize the opportunity and kill it in one fell swoop." Seeing that the breeze rolled up, the huge ghost hand suddenly collapsed. Luo Hong guessed who was coming and nodded slightly in response. Under the attack of the clear spiritual wind, the clouds of resentment seemed to have met their nemesis and dispersed in all directions, completely out of the control of the evil monster. Soon, Luo Hong saw a yellow-black fog ball bumping left and right in the wind ball, but it just couldn't get out. Now is the right time to kill it. But before taking action, Luo Hong changed his mind, retracted the half-extended sword finger, and slapped the treasure bag on his waist. Then, 12 black beads flew out and arranged around Luo Hong in a mysterious way. The next moment, an invisible force surged out, and Kyan Mulan's soul suddenly felt cold and trembled twice. The blood-colored rat showed a look of shock in his eyes and looked at Luo Hong with a solemn face. Chapter 400, Exquisite Pearl. This invisible force almost teleported to the evil monster. Its collision and struggle suddenly stopped, and the violently rolling yellow and black mist also calmed down and began to move slowly in a certain pattern. The effect of the spell against an enemy without physical protection is outstanding. Luo Hong thought to himself, not realizing that he had consumed 12 soul nourishing beads. What was there to feel sorry about? Luo Hong had just cast the soul destroying spell. The reason why he did not use the Black Crow True Flame to burn the evil monster to ashes was to leave its form. In fact, in essence, the evil monster is a spiritual material that can be turned into a spirit, and it can even be said to be a natural treasure. Under the conditions, Luo Hong would naturally not waste it in vain. However, before the clear spiritual wind that enveloped the evil monster dissipated, something strange happened. 5 extremely pure 5-element spiritual energies suddenly rushed out of the evil monster's body, broke through the windshield without any hindrance, and flew to somewhere. This is it. Sensing the purity of the 5-element of spiritual energy, Luo Hong's eyes lit up, and subconsciously wrapped Kyan Mulan in the escape light, chasing after the 5-element of spiritual energy. 5-element of essence. That is definitely the 5-element of essence. But how can there be such a thing in the body of the evil monster? Forget it. Don't think about it for now. Get the 5 essences first. The second level of the cultivation of the great 5-element Tang Shengju is to use many high-level 5-element of spiritual materials to cultivate 5-element of essence in the flesh. And if there is a ready-made 5-element of essence, then you only need to refine it, and Luo Hong's second level of the great 5-element Tang Shengju will be completed. So, Luo Hong couldn't help but be excited. Wait a minute, my descendant is only a 6th level cultivation. The bloody rat shouted loudly. But at this time, Luo Hong didn't care about this, and continued to chase without hearing. As a result, this chase lasted for an hour. At this time, Luo Hong saw the demonic mist in front of him suddenly stop, separated by an unknown force, revealing a piece of ground paved with white jade. The white jade ground was engraved with the same array pattern as the 5-element prison ceiling array in the outside world, but the one here was more mysterious and complicated. In the center of the array, a colorful gem was spinning. The 5-element essences were heading straight for the 5-color gem. Not good. Looking at this posture, the 5-color gem is going to swallow the 5-element spirits. Luo Hong certainly didn't want this to happen. After all, it's easy to swallow it, but it's hard to extract it. With a thought, Luo Hong left Kyan Mulan behind and performed the 5-element escape technique continuously, rapidly closing the distance with the 5-element essence. Just as he was about to enter the range of absorption, Luo Hong suddenly felt a pain in his body, and the 5-element escape technique was interrupted halfway through. When he used his magical powers to suppress the abnormality in his body, the 5-element essence had already drilled into the 5-color gem. Damn it. It was almost there. At this point, Luo Hong was no longer in a hurry. He took out a handful of blood pills and swallowed them. He closed his eyes and silently practiced the skills for a while. Not long after, Kyan Mulan flew over. She looked at the 5-colored gems with excitement on her face. Master Kyan, that is the exquisite gem, right? Luo Hong asked calmly. He would not let anyone know that his body was in trouble. Yes, that is the exquisite gem left by our 5 ancestors. The treasure that can remove the blood restriction of us. Kyan Mulan responded excitedly. Huh? Why don't you see the old senior? Seeing that the blood-colored mouse on Kyan Mulan's shoulder had disappeared, Luo Hong asked suspiciously. The restriction here does not allow monsters to come in. I put him outside the formation. Kyan Mulan said truthfully. Xiao Jin was not rejected by the restriction here because of his connection with Luo Hong. It seems that the restriction here is only for monsters without owners or monsters that have been locked in. Luo Hong was about to say something when his spiritual sense suddenly sensed something unusual. There was a very violent fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the direction of the 5-colored gem. Something seems to be wrong. Luo Hong murmured, slowly floating backwards. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5-colored gem changed colors at a very high frequency, followed by a crisp sound of click, and a crack suddenly appeared on the 5-colored gem. With the appearance of the crack, the fluctuation of spiritual energy increased to a higher level. This thing seems to be about to explode. No. Luo Hong was not the only one who had this idea. Kyan Milan was like a trapped beast forced into a desperate situation at this moment, rushing towards the 5-colored gem without reason. How could Luo Hong allow her to be so impulsive? If something went wrong, he would also be unlucky. He immediately used his spiritual sense to transform a big hand, grabbed Kyan Milan's waist, and retreated backwards. But Luo Hong knew that when the crack appeared, they would have no time to run. So, while retreating violently, Luo Hong was also constantly using protective measures. The 5-element flag, the turtle shield, the lightless shield, and the body protection magic were all stacked up. Just as he finished, the 5 colors orb reached the critical point and exploded with a loud bang. Suddenly, the colorful spiritual light was like a veil brushing in all directions. When it seemed to lightly brush over Luo Hong's 5-element flag, the 5-element flag suddenly trembled, and the spiritual light dimmed one after another, and fell to the ground like an ordinary object. The subsequent spirit turtle shield, lightless shield, and body protection magic were also like a machine that suddenly lost power and lost its effectiveness. Fortunately, at the last moment, Luo Hong protected his whole body with a black crow true flame, so he didn't fall like a stone like Kyan Milan beside him. Fortunately, the divine consciousness hand was not affected by the colorful spiritual light, otherwise Kyan Milan would inevitably be embarrassed. When the wave of colorful spiritual light rushed out of the range of the formation and came into contact with the diffuse 5-color demonic energy, it seemed to have encountered an excellent tonic, devouring it all, and the momentum became stronger and stronger. As the 5-colored spiritual light advanced, the ground of the 10,000 demon realm was exposed to people for the first time in tens of thousands of years. On the black soil, there were strange skeletons everywhere. I wonder how many demon beasts were imprisoned in ancient times. Senior Luo, what is that? Is it dangerous for the old demon monster outside? Kyan Milan was rushed by the 5-colored spiritual light and immediately regained her sanity, asking weakly. Luo Hong did not respond to her, but used all her eyesight to look at the explosion. But even if she used her clairvoyance, Luo Hong could not see through the 5-colored spiritual light ball that was covering the explosion at this time. Master Kyan, what's wrong with you after the spiritual light invaded your body? Luo Hong frowned, and his intuition told him that this was not over yet. I lost contact with my own magic power all of a sudden, and I felt extremely weak. Kyan Milan panted and said, obviously she had not been relieved much until now. Based on Kyan Milan's description and the changes in his treasures, Luo Hong came to an inference. This colorful spiritual light can make the spirit particle extremely inert. The inertness and activation of spirit particles are just two extremes. Activating spirit particles is the most common, and almost all refining actions are related to it. And inert spirit particles are extremely rare. Although very few magical powers can do it, Luo Hong has never heard of the extent of all magic weapons and spells being ineffective at the flick of a brush like the colorful spiritual light. After determining the basic principle, Luo Hong immediately thought of a way to deal with it. He first stretched out his hand and took the fallen treasure back to the Wanbao bag, and then turned his palm to offer the Zhenhe pearl. Brother Luo, I haven't finished the sacrifice yet. Yuan Yao saw Luo Hong's intention and immediately reminded him through voice transmission. I just used it a little bit, nothing will happen. Luo Hong replied, while transmitting his voice, casting a spell to draw out 2 auras, one red and one black, from the Zhenhe pearl. Then, he swung his arms, pulling the 2 auras, merging them into the shape of Tekai Pisces, and made them slowly rotate above his and Kyan Milan's heads. Just as Luo Hong slowly adjusted the balance between the two, the 5-colored spiritual light had rushed to the end of the 10,000 monsters realm. When it was about to hit the boundary wall, mysterious array patterns lit up on the boundary wall. The 5-colored spiritual light touched it, and it was like an arrow that had been turned in the direction, and it rolled back in the direction it came out. Compared with before, the 5-colored spiritual light that swallowed all the 5 element of demonic energy in the 10,000 monsters realm, its momentum more than doubled. Luo Hong definitely did not want to taste it. Kyan Milan looked at the 5-colored spiritual light that was pressing down like the sky and the sun, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva, looking at Luo Hong anxiously. But Luo Hong seemed to be blind, and continued to adjust the black and red fish slowly. Until the colorful spiritual light approached, there was still no sign of adjustment. Alas, it's still not perfect, let's make do with it for now. After Luo Hong muttered, an invisible wave came from the black and red fish. Kyan Mulan felt that there was an extra layer of separation between herself and the world, and before she could feel more, the colorful spiritual light swept over. However, this time the colorful spiritual light seemed to be distorted by something, and it actually bypassed them, and formed a spherical bubble in the vast waves. But what Luo Hong felt, was that the bubble was not round enough. When the colorful spiritual light all returned to the origin, the gorgeous precious light burst out, forcing Kyan Mulan to be unable to look directly. After a while, the colorful precious light subsided, revealing 5 feathers of unknown birds, which were still emitting a magnificent aura at this moment, as if they had just been refined. Luo Hong immediately realized that the entire 10,000 demon realm was built by the ancestors of the 5 families to refine this treasure. It was not just in name, but to protect the human race and eliminate demons. I admire you, senior. But now it's all mine. Unlike Luo Hong's joy, Kyan Mulan looked like she had lost her parents. It's over. There's no hope for our 5 families. Luo Hong was about to say a few words of comfort when he saw the 5 feathers of different colors flying towards him. Slightly stunned, Luo Hong subconsciously stretched out his palm to catch them, but he didn't expect them to really fall into his palm obediently. What? These feathers have intelligence? As if seeing Luo Hong's doubts, Kyan Mulan took the initiative to explain. Senior Luo has practiced the Great 5 Element Tang Shengju, and is considered a core member of our clan, so it's natural that he will have such a recognition of the master. There's no need to be so mysterious, it's clearly the effect of the formation restriction below. Luo Hong silently complained. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.